My name's Frank Miller. Used to be Detective Frank Miller, Homicide Division, LAPD. Now I'm just Frank Miller, retired. 68 years old, joints that complain louder than a rookie caught sleeping on watch, and a pension that just about covers the bills and my occasional indulgence in cheap whiskey. Retirement sounds peaceful on paper. Trade the flashing blue lights and yellow tape for crossword puzzles and reruns of old cop shows. Yeah, peaceful. But quiet ain't always peaceful. Sometimes, quiet just gives the ghosts more room to whisper. For 35 years, I've walked the tightrope between the city's sun-drenched facade and its grimy underbelly. I saw things that'd curdle your morning coffee, things that clawed their way into your sleep and stayed there, squatting in the dark corners of your mind. Most cases, you solve them. You put the cuffs on, you testify, the system grinds on. Closure, they call it. Sometimes it feels like it, sometimes it just feels like closing a door on a room full of screams. But you move on. You have to. Compartmentalize, they teach you. Lock it away. Except for one. The West Side Carver. That name still tastes like ash in my mouth. Summer of '98. Hot, sticky, smog-choked Los Angeles summer. He hit fast, brutal, and vanished like smoke. 4 victims in 6 weeks. Young women, all found in their apartments on the West Side, hence the unimaginative moniker the press slapped on him. The way they were found, that's what stuck. Not just killed. Dismantled. Arranged. It wasn't frenzy, it was ritual. Cold, meticulous, terrifyingly precise. Like an artist signing his work, only his medium was human suffering. We threw everything we had at it. Task force, round-the-clock surveillance, hundreds of interviews, mountains of forensic evidence that led precisely nowhere. No DNA matches, no viable prints left at the scenes that weren't the victims, no witnesses who saw anything more substantial than a shadow. He was a phantom, a whisper in the concrete jungle. He taunted us. Notes left at the scenes, not for the public, but cryptic messages seemingly aimed at the investigation itself. Mentioning details only the cops working the case knew, procedural slips, internal debates. It felt personal. It felt like he was inside our heads. Then, as suddenly as he started, he stopped. 6 weeks of terror, then silence. Just gone. The city breathed a collective sigh of relief. The task force eventually scaled back, then disbanded. Resources were diverted to newer horrors. But for me, for the handful of us who worked it closest, it never stopped. It became the case file that gathered dust on the shelf, but never in my mind. Officially, it went cold. A stack of reports, photos, and dead ends locked away in archives. Unofficially, it festered. It was the question mark at the end of my career, the shadow that followed me home every night. Retirement was supposed to be the end of that. Time to finally let the ghosts rest. But like I said, quiet gives them room. Without the daily grind, the new cases demanding attention, the Carver case expanded to fill the void. I'd sit in my armchair, the television droning unnoticed, and I'd be back there, smelling the iron tang of blood in a too-quiet apartment, staring at Polaroids that stole a piece of your soul with every glance. Did we miss something? Some tiny detail, Some overlooked connection? Was he dead? Did he move away? Or was he still out there, watching, waiting? The official theory leaned towards the killer dying or being incarcerated for something else, severing the pattern. It was neat. Tidy. And I never bought it for a goddamn second. The meticulousness, the control, it didn't scream self-destruction or petty crime. It screamed patience. I tried talking to some of the old guys. Henderson, my partner back then, just shook his head over beers, told me to let it lie, enjoy the grandkids I didn't have. It's over, Frank. Dead or caged. Either way, he ain't carving no more. Easy for him to say. He wasn't lead. He didn't get the late night calls, didn't see the raw files, didn't feel the weight of those cryptic notes like they were addressed directly to him. So, I started digging again. Quietly. Unofficially. Pulled out my own boxes of notes, things I probably shouldn't have kept, photocopies of reports, crime scene sketches I'd redrawn countless times, looking for a pattern I hadn't seen before. Hours spent online, trawling through digitized newspaper archives, looking for cold case forums, anything. It was mostly junk. Armchair detectives rehashing the same public information, conspiracy nuts blaming aliens or the government. Frustration mounted. It felt like yelling into a void. Then, I remembered the whispers from the younger guys back on the force, the tech-savvy ones. Talk about the dark web. A hidden layer of the internet, anonymous, untraceable, where the worst of humanity festered. Illegal markets, forbidden content, and maybe, just maybe, places where secrets were traded, where chatter happened beyond the reach of official surveillance. It felt wrong. Dirty. Like consorting with the enemy. I was old school. Give me shoe leather, knocking on doors, reading a suspect's eyes. This felt detached. Cowardly, almost. But the Carver case wasn't playing by the old rules. Maybe I had to break a few myself. Took me a week just to figure out how to access it safely. Tor browsers, VPNs, warnings flashing on my screen about illegal activity and potential dangers. My old desktop computer word, protesting the strain. The initial plunge was nauseating. A chaotic mess of cryptic links, forums dedicated to ideologies that made my stomach turn, marketplaces selling things I didn't want to comprehend. I almost clicked off a dozen times, the ingrained cop sense screaming that this was a cesspool I shouldn't be wading through. But the Carver whispered louder. I refined my search, looking for forums dedicated to true crime, specifically unsolved cases, filtering out the obvious garbage. It was like panning for gold in a sewer. Days turned into late nights, fueled by stale coffee and obsession. My small study became a cave, lit only by the monitor's glow reflecting off my tired eyes. The air grew stale. I barely noticed. And then I found it. Not a forum specifically about the Carver, but a subsection within a larger, deeply unsettling forum dedicated to predatory arts, as they chillingly called it. The subsection was titled Masterpieces Unclaimed. It discussed unsolved serial cases with a disturbing blend of academic detachment and connoisseurship. My blood ran cold reading the initial descriptions, but I forced myself to scroll, searching for any mention of Los Angeles of the late 90s. There it was. A thread simply titled WC98. Westside Carver, 1998. My breath hitched. I clicked. The first few posts were standard rehashes of the public case details. Then it started to change. Users with anonymous, often disturbing handles began dissecting the crimes with accuracy. Unnerving accuracy. They discussed entry methods that weren't released to the press. They debated the specific order of the mutilations, details only present in the confidential autopsy reports. One user, Chirurgeon7, posted a detailed analysis of the likely psychological profile of the killer that mirrored almost exactly the confidential assessment done by the FBI profiler assigned to our task force, a report I hadn't looked at in 20 years but remembered vividly. Another user, Echo_man, speculated about the placement of specific items at the scene, suggesting symbolic meanings that my team had debated endlessly behind closed doors but never made public for fear of copycats or compromising the investigation. They talked about potential escape routes, disposal methods for evidence, things we'd wargamed but found no proof of. It wasn't just speculation, it felt informed. Too informed. How? How could these anonymous ghouls know these details? Were they ex-cops? Leakers? Or something else? My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. This wasn't just morbid curiosity. This felt connected. I spent hours scrolling, reading, absorbing the cold, analytical discussion of horrors I'd witnessed firsthand. The level of detail was staggering, terrifying. They discussed the cryptic notes left at the scenes, arguing over interpretations, even quoting phrases verbatim, phrases that were never released publicly. My hands started shaking. This place, this dark corner of the digital world, knew things it shouldn't know. Knew things about my case. The case that had defined and broken a part of me. A cold dread washed over me, colder than any Los Angeles night. I wasn't just reading about the West Side Carver anymore. It felt like I was closer to him than I'd ever been in that stifling summer of '98. Closer and infinitely more vulnerable. The glow of the monitor felt like an eye watching me back. The silence of my house suddenly seemed too loud, pregnant with unseen listeners. I leaned closer, scrolling deeper into the thread, completely consumed, unaware of how deep I was truly sinking. The forum became my world. Days bled into nights, measured not by the sun, but by the rhythmic click of my mouse and the relentless glow of the screen. Sleep was fitful, haunted by fragmented case files and the cryptic usernames of the forum's denizens, Chirurgeon7, Echo_man, Somniphobe, Veritas Obscura. Each post I read was a breadcrumb leading deeper into a forest I wasn't sure I wanted to navigate, yet couldn't bring myself to leave. The accuracy wasn't just unnerving anymore, it was surgical. One thread, started by Chirurgeon7, discussed the specific brand of duct tape used on the third victim, Patricia Holloway. They debated its tensile strength, the manufacturer's distribution patterns in Southern California in the late '90s, even the likely retailers where it could have been purchased cash only without raising flags. This wasn't public information. We chased that specific tape lead down countless rabbit holes, interviewing hardware store owners, checking wholesale records, all hitting dead ends. But the level of detail in the forum discussion, they knew the exact goddamn SKUs we were looking at. How? How was that possible unless someone involved in the original investigation was leaking? Or unless the Carver himself enjoyed reliving his procurement process? The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Another user, Echo_man, posted a long, rambling treatise on the psychological significance of the locations chosen. Not just the West Side apartments, but the specific apartments. He theorized about lines of sight, ambient noise levels, proximity to specific types of public transit, weaving a narrative about the killer's comfort zones and surveillance patterns that felt eerily resonant with the vague, unsubstantiated hunches I'd had back then, hunches born from staring at maps until my eyes burned. He talked about the liminal spaces the killer exploited, alleys, service corridors, the brief moments of vulnerability between street and sanctuary. It was articulate, intelligent, and utterly terrifying. It felt less like speculation and more like memoir. My initial sense of validation, that I wasn't crazy for thinking the case wasn't truly cold, curdled into a thick, pervasive paranoia. The anonymity of the forum became a suffocating blanket. Any one of these usernames could be him. Coururgent7, with his cold, clinical precision. Echo_man, with his intimate understanding of the city's hidden pathways. Or maybe one of the quieter ones, lurking, reading, absorbing. He could be reading my reactions, metaphorically speaking, gauging the ripples his posts caused in the dark waters of this forum. My house, once a quiet refuge, started to feel like a glass box. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside the window, every flicker of the streetlights sent my heart rate spiking. Was that car parked across the street there yesterday? Did that shadow in the periphery move? I started double-checking the locks, something I hadn't done habitually since my early days on the force. I'd catch my reflection in the dark monitor screen, haggard, pale, eyes wide, and barely recognize the man staring back. Frank Miller, retired detective, was fading. In his place was just Frank, the haunted old man, peering into an abyss that was starting to peer back. I wrestled constantly with the urge to engage. To type something, anything. To challenge a detail, offer a counter-theory, maybe even drop a piece of carefully chosen misinformation to see how they reacted. What about the witness who saw a blue sedan near the second scene? A detail we'd investigated and dismissed, never released. Would they call bullshit? Would they correct me? Or would they incorporate it, revealing their own knowledge gaps, or confirming their omniscience? But the fear always won. Engaging felt like painting a target on my back. Here, anonymous, I was just another lurker, another ghoul picking over old bones. If I spoke up, if I revealed even a hint of my true connection to the case, I'd be exposed. And something deep in my gut screamed that exposure was the last thing I wanted. This wasn't just a discussion forum, it felt like a predator's hunting ground, and I had willingly walked into the snare. The posts became more targeted, or maybe my paranoia was just sharpening my perception. A new thread appeared, badge and burden, when the case follows you home. It discussed investigators who became obsessed, who couldn't let go. It talked about the psychological toll, the lines blurred between duty and fixation. It felt pointed, like a commentary directed at anyone like me who might be lurking. Then, a post by Veritas Obscura analyzed the carver's notes left at the scenes. They focused on the third note, the one left with victim Brenda Lopez. They quoted a line, "The shepherd worries, but the flock scatters anyway." A line that was never made public. Only the court task force members and the chief knew the exact wording. My breath caught in my throat. Seeing it typed out on the screen, discussed casually by anonymous strangers, felt like a violation, a desecration of something locked away for decades. How? Who were these people? Disgruntled ex-cops selling secrets? True crime fanatics with impossible access? Or was the simplest, most terrifying answer the correct one? Was the Carver, or someone intimately connected to him, using this platform to gloat, to reminisce, to perhaps even seek out loose ends? The feeling of being watched intensified. Not just by potential eyes outside my window, but digitally. It felt like the forum itself was aware of me. Like my clicks, my scrolling speed, the time I spent on certain threads, were all being logged, analyzed. Was I imagining the slight pauses in new posts after I'd spent hours reading a specific thread? Was the timing of certain replies just coincidence? The rational part of my brain, the detective part, screamed for evidence, for proof. But the primal part, the part that had stared into the abyss of the Carver case 20-odd years ago, knew better. Sometimes, you don't need proof. You just know. It happened late one Tuesday night. Or maybe early Wednesday morning. Time had lost all meaning beyond the timestamps on the forum posts. The house was silent except for the hum of the computer and the frantic beating of my own heart. I'd been scrolling through the WC98 thread for hours, caught in a loop of fascination and dread, rereading theories about the killer's cooling-off period and potential triggers for his cessation. My eyes burned, gritty with lack of sleep. I was about to finally push away from the desk, concede defeat to exhaustion, when a small notification icon blinked in the corner of the forum interface. A private message. I rarely interacted with the private messaging system. It felt too direct, too risky. I had no messages waiting, ever. Until now. My mouse hovered over the icon, a wave of inexplicable cold washing over me despite the stuffy air in the study. This was it. The moment the lurking fear coalesced into something tangible. My hand trembled as I clicked. The message window opened. A simple, stark white box against the dark theme of the forum. The sender, Echo_man. The subject line was blank. Below it, just 2 lines of text. 2 lines that stopped my heart cold. Badge number 714. Still poking around, old man? He remembers you. Badge number 714. Not just any number. My number. Assigned to me the day I made detective, carried until the day I retired. It wasn't on any public record associated with the Carver case. It might have been in deep personnel files, sure, but connected to this? To my anonymous presence on a hidden dark web forum? How? How could anyone here know that number? Still poking around, old man? The casual, mocking familiarity. Acknowledging my age, my persistence, my current activity. Reducing my obsessive, fear-fueled quest to mere poking around. And the final, gut-wrenching sentence, he remembers you. He. Not someone remembers, not we know about you. He. The Carver. The phantom we hunted, the monster we thought long dead or dormant. Echo_man wasn't just some knowledgeable user. He was a messenger. Or worse. The Carver wasn't just a case file anymore. He wasn't just a ghost whispering from the past. He was real. He was aware. And he remembered me, Frank Miller, badge number 714. The screen seemed to waver. The room tilted. I felt a sudden, dizzying vertigo, like the floor had dropped away beneath my chair. My breath came in ragged gasps. The digital ghost had reached through the screen, through the anonymity of the dark web, and laid a cold, spectral hand directly on my soul. The case wasn't cold. It wasn't even history. It was here. Now. And it knew exactly who I was. The words burned on the screen, seared into my retinas. Badge number 714. He remembers you. My first coherent thought wasn't analytical. It was pure animal panic. I slammed the laptop shut with a crack, shoving my chair back so hard it screeched across the worn wooden floor and nearly tipped over. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, each beat echoing the frantic rhythm of blood rushing in my ears. I scrambled to my feet, stumbling towards the window, yanking aside the blinds to stare wildly into the indifferent darkness of the suburban street. Headlights swept past. A dog barked somewhere down the block. Nothing. No hooded figures lurking in the shadows, no black sedan idling at the curb. Just the quiet, empty stage of ordinary night. But the emptiness offered no comfort. The threat wasn't necessarily out there, not yet. It was in here, beamed directly into my study, bypassing locked doors and drawn blinds. It knew my badge number. It knew I was poking around. It knew I was an old man. And he, the butcher who'd haunted my waking thoughts and sleeping nightmares for decades, remembered me. My training kicked in, a rusty reflex arc firing through the panic. Secure the perimeter. I went through the house room by room, checking locks on doors and windows, peering through peepholes, my breath fogging the glass. Every shadow seemed too deep, every familiar object suddenly alien and potentially threatening. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticked with menacing slowness. Was that floorboard creak just the owls settling, or something else? In the back of my dusty closet, behind boxes of old uniforms and memorabilia I couldn't bring myself to discard, was my old service weapon. A Glock 22. Haven't fired it in years, but I kept it cleaned, oiled. Habit. Or maybe foresight. My hand trembled as I checked the magazine, the cold weight of the steel a small, inadequate comfort against the formless, digital dread. Who could I tell? Call Henderson? Hey, Dave, remember the carver? Yeah, well, some guy on the dark web calling himself Echo_Man just sent me a message saying the killer remembers me and knows my old badge number. No, I don't know who he is. Yes, the dark web. No, I don't have any actual proof he's the carver. They think I'd finally lost it. Senile dementia, brought on by obsession and too much cheap whiskey. They'd send a wellness check, maybe suggest a nice quiet home. Going to the current brass? Even worse. Admitting I, a retired detective, was trawling the dregs of the internet? They'd laugh me out of the station, or worse, open an internal investigation into me. I was alone. Utterly, terrifyingly alone with this knowledge. The anonymity I'd sought on the dark web had backfired. It had isolated me completely. Sleep was impossible. I sat in my armchair, the Glock resting heavy on the side table, the laptop dark and silent on the desk across the room. It felt like a coiled snake, waiting. Why contact me? Why now, after all these years? Was it the forum activity? Had I inadvertently tripped some invisible wire by digging too deep into the WC98 thread? What did he remembers you mean? Did the carver hold a personal grudge? I racked my brain, replaying the investigation. Did I say something inflammatory in a press conference? Did I stare him down in an interview room without realizing who he was? We interviewed hundreds. Could he have been one of them, enjoying the gain, the proximity to the chaos he'd wrought? Or was it simpler? Was I, the lead detective who never gave up, just an irritating loose end he now felt compelled to tie off? The ambiguity was its own form of torture. After 2 days of near catatonic paralysis, fueled by caffeine and fear, I forced myself to open the laptop again. My hand shook logging back into the dark web portal, navigating the familiar, repulsive links back to the forum. It felt like willingly sticking my head back into the lion's mouth. I checked my private messages. Nothing new from Echo_man. I scanned the WC98 thread. New posts had appeared, dissecting the fourth victim's timeline with the same chilling expertise. No direct mention of me, no reference to badge numbers or old men. But the atmosphere felt different. Charged. Or maybe it was just me, projecting my terror onto the indifferent text. Then, the lines started to blur. The digital threat began to seep into the physical world, like ink bleeding through paper. It started subtly. Mail delivered to the wrong address down the street, even though the numbers on my house are clear. A persistent flickering in the porch light bulb I just replaced. Cold spots in the house that had never been there before. Easy to dismiss. Old house, faulty wiring, overwrought imagination. Plausible deniability. But then, things escalated, just slightly. I went out for groceries, my first trip outside in days, and the entire time, I felt eyes on me. A profound, prickling sense of being watched. A nondescript gray sedan seemed to be behind me for several blocks, turning when I turned, disappearing when I finally pulled into the supermarket parking lot. Coincidence? Probably. But the certainty felt ice cold in my gut. Back home, I found the lid on my sugar bowl slightly askew. I always put it on straight. Always. It was a tiny thing, insignificant. But it screamed intrusion. Someone had been here. Or my mind was finally unraveling, constructing threads out of household minutiae. Which was worse? One evening, listening to the police scanner online, another old habit, I heard a call come in. A prowler reported a few blocks away, description vague, male, average height, wearing a dark hoodie. Gone before the patrol car arrived. Nothing came of it. But my address wasn't mentioned. Was it him, testing the response times? Circling closer? Or just another random city incident amplified by my own fear? The watcher wasn't just digital anymore. I felt him in the creaks of the house, in the shadows that seemed too long, in the silence that pressed in on me. The forum, Echo_man, the message, they were just a prologue. The real horror was the slow, insidious erosion of my sanctuary, the knowledge that the monster from my past wasn't just a memory, but an active presence, aware, patient, and drawing nearer. Last night, I found something on my doorstep. Not a package, not junk mail. Just a single, dried pressed flower. A night-scented stock. Innocuous enough. Except it was the exact same rare type of flower Brenda Lopez, the third victim, had in a vase beside her bed. The detail was noted in the crime scene inventory, but never released, deemed irrelevant at the time. It wasn't left for me. It was placed at me. A message far clearer than any text on a screen. He doesn't just remember me. He knows where I live. I'm sitting here now, in my study. The clock is on the desk, not in the closet. The laptop is open, the dark web forum glowing faintly. I haven't checked for new messages. I don't need to. The message has already been delivered. The silence in the house is different tonight. It's not empty. It's listening. Waiting. Every car that passes, every distant siren, every tick of the clock is a countdown. Retirement isn't peaceful. It's the final, terrifying cold case. Mine. And the carver? He's out there. Or maybe he's closer than that. Maybe the watcher isn't just in the digital walls anymore. Maybe he's already inside. The floorboards upstairs just creaked. But I live alone. My name is Grace Miller. It feels strange to say that now, like recalling the name of a character from a book I read long ago, someone disconnected from the perpetually scanning, nerve-shredded creature I've become. But yes, I was Grace Miller, a doctoral candidate in history at Georgetown, bright-eyed, maybe a little too ambitious, and utterly convinced that the darkest corners of the human past held the most illuminating truths about our present. My thesis, the millstone that both anchored my life and threatened to drag me under, was titled Mechanisms of Control, an evolutionary study of torture techniques from antiquity to the early modern period. Catchy, I know. My advisor, Dr. Eris Thorne, a man whose tweed jacket smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and archival dust, had raised a skeptical eyebrow when I first proposed it. Grace, he'd sighed, polishing his spectacles. It's bleak territory. Important, undeniably. But are you certain you want to immerse yourself in that level of human depravity for the next 3 to 5 years? I was certain. Or at least, I thought I was. I wasn't interested in the gore, the cheap shock value. I was fascinated by the ingenuity. The horrifying creativity humans employ to inflict pain, yes, but more than that, the way these techniques reflected societal anxieties, power structures, evolving understandings of the body, the soul, and the very definition of truth. The rack, the strappado, the Iron Maiden, the Judas Cradle, they weren't just instruments, they were physical manifestations of ideologies, intricate machines designed not just to break bodies, but to assert dominance, extract confessions, true or false, and enforce conformity. I saw them as dark mirrors to the societies that created them. The initial research was standard academic drudgery, endless hours in the university library's rare books section, deciphering medieval Latin texts, cross-referencing accounts from inquisitors' manuals, legal documents, and the occasional harrowing first-hand narrative. I meticulously cataloged the subtle shifts, the Roman focus on public spectacle, the medieval obsession with extracting confessions for spiritual purity, the early modern period's quasi-scientific approach to calibrated suffering. Digitized archives offered more, grainy scans of woodcuts depicting scenes of torment, surprisingly detailed schematics from inventors who treated pain delivery like an engineering problem. But I hit a wall. The publicly available information, while extensive, felt sanitized, filtered. There were gaps, references to practices only hinted at, devices described with frustrating vagueness. Whispers existed in obscure footnotes and online historical forums, whispers of collections too controversial, too graphic, too real for mainstream academia or even the more permissive digital archives. They spoke of a place on the dark web, a repository supposedly containing uncensored materials, diagrams deemed too disturbing, historical accounts too raw for public consumption. They called it the Iron Library. Most dismissed it as a myth, an urban legend for morbid history buffs. But the references, though scarce, were persistent and sometimes appeared in surprisingly credible, albeit anonymous, online discussions. The idea lodged itself in my brain like a parasite. My thesis felt incomplete, lacking the visceral, unvarnished truth I suspected lay hidden. Driven by a potent cocktail of academic ambition and a burgeoning, slightly shameful curiosity, I decided to seek it out. Navigating the dark web was a crash course in digital paranoia. Tor browser, VPNs layered like geological strata, burner email addresses, forums where conversations unfolded in cryptic shorthand. It took weeks of patient lurking, following breadcrumb trails of obscure links and coded recommendations. The process felt illicit, transgressive, a world away from the quiet respectability of the university library. Finally, in a forum dedicated to unconventional historical sources, a user named Sharon responded to my carefully worded inquiry with a single, nondescript onion link and the phrase, "Knowledge bears a price. Verification required upon arrival." My heart hammered against my ribs as I pasted the link into the Tor browser. The page that loaded was stark black, minimalist. A single icon resembling a stylized, antique keyhole pulsed slowly in the center. Below it, the words, "The Iron Library, Access Portal." And beneath that, a small, innocuous button labeled, "Initiate Verification Scan." A cold wave of unease washed over me. Verification? How? A text box appeared. To ensure the integrity of our collection and prevent automated access, a brief biometric facial scan is required. Your data is used solely for access verification and is not stored or shared. Place your face within the indicated frame. A webcam feed flickered to life, showing my own pale, tired face reflected back at me, framed by faint digital lines. This was it. The point of no return. Every instinct screamed danger. Giving biometric data to an anonymous entity on the dark web? It was monumentally stupid, reckless beyond measure. My carefully constructed digital anonymity would be shattered. But the library, the promise of unfiltered knowledge, the key to unlocking the final, crucial layer of my thesis, it was right there. Years of work, the looming pressure of my defense, the desire to produce something truly groundbreaking, it all warred against my common sense. It's just a quick scan, I rationalized, my cursor hovering over the button. Anti-bot security. Standard practice in some secure systems. What could they possibly do with a momentary facial geometry map? It's anonymous, untraceable back to Grace Miller. The justifications felt thin, even to me, but ambition is a powerful opiate. I took a deep breath, leaned in, aligned my face with the frame, and clicked the button. A faint blue light emanated from the screen, scanning my face for 3 agonizing seconds. Then, the keyhole icon animated, turning, clicking open. The The screen refreshed, revealing rows upon rows of categorized links: antiquity, medieval Europe, Inquisition records, East Asian methods, early modern innovations, uncategorized schematics. I had arrived. The Iron Library was everything the Whispers promised and more. It was vast, chillingly comprehensive. The diagrams were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before, showing internal mechanisms, stress points on the human body, precise angles of leverage. There were digitized scrolls, scanned pages from forbidden books, detached clinical descriptions of procedures, eyewitness accounts that made my stomach churn, audio recordings of, well, I tried not to dwell on those. It wasn't just the graphic nature, it was the coldness, the sheer volume of meticulously documented human cruelty, stripped bare of any moral commentary. I lost track of time, diving deep into the section on medieval European techniques. The rack, in particular, held a morbid fascination. Not just the basic principle of stretching, but the variations, the specific ways interrogators targeted certain joints, the documented stages of dislocation. I spent hours, possibly days cumulatively, staring at one specific set of diagrams, a series showing the victim's body contorted at progressive stages of tension. The angles of the limbs, the arch of the back, the tilt of the head, it was all rendered with horrifying, anatomical precision. I saved copies, took notes, cross-referenced with other texts in the library. My thesis was finally taking shape, becoming the definitive, unflinching work I'd envisioned. The risk, I told myself, had been worth it. That was 3 weeks ago. The initial thrill of discovery had faded, replaced by a low-level hum of anxiety and the persistent metallic taste of revulsion in the back of my throat. The work was taking its toll. I slept poorly, haunted by fragmented images from the diagrams. Last night, I was working late, fueled by lukewarm coffee and academic pressure. Around 2 a.m., needing air, I went to my apartment window, which overlooks the quiet residential street below. Most lights were out, except for the lone sodium streetlight directly across the road, casting a sickly orange glow. And someone was standing under it. That, in itself, wasn't unusual. People walked home late, waited for rides. But this person wasn't moving. They were stock still. Facing my building, though I couldn't make out any features in the dim light and shadow. Just a silhouette. Tall, thin. I watched for a minute, waiting for them to move, to walk on, to check their phone. Nothing. They just stood there. Then, a cold dread, sharp and piercing, lanced through me. The way they were standing. It wasn't natural. The limbs were held at odd angles, the torso slightly twisted, the head tilted back just so. It was a pose. My blood turned to ice water. I knew that pose. I had stared at diagrams of it for hours upon hours just days before. It was precise, unmistakable. The exact configuration of a body subjected to the initial stages of the medieval rack before the full tension was applied. Perfectly still. Perfectly mimicking the diagram. Standing directly across the street, bathed in the dead glow of the streetlight. Waiting. I stumbled back from the window, my breath catching in my throat, the coffee mug slipping from my numb fingers to shatter on the floor. The Iron Library. The facial scan. Verification required upon arrival. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What had I verified? And who or what, had just confirmed they received it. Across the street, the figure remained, an unwavering silhouette of historical agony brought to life, its unseen face implicitly turned towards my window. The crash of the coffee mug seemed to echo in the sudden, suffocating silence of my apartment. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot, the shards of ceramic and cooling coffee spreading around my bare feet. Then, propelled by a surge of adrenaline-fueled terror, I scrambled back, away from the window, pressing myself into the corner of the room, eyes wide, fixed on the drawn curtains. It was still out there. I knew it. The image was burned onto my retinas, the unnatural stillness, the precise, horrific geometry of that pose under the dead orange light. Barak. Stage 1. A posture of anticipated agony, rendered in flesh and shadow across the street. How long did I stay huddled there? Minutes? An hour? Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. Eventually, the primal need to know overcame the paralysis. Crawling on hands and knees, keeping low, I crept back towards the window. I peered through a tiny gap between the curtain and the frame, my breath held tight. The figure was gone. The street was empty. Just the streetlight, the parked cars, the silent facades of the opposite buildings. Relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak and trembling. It was gone. Maybe I had imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, the morbid subject matter finally getting to me. God knows, I hadn't been sleeping well. The images from the Iron Library had a way of lingering, festering in the subconscious. A waking nightmare, perhaps. A hallucination born of academic obsession and too much caffeine. I wanted to believe that. Desperately. I spent the rest of the night oscillating between frantic rationalization and heart-stopping fear, jumping at every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren. Sleep was impossible. When the gray light of dawn finally filtered through the curtains, it brought exhaustion but no comfort. The memory of the figure felt too real, too specific. The precision of the pose haunted me. It wasn't just a random shape in the shadows, it was a direct quote from the darkest corners of my research. The next few days were a blur of heightened anxiety. I triple-checked the locks on my door and windows. I covered the webcam on my laptop with duct tape, a gesture that felt both foolishly paranoid and utterly necessary. I avoided looking out the window after dark. The city outside, once familiar, now seemed menacing, pregnant with unseen watchers. Every person standing idly on a street corner, every car lingering too long at the curb, sent a jolt of fear through me. My work on the thesis ground to a halt. The thought of opening the files saved from the Iron Library, of looking at those diagrams again, filled me with a nauseating dread. They were no longer just historical artifacts. They felt tainted, active, like conduits to whatever horror I had glimpsed. Even my conventional research notes seemed contaminated. Trying to read about the Strapato or the wheel felt like handling cursed objects. Dr. Thorne noticed the change, of course. During our weekly meeting, held over Zoom, I'd made an excuse about a cold to avoid going to campus. He peered at me through the screen, his brow furrowed with concern. "Grace, are you all right? You seem rattled. And your progress this week seems negligible." "I'm fine, Dr. Thorne," I lied, forcing a weak smile. "Just hit a bit of a research snag." feeling slightly under the weather. This topic. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's demanding. Emotionally taxing. Don't hesitate to take a break if you need one. Or to talk if something is troubling you. I wanted to confide in him, to spill the whole insane story, the dark web, the facial scan, the figure under the streetlight. But how could I? He'd think I was having a breakdown, that the grim subject matter had finally fractured my sanity. He might even insist I abandon the thesis. The thought was unbearable. My work was the only thing that still felt remotely real, even if it was now inextricably linked to my terror. So, I just nodded and promised to get back on track. Isolation became my default state. I screened calls from friends, let emails pile up unanswered. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. But leaving it felt worse. At least inside, I had locks, curtains, the illusion of control. A week after the initial sighting, it happened again. I had forced myself to run essential errands, groceries, picking up prints from the university copy center. It was late afternoon, the sun beginning to dip, casting long shadows. I was walking back, keys clutched tight in my fist, hurrying along a side street near my building. An alleyway opened to my left, choked with overflowing dumpsters and graffiti. And standing deep within the shadows, almost invisible against the grimy brick, was another figure. Still. Motionless. This time, the pose was different. Lower to the ground. One leg bent awkwardly, the torso contorted, head bowed. My mind, now horribly attuned to these shapes, instantly supplied the reference, the cramped, agonizing posture forced by the scavenger's daughter, or perhaps the initial, crushing descent onto a Judas cradle. Again, the mimicry was sickeningly precise. I didn't stop, didn't scream. I just walked faster, my gaze fixed straight ahead, pretending I hadn't seen it. But I felt its presence like a physical weight, the implied gaze burning into the side of my face as I passed the alley's mouth. When I risked a frantic glance back from the corner, the alley was empty. The rationalizations crumbled. This wasn't stress. This wasn't hallucination. This was real. It was targeted. And it was directly linked to the specific images I had studied in the Iron Library. The facial scan, it wasn't just for verification. It was identification. They knew who I was. They knew what I was looking at. And now, they were showing me. We see you. We know your darkest interests. We are bringing them to life. The fear became constant, a low thrum beneath my skin. Strange things started happening in the apartment. Small things easily dismissed on their own, but forming a disturbing pattern. A stack of research papers on my desk, meticulously ordered, would be slightly rearranged overnight. A specific diagram file on my laptop, one depicting thumbscrews, seemed corrupted, glitching, the lines momentarily twisting into unfamiliar patterns before resolving. Once, I came home to find a single, antique-looking iron nail lying innocuously on my doorstep. There was no construction nearby. The feeling of being watched intensified. Sometimes, late at night, I hear faint scratching sounds. Not mice, this was different. A rhythmic, deliberate scraping, seemingly coming from the walls themselves, or perhaps the door. It always stopped the moment I made a noise or moved towards the source. One evening, driven by a desperate need to understand, or perhaps just to reclaim some sense of agency, I forced myself to open my laptop and navigate back to the Tor browser. My hands trembled as I pasted the onion link for the Iron Library. The black screen loaded, the keyhole pulsing. I hesitated. Was this inviting it further in? But I had to know. Was there any clue, any indication of who ran this place, anything I had missed? Before I could click anything, before the verification prompt even appeared, my laptop's webcam light flickered on. Green. Bright. Accusatory. I hadn't touched it. The duct tape was still firmly in place, but the light shone through it, an eerie, diffused glow. A profound chill, colder than anything I'd felt before, seeped into the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. My blood ran cold. They weren't just watching me on the street. They were inside. Virtually, at least. The scan hadn't just been an entry key, it had been a permission slip. And then I heard it again. Louder this time. Closer. Scratch. Scrape. Scratch. Coming directly from my apartment door. A slow, deliberate, rhythmic sound, like fingernails, or perhaps something harder, something metallic, being dragged across the wood. Scratch. Scrape. Scratch. I sat frozen, staring at the faint green glow bleeding through the tape on my screen, listening to the sound at the door, the fragile barrier separating me from what? The library wasn't just an archive anymore. It was a keyhole they could peer through, a door I had foolishly unlocked. And something was now scratching, patiently, persistently, wanting to be let in. Frozen. That's the only word for it. Time ceased to flow, contracting into the space between the faint, malevolent green glow bleeding through the tape on my webcam and the rhythmic, insistent scratch at my apartment door. My lungs burned for air I couldn't seem to draw. The cold in the room wasn't just a physical sensation anymore. It felt metaphysical, a leaching away of warmth, of safety, of sanity itself. The scratching was methodical, unhurried. It wasn't the frantic scrabbling of an animal. It was deliberate, like something testing the wood, examining the locks, patiently working its way through. My gaze flickered between the violating green light on the laptop and the solid, yet suddenly inadequate, barrier of the door. They were connected. The digital intrusion and the physical presence at my threshold were two arms of the same horrifying entity, an entity I had invited, however unwittingly, with a click of a mouse and a moment of reckless ambition. A primal instinct, buried under layers of academic detachment, finally screamed, "Act!" With a strangled gasp, I lunged forward, not towards the door, but towards the laptop. My fingers fumbled, slamming the lid shut. For a fraction of a second, the green light vanished, and a sliver of hope pierced the terror. But the scratching didn't stop. If anything, it intensified, growing louder, raspier, accompanied now by a faint, rhythmic thudding, like something gently bumping against the lower panel of the door. My breath hitched. Creeping forward, propelled by a morbid curiosity that warred with self-preservation, I put my eye to the peephole. The distorted fisheye lens showed me nothing. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, empty. No figure, no shadow, nothing visible. But the scratching, the thudding, they were undeniably there, right on the other side of the wood, inches from my face. The disjunction between sight and sound sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Then, silence. Abrupt. Total. The scratching, the thudding, gone. The sudden absence of the noise was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. I held my breath, listening. Nothing but the frantic thumping of my own heart and the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Seconds stretched into an eternity. Just as I began to think, crazily, that maybe it had gone, something dark slid silently under the door. It wasn't paper. It landed on the cheap entryway rug with a soft, metallic clink. Small. Tarnished. I stared at it, my mind struggling to process the shape. Then, recognition hit me like a physical blow. It was a miniature thumbscrew. Crude, yet detailed, fashioned from some dark, pitted metal. It looked ancient, yet chillingly familiar. I had seen its exact likeness just days ago, in the corrupted diagram file on my laptop, the one that had glitched and momentarily twisted its lines. This wasn't just mimicry anymore. This was a delivery. A tangible piece of the nightmare, crossing the threshold from the digital and the historical into my physical space. Proof. My laptop, still closed on the desk, suddenly chimed, the sound of a new notification. Impossible. It was off. Or supposed to be. Trembling uncontrollably, I forced myself to lift the lid again. The screen flickered to life, bypassing the login prompt. It wasn't my desktop. It was black, utterly black. Then, white text appeared, stark and centered, in a simple, cold font. Knowledge bears a price. Payment due. Below the text, the webcam light blinked back on. Green. Steady. Watching. That was it. The final shred of denial vaporized. This wasn't about scaring me. It wasn't a warning. It was collection. Whatever entity resided within the digital vaults of the Iron Library, whatever ancient or alien intelligence fixated on the geometry of suffering, it believed I owed it something. My access, my research, my gaze upon its forbidden knowledge, it had all come at a cost I hadn't understood. And now, it was here to collect. Flight. Raw, unthinking flight was the only response left. I scrambled away from the desk, grabbing my keys from the hook by the door, my phone falling from numb fingers as I fumbled for it. I didn't care. Clothes, wallet, research notes, the thesis itself, none of it mattered. Only escape. My hand closed around the deadbolt. The hallway outside the peephole had been empty, but the silence felt predatory. Was it waiting? Would opening the door invite it in fully? But staying was unthinkable. The apartment wasn't safe. It was the epicenter. With a sob, I twisted the lock and flung the door open. The hallway was empty. Eerily, unnaturally still. No lingering presence, no figure lurking in the shadows by the stairwell. Just the faint smell of dust and stale air. I ran. Down the echoing stairwell, my footsteps frantic and loud in the pre-dawn quiet. Out the main entrance of the building, into the chill, damp air. The sky was beginning to pale in the east, streetlights casting long, fading shadows. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the apartment that had become a cage. Weeks have passed. Or maybe months. Time feels slippery, unreliable now. I'm hundreds of miles away, in a cheap motel room in a town whose name I barely registered. I destroyed the laptop. Left everything behind, my clothes, my books, my notes, the culmination of years of academic work. I abandoned Grace Miller and her doomed thesis. I drift, working cash-in-hand jobs, cleaning, washing dishes, trying to remain anonymous, invisible. But the escape is incomplete. The terror lingers, a permanent residue in my soul. I see the poses everywhere. The way a tired commuter leans against a pole, the sharp angle of a broken tree branch against the sky, the slump of a mannequin in a store window, they all echo the diagrams. The Iron Library's contents are imprinted on my mind, a gallery of horrors I can never unsee. I avoid reflections, terrified I might glimpse something standing behind me, mimicking agony. I jump at unexpected noises. Sleep offers little respite, filled with dreams of scratching sounds and cold, watching lights. The debt, it seems, is not so easily discharged. Knowledge, once acquired, cannot simply be abandoned. It changes you. It becomes part of you. The price wasn't just access, it was my peace, my sanity, my sense of a safe reality. Yesterday, scrolling through generic news feeds on a library computer, I avoid personal devices now. I saw an article. A prestigious international consortium of universities announcing a new collaborative project, a vast, secure digital archive dedicated to preserving challenging historical narratives. They called it the Veritas Collection. The article lauded its state-of-the-art security protocols, including mandatory, multi-factor biometric verification for all researchers. A chill, cold and familiar, traced its way down my spine. Later that evening, walking back to my motel under the buzzing fluorescent lights of an unfamiliar street, I glanced across the road. Underneath a flickering streetlight, half obscured by shadow, stood a figure. Perfectly still. One arm held out at an unnatural angle, head tilted back just so. A pose I knew intimately. The strappado. Preparatory stage. It wasn't looking at me, not directly. Just standing there. A silent, unwavering statement. We see you. We are still here. The library is eternal. I turned, heart pounding, and walked faster, disappearing into the anonymity of the night. But I know, with chilling certainty, that I haven't truly escaped. I just traded one cage for another. The debt is still outstanding. And the Iron Library, under whatever name it chooses, always collects. My name is Alex Miller. It feels strange even saying it now, like I'm describing someone I used to know. That Alex Miller had a life, a routine, a younger brother named Liam. This Alex Miller, well, this one just has the gnawing emptiness Liam left behind and an obsession that's devoured everything else. It's been 6 months since they found Liam in his cramped apartment bedroom, the official cause of death neatly typed up on a coroner's report: suicide. Asphyxiation. Case closed. Everyone seemed to accept it. Mom and Dad, shattered into a million pieces, found a strange sort of solace in the finality of the word. Suicide. It was horrible, unthinkable, but it was an answer. It allowed them to grieve a tragedy, not question a mystery. Liam's friends offered condolences laced with awkward admissions of not realizing how much he'd been struggling. The police offered sympathetic nods and case statistics about young men and depression. Everyone accepted it. Everyone but me. Liam was complicated. For years younger, he'd always lived slightly in my shadow, or maybe just parallel to my path, always veering off onto less traveled, sometimes rockier roads. We weren't the kind of brothers who finished each other's sentences, but there was a current underneath, an unspoken understanding forged in shared childhood bedrooms and late-night talks that occasionally breached the surface. He was smart, wickedly funny with a dark streak, but he was also impulsive, prone to chasing shortcuts and easy money. In the months before he died, he'd become withdrawn, yes, but it wasn't the listless apathy of depression I'd seen flickers of in him years ago. This was different. This was wired, agitated energy. He was jumpy, constantly checking his phone, his eyes darting towards windows and doors. He lost weight, not from lack of appetite, but from what looked like nervous energy burning him up from the inside. He'd waved off my concerns. Just stressed, man, he'd say, the words too quick, too practiced. New project online, big stakes. He was always cagey about his online projects. I assumed it was some gray area tech stuff, maybe dabbling in crypto schemes or something equally volatile. I warned him to be careful, told him it wasn't worth the risk if it was stressing him this much. He just laughed, a hollow sound that didn't reach his eyes. Gotta risk it for the biscuit, Alex, he'd said, clapping me on the shoulder with a hand that felt unnaturally cold. Suicide? No. The Liam I knew, even the stressed, secretive Liam of those last few months, wasn't the type. He was a survivor, sometimes to his detriment, always looking for an angle, a way out. The official story felt wrong, like a cheap suit worn by an expensive truth. There was no note, which the detective brushed off as not uncommon. They pointed to some minor debts, some vague texts about feeling pressured, but it wasn't enough. Not for me. It didn't explain the way he'd flinched when a car backfired a week before he died, or the burner phone I found tucked deep in his sock drawer after the fact, wiped clean, of course. My initial attempts to dig deeper were met with walls. The police considered the case closed, my questions an annoyance born of grief. Son, the lead detective, a weary man named Harrison, had told me, patting my arm condescendingly, grief makes us see things that aren't there. Your brother was under a lot of pressure. It's a tragedy, but trying to make it something else won't bring him back. Liam's friends knew nothing, or claimed they did. They just echoed the suicide narrative. My parents were too fragile to entertain my doubts, clinging to the official story as a shield against even darker possibilities. I felt like I was screaming into a void. Frustration festered, curdling into a desperate resolve. If the normal avenues were closed, I'd have to find another way. The thought had been lurking in the back of my mind, a seed planted by Liam's own vague references to the deep end of the internet. The dark web. A place spoken of in hushed tones, synonymous with illicit dealings, forbidden knowledge, and genuine danger. It felt like stepping off a cliff, but I was already in free fall. What difference did it make? Getting there was disturbingly easy. A specific browser, some basic precautions gleaned from nervously scanned forums, and I was in. It wasn't the Hollywood hyperbole of flashing neon skulls and overt threats. It was worse. It was mundane and terrifyingly functional. Stark text directories, broken links, forums filled with cryptic jargon and usernames that radiated malice. The air felt thick with secrets, the digital equivalent of a damp, lightless cellar where unseen things scuttled just beyond your line of sight. I started searching. Hours bled into days, fueled by caffeine and the hollow ache in my chest. I typed Liam's name, his known aliases, variations on his online handles. I searched for police file leaks in our city, coroner report discrepancies, anything. Most of what I found was garbage, dead links, obvious scams offering fortunes or hitmen, forums discussing sickeningly graphic content I quickly learned to avoid. The sheer volume of digital detritus was overwhelming, a tidal wave of the worst aspects of humanity. Doubt gnawed at me. Was this pointless? Was I just torturing myself, chasing shadows in a digital hellscape while the simple, awful truth sat staring me in the face? Then, I found it. Buried deep in a poorly indexed marketplace forum, nestled between listings for stolen credit cards and counterfeit pharmaceuticals, was a vendor profile. The username was simple, almost sterile, Janice. The listing was brief, sensitive LEO data. Case files. Inquiries welcome. Secure drop. Below it, testimonials, short, cryptic phrases, legit, got what I needed, fast. It was vague, professional, and utterly chilling. LEO, law enforcement officer. Could this be it? A disgruntled cop selling case files? A hacker who'd breached police servers? My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the precipice. Contacting this vendor felt like lighting a fuse without knowing how long it was or what was attached to the other end. Common sense screamed at me to close the browser, delete the software, try to accept what happened to Liam and move on. But the image of Liam's face, taut with that unnatural anxiety, flashed in my mind. The memory of his cold hand on my shoulder. The unanswered questions. I sent the message. Encrypted, of course, following the protocols mentioned in the forum. I kept it simple, referencing Liam's case number, obtained from the public police report, and asking if Janice had anything related, anything unofficial. The reply came faster than I expected, maybe an hour later. Just 2 words, possible. Price. He or she or they named a price in Monero, a cryptocurrency favored for its privacy features. It wasn't astronomical, but it was significant enough to hurt, enough to make me pause. This could be a scam. I could be throwing money into the void, money I barely had. But the alternative, living with the unanswered questions, with the gut feeling that the official story was a lie, was worse. With trembling hands, I navigated the labyrinthine process of acquiring the Monero and sending it to the anonymous address provided by Janice. The transaction confirmation felt less like a receipt and more like signing a contract in blood. Then, silence. Hours passed. The initial adrenaline faded, replaced by a sickening dread. Had I been ripped off? Had I just announced my interest in a closed case to someone dangerous for nothing? Just as I was about to give up, resigning myself to failure and the loss of the money, a new message pinged in my encrypted inbox. It was from Janice. No text this time, just a link to a file hosting service I didn't recognize and a simple password string. My breath hitched. I clicked the link. A download prompt appeared, case_lmc_sup.rar. LMC, Liam Michael Cooper. My brother. It was real. The file wasn't huge, only about 50 megabytes, which seemed odd if it contained extensive police data. Maybe it was heavily compressed. I downloaded the file, my computer's fans whirring louder, protesting the unfamiliar source. My antivirus software threw up a warning, which I bypassed with a knot tightening in my stomach. I typed in the password Janice provided. The archive began to extract. A folder appeared on my desktop. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely control the mouse as I double-clicked to open it. Inside, chaos. Dozens of files, most with garbled names, random strings of characters. I clicked on a few. Corrupted data. Error messages. Fragments of images that wouldn't load. Text documents filled with meaningless symbols. It looked like junk, digital garbage. The sinking feeling returned. I'd been scammed after all. Just another desperate fool throwing money at shadows on the dark web. I slumped back in my chair, the bitter taste of defeat rising in my throat. But then, amidst the digital wreckage, one file stood out. Its name wasn't garbled. It was simply audio_rec_final.aes. An encrypted audio file. Small, barely a megabyte. My heart started pounding again, a frantic drum against the silence of my apartment. Final? Final what? With a surge of adrenaline-fueled hope and terror, I searched for software capable of decrypting AES files, my mind racing. What was on this recording? The decrypted file sat there, audio_rec_final.wave, deceptively small on my desktop. My earlier despair evaporated, replaced by a buzzing, high-voltage dread. This was it. The core, hidden beneath layers of digital chaff. Finding the right decryption software took frantic searching through forums where legality seemed like a quaint suggestion. I finally landed on a reputable open-source tool, feeding it the AES file and the password string Janice had provided. The progress bar crawled across the screen, each percentage point tightening the vice around my chest. Error after error popped up as I initially fumbled the settings, convinced Janice had given me a dud key or that the file itself was another piece of corrupted junk, a final, cruel joke. Then, on the third try, tweaking a protocol setting I barely understood, the notification changed, decryption successful. Silence stretched in my small apartment, broken only by the hum of my overworked laptop and the frantic thumping in my ears. My hand hovered over the mouse, trembling. Part of me, the part that still clung to sanity, screamed not to click, to delete the file, throw the laptop out the window, and run. But the image of Liam, not peaceful in death as the report suggested, but scared, hunted, overruled everything. I needed to know. I double-clicked. Windows Media Player opened, a familiar interface for something utterly alien. For a few seconds, there was only static, a harsh digital hiss like an untuned radio. I almost stopped it, thinking it was empty, another dead end. Then, underneath the static, a sound emerged. A ragged gasp. A choked sob. And then, his voice. Liam's voice. Oh God, no. It was distorted, tinny, clearly recorded on a cheap microphone, maybe a phone clutched in a trembling hand. But it was him. Stripped bare of the forced nonchalance, the casual humor he usually wore like armor. This was raw terror, scraped clean of everything but panic. My breath caught in my throat. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden. Cornered, can't get out. There were muffled thuds in the background, indistinct shuffling. Was he hiding? Was he trapped? They knew I'd talk. Another ragged breath, closer to the mic this time, desperate. Alex. Alex, man, if you find this, if you somehow. His voice broke. He was crying. My little brother, who I hadn't seen cry since he was 10 and fell out of the oak tree in our backyard, was sobbing in pure terror. It was the Janice gig, the data. Shouldn't have copied it, shouldn't have looked. Janice. The name hit me like a physical blow. The vendor. My vendor. The one I just paid. Liam knew him. Liam was involved with him. This wasn't just random dark web trouble. It was this. They see everything, Alex, Liam gasped, his voice dropping to a frantic whisper, as if afraid of being overheard even on a recording meant for later. The network, the brokers, it's all connected. The LEO data, it's bait, trap, they use it. He choked back another sob. Told them I didn't have it anymore, wiped everything, but they don't believe me. Said I owed, the commission, the interest. Commission? Interest? Was he brokering data for Janice? Or had he stolen something? The background sounds grew louder, a scraping noise, maybe footsteps outside a door. Liam's breathing hitched. Listen, Alex, he pleaded, the words tumbling out in a rush. Don't dig. Don't go looking. Whatever they told you happened to me, just accept it. Please. These people, they don't leave loose ends. They're not just hackers. They're serious. They know people. Real people. He mentioned my name again. Not just a warning, but a plea. Directed at me, across the void of death and encrypted data. He knew, somehow, that I wouldn't accept the official story. He knew I'd come looking. Tell Mom, tell Dad. He couldn't finish the sentence. There was a sudden loud bang from the background of the recording, not a gunshot, more like a door being slammed open or kicked in. Liam yelped, a short, sharp sound of pure fear. There was a clatter, as if the phone had been dropped. Muffled shouting, voices I couldn't make out, harsh and guttural. Then, abruptly, silence. Not the silence of the recording ending cleanly, but a dead, heavy silence. The static returned for a second, then the player indicated the end of the file. I sat frozen, staring at the screen, the silence in my apartment now deafening. Liam's terrified voice echoed in my skull. Every doubt I'd harbored, every scrap of unease, coalesced into a hideous certainty. He hadn't killed himself. He'd been killed. Cornered, terrified, silenced by the very people he was warning me about. People connected to Janice. People I had just contacted, invited into my life. Vindication was a bitter ash in my mouth. I was right, but being right meant Liam had died afraid and alone, hunted. Grief crashed over me, heavier than before, mingled with a white-hot rage and a cold, creeping fear that started in my stomach and spread outwards, numbing my limbs. I hit replay, listening again, straining to hear more in the background noise, in the muffled shouts, anything that could give me a clue. But there was nothing, only Liam's terror and that awful, final silence. My mind raced, trying to assemble the pieces. Liam got involved with Janice, maybe handling sensitive data, police files, information people would kill for. He copied something he shouldn't have, or double-crossed them, or couldn't pay some exorbitant debt or commission. Janice, or the network behind him, found out. They hunted him down. They killed him, staging it to look like a suicide. But why include the audio file? Why leave this single, damning piece of evidence in the data package sold by Janice? It made no sense. Unless it wasn't a mistake. Unless it was intentional. A warning? A test? A sick, twisted game to see what I would do? Or worse, a way to confirm I had the decryption key, that I was listening? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. They knew Liam had a brother. They knew someone might come looking. Had they laid this trail deliberately? I thought back to Liam's jumpiness, his paranoia. He hadn't been exaggerating. He'd been hunted. And now, had I just painted a target on my own back? I'd used Liam's case number. I'd asked specifically about him. I'd paid Janice. I'd downloaded the file. I'd decrypted the audio. They would know. Through the software, through the download link, through means I couldn't even fathom, they would know. Just as that horrifying realization fully settled in, cementing itself like ice in my gut, a notification sound chimed softly from my laptop. A new message. On the same encrypted platform I'd used to contact Janice. My blood ran cold. I hadn't closed the window. Hesitantly, heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, I clicked on the notification. The sender ID was Janice. The message was short, terse, devoid of any preamble. Loose ends make messy business. Hope you're tidier than he was. The words hung there on the screen, stark white against the dark interface. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a negotiation. It was a statement and an unambiguous threat. They knew I'd heard the audio. They knew Liam had warned me. They knew I was the loose end now. Tidier. The implication was nauseatingly clear. Be quiet, disappear, or be cleaned up. Just like Liam. The anonymity of the dark web evaporated in an instant, replaced by the chilling certainty that I was seen, known, and marked. The silence of my apartment pressed in, no longer empty, but filled with unseen watchers, the echo of my brother's final terror, and the cold promise of messy business. The message from Janice burned itself onto my retinas. Loose ends make messy business. Hope you're tidier than he was. Tidier. The word echoed in the suffocating silence of my apartment, a sterile, corporate euphemism for something brutal and final. My blood turned to ice water. Every rational thought dissolved into raw, animal panic. I scrambled back from the laptop, my chair screeching against the floorboards, convinced cameras were watching from the webcam, microphones listening through the speakers. I ripped the Ethernet cable from the wall, fumbled to disable Wi-Fi, my fingers clumsy with terror. But it was useless, wasn't it? They knew. They had Liam's voice, terrified, warning me about them, warning me about Janice. They delivered it to my virtual doorstep. They knew I had it. Cutting off the internet now was like trying to unring a bell. The walls of my apartment seemed to close in. Every shadow stretched into a menacing figure. Every creak of the building settling, every distant siren, every car passing on the street below sounded like an approach, a harbinger. Sleep became impossible. When exhaustion finally claimed me for brief, nightmare-filled stretches, I'd jerk awake at the slightest sound, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. Food tasted like cardboard. The paranoia was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Who could I tell? The police? Detective Harrison's weary, dismissive face swam before my eyes. Son, grief makes us see things. How could I explain this? Show them an audio file obtained illegally from a dark web vendor named Janice, a file containing my dead brother's last terrified words, implicating the very source of the file in his murder? They think I was insane, or worse, involved. Liam's warning echoed, they know people. Real people. What if Janice, or the network he represented, had tendrils reaching into law enforcement itself? The LEO data wasn't just bait, it was a statement of capability. Going to the cops could be walking directly into the lion's den. My parents were unthinkable. The truth would utterly destroy them, shatter the fragile peace they'd found in the lie of suicide. And if these people knew about me, they likely knew about my family too. Telling them wouldn't just break their hearts, it could paint targets on their backs. My friends? They'd try to help, I suppose, but what could they do against anonymous, lethal shadows operating in the deepest corners of the internet? I was utterly, terrifyingly alone with this knowledge, trapped between a truth that could kill me and a lie I couldn't live with. For days, I existed in this limbo of fear, jumping at shadows, replaying Liam's voice and Janice's threat in my head on an endless loop. I stared at the other files from the Janice download, the corrupted data. Was there anything else hidden there? Using the same decryption tool, I tried feeding it fragments, hoping for another miracle. Nothing. Just garbage. Maybe the audio file was the only intentional piece, the hook, the warning. Tidier. What did it mean? Did they expect me to destroy the file, delete my communications, pretend none of this ever happened? Would they believe me? Liam had tried to assure them he'd wiped everything, and they hadn't believed him. They wouldn't believe me either. Loose ends needed to be cut. Or perhaps tidiness meant something else. Perhaps it meant ensuring that if they came for me, the mess wouldn't be contained. A new resolve began to form amidst the terror, cold and sharp. They thought they could silence Liam and leave no trace but a convenient, false narrative. They thought they could intimidate me into burying the truth. They saw me as another loose end to be neatly snipped away. But what if a loose end refused to be cut cleanly? What if, when pulled, it unraveled everything? Running felt futile. Hiding felt like waiting for the inevitable axe to fall. Silence felt like complicity in Liam's murder and my own potential demise. There was only one path left, however slim, however dangerous. Exposure. Not through official channels, but through the same chaotic, anonymous medium where this nightmare began. The web. If they were watching my digital footprint, they'd see this coming. Maybe that was the point. Maybe daring to speak out was the only way to disrupt their control, to introduce chaos into their tidy calculations. It was a desperate gamble, fueled by grief, rage, and the dregs of adrenaline. I reconnected the modem, the blinking lights feeling like malevolent eyes. I opened a simple text editor, the blank white page stark against the darkness of my screen and my mood. And I began to write. Everything. My doubts about Liam's death, the descent into the dark web, finding Janice, the corrupted files, the chilling audio recording, the final, terrifying message. I wrote like a man possessed, pouring out the fear, the paranoia, the certainty of what happened to my brother. I wrote knowing that every word typed might be bringing them closer. As I wrote, new messages would occasionally pop up in the encrypted chat window I still had open, minimized but never closed. Short, cryptic intrusions from Janice. Thinking won't help you, Alex. Some doors should remain closed. Tidiness requires action. Or inaction. Each message was a fresh jolt of terror, confirming they were watching, waiting, perhaps even amused by my futile struggles. But instead of deterring me, it fueled my desperate resolve. They wanted me silent, paralyzed by fear. Writing this, preparing to share it, felt like the only weapon I had left. I packaged the audio file, Liam's last words, his warning. I debated editing out my name, his references to our parents, but decided against it. The raw, specific horror was the point. This couldn't be dismissed as fiction. I attached it to my written account. My plan was simple, upload it everywhere I could. Dark web forums, ClearNet sites known for hosting user-generated horror stories and unsolved mysteries, anywhere someone might see it, read it, hear Liam's voice. Let the story propagate like a virus, impossible to completely erase. It wouldn't bring Liam back. It probably wouldn't bring his killers to justice. But it would ensure they didn't get away clean. It would make the loose end messy indeed. It was the only way I could think of to be tidier in my own defiant way, ensuring the truth wasn't buried with me. Finally, it was done. The story, my story, lay bare. The audio file attached. My finger hovered over the mouse, ready to click upload, post, submit on a dozen different tabs open in my browser. This was it. The point of no return. A deep breath, tasting of stale coffee and fear. I clicked again and again, sending my desperate message in a bottle out into the vast, indifferent ocean of the internet. A strange sense of calm washed over me for a beat, the calm after the storm, the quiet after the scream. I'd done it. Liam's voice wouldn't be silenced entirely. The truth, or at least my version of it, was out there. Then I heard it. A faint scratching sound. Not from the building settling, not from the street below. This was closer. Outside my apartment door. My blood froze. The calm evaporated instantly, replaced by a tidal wave of adrenaline and pure terror that left me breathless, paralyzed. Another sound. Metal scraping against metal. A key sliding into the lock. My lock. I didn't lock the deadbolt. I always lock the deadbolt. Didn't I? The tumblers clicked, loud in the sudden, absolute silence of the room. The doorknob began to turn. My name is Isabella Rossi, and I am an artist. That statement feels both definitive and deceptively simple. Most people think of artists as creators of beauty, translators of light, weavers of pleasant dreams onto canvas. I suppose, in a way, I do translate. But my medium isn't light, it's shadow. My inspiration isn't beauty, at least not in the conventional sense. It's the raw, uncomfortable truth that festers beneath the polished surface of the everyday. It's the grit, the decay, the quiet horror that lingers in forgotten corners and behind closed doors. My brush strokes don't capture serene landscapes, they trace the contours of bruises, the geography of fear etched onto a face, the stark finality in a lifeless stare. For years, my work has explored the macabre. Not the cheap, jump-scare horror of B-movies, but the deeper, psychological dread. The kind that settles in your bones and whispers that the world isn't as safe or sane as you pretend it is. My studio, a converted loft overlooking the less gentrified side of downtown, is a testament to this obsession. Canvases lean against every wall, depicting scenes that would make most gallery patrons flinch, a distorted reflection in a pool of stagnant water hinting at something submerged, the skeletal remains of a bird caught mid-flight against a blood-orange sky, the oppressive emptiness of a room moments after violence has occurred, the silence screaming louder than any cry. My collectors appreciate the unflinching honesty, the willingness to gaze into the abyss. They call it visceral, uncompromising, brave. I just call it seeing things as they are. But lately, a frustrating limitation had begun to gnaw at me. My work relies on authenticity, on capturing the feeling of these dark moments. Yet, my source material felt increasingly mediated, filtered. News reports sanitize crime scenes, blurring faces, cropping out the truly gruesome details. Online searches yield heavily censored images, often staged reconstructions or distant shots lacking the intimate horror I craved. Stock photos are a joke, plastic mannequins and careful splashes of red paint. It felt like trying to paint a wildfire using only descriptions written by people terrified of heat. I needed more. I needed the undiluted truth, the raw impact of reality, no matter how ugly. My art demanded it. My hunger demanded it. It wasn't about morbid curiosity alone, though I won't deny a sliver of that exists within me, the same sliver I suspect resides in anyone who slows down to look at a car crash. For me, it was about understanding the texture of finality, the aesthetics of tragedy. How does light fall on shattered glass when the shattering was caused by a bullet? What is the precise shade of blood on different fabrics, under different lighting conditions, after different amounts of time? These weren't questions born of ghoulishness, but of artistic necessity. To paint the darkness accurately, I had to see it, truly see it, in its most unvarnished state. This relentless pursuit led me, perhaps inevitably, down the rabbit hole of the internet's shadowed corners. I heard the whispers, the legends of the dark web, a hidden layer accessible only through specific browsers, promising anonymity and access to things the surface web wouldn't dare host. Illicit marketplaces, forbidden forums, and, crucially for me, repositories of the uncensored. It took research, caution, and a Tor browser, but eventually, I found myself navigating the stark, text-heavy interfaces of this hidden realm. It felt like stepping into a digital back alley, potent with the scent of danger and forbidden knowledge. It was there, amidst forums discussing topics best left unimagined and marketplaces selling data I didn't want to know existed, that I found the link. It wasn't flashy. Just a simple onion address mentioned in a hushed, coded conversation about visual resources for the discerning eye. The site it led to was minimalist, almost unnervingly professional in its starkness. Black background, gray text. The name chilled me even as it drew me in, aftermath exposures. There was no elaborate introduction, no manifesto. Just a simple tagline, reality, unfiltered. Below it, a series of gallery categories listed with chillingly banal titles: industrial accidents, urban decay, terminal conditions, conflict zones, and the one that made my pulse quicken, domestic still lives. I clicked it. A submenu appeared: natural causes, suicide, homicide, murder-suicide. The last one seemed to hold the most potent blend of despair and violence I sought to understand. Aftermath Exposures didn't offer individual photos. It sold exclusive galleries, complete sets documenting a single event, promising comprehensive coverage from multiple angles, often including details investigators' official files omit. The descriptions were brief, clinical, providing only a location, usually just a state or region, a date range, and the nature of the incident. The prices were steep, payable only in untraceable cryptocurrency. This wasn't some amateur gore site. It felt curated, deliberate, catering to a specific, demanding clientele. Who else would pay such sums for such grim documentation? Pathologists? Certain kinds of researchers? Or others like me, artists chasing the phantom of authentic darkness? I scrolled through the available murder-suicide galleries. Recent entries were marked with a small, crimson asterisk. One caught my eye immediately. The location listed was local, shockingly so. Not just my state, but my county. The date range indicated it had happened less than a week ago. I remembered the brief, vague news report: a couple found dead in their suburban home, a suspected murder-suicide, names withheld pending notification of kin. The usual sterile summary that told you nothing of the actual horror. A strange, electric thrill mixed with a cold dread passed through me. Local. Recent. The immediacy was intoxicating. This wasn't some distant tragedy, it was practically in my backyard. The potential for understanding, for feeling the proximity of such an event, was immense. The description promised unprecedented access and clarity. Hesitation warred with my artistic drive. This felt like crossing a significant line, moving from observing the abstract concept of darkness to purchasing a tangible piece of a real, recent, local tragedy. But the hunger won. The need to see, to know, overwhelmed the ethical qualms. My art demanded it. I navigated the anonymizing process, transferred the required Bitcoin, my fingers trembling slightly as I clicked confirm. A simple message appeared: transaction complete. Gallery access link will be delivered securely within 24 hours. The wait was agonizing. I tried to paint, but my hands felt unsteady, my mind preoccupied. The studio, usually my sanctuary of controlled shadows, felt charged with a nervous energy. What would I see? Would it be too much? Would it break something within me? Or would it finally provide the key, the missing element to elevate my work beyond mere representation into the realm of true, visceral experience? I paced the floor, the city lights outside painting shifting patterns on my canvases, oblivious to the darker transaction I had just initiated. I was an artist seeking truth in the shadows, and I had just paid for a guided tour into the heart of someone else's ultimate darkness. I had no idea that the tour would lead me somewhere far more terrifying than the crime scene itself. I had no idea the reflection I was about to find wouldn't just be in glass, but in the very fabric of reality. The link arrived 18 hours later. The email containing the access link arrived with unnerving simplicity. No fanfare, no warnings, just a string of characters and a single instruction. Click to access your procured gallery. Link valid for 72 hours. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it. The point of no return. With a hand that trembled almost imperceptibly, a betrayal of the cool, detached observer I usually prided myself on being, I clicked the link. A sterile gray loading bar filled, then vanished, replaced by the interface of aftermath exposures. It was as minimalist as the main site. A grid of thumbnails, perhaps 30 or 40 in total, populated the screen. Each was a small, dark square hinting at the larger horror within. No descriptions, just numbers: AEMS LOC 734-01, AEMS LOC 734-02, and so on. The clinical designation felt obscene against the implied content. I took a deep breath, the kind you take before plunging into icy water, and clicked the first thumbnail. The image loaded instantly, filling my monitor with a resolution so sharp it felt like I could reach through the screen and touch the scene. It was breathtaking in the most literal, oxygen-stealing way. The quality was astounding, far exceeding anything I'd ever seen from official sources or news leaks. This wasn't grainy, flash-bleached crime scene photography. This was artful. The lighting was dramatic, chiaroscuro, shadows clinging to corners while stark light illuminated the central subject: an overturned armchair, a shattered lamp, a dark, spreading stain on the beige carpet that my mind instantly, clinically identified. I clicked through the next few images, morbidly fascinated, professionally analytical, yet increasingly disturbed. A close-up of a hand, slack-jawed in repose, the details so fine I could see the pores in the skin, the tiny imperfections that made it undeniably human, undeniably over. Another showed a pattern of blood spatter on a wall, not just documented, but framed with an almost deliberate composition, the crimson droplets stark against the pale paint. A discarded weapon lay on a polished wooden floor, catching a sliver of light, looking less like evidence and more like a prop in a carefully staged tableau. The horror was absolute, visceral, exactly the raw truth I had craved. Yet, beneath the shock of the content, a different kind of unease began to curdle in my stomach. These photos felt wrong. Not just morally wrong, but procedurally wrong. Where were the evidence markers? The forensic scales? The yellow tape intruding into the frame? There was no sign of the investigative process that inevitably follows such a discovery. These photos depicted the scene in a state of pristine, undisturbed horror, as if captured mere moments after the violence concluded, but before anyone official had arrived and begun their work. The clarity was supernatural, the angles too perfect, the lighting too controlled. It felt less like documentation and more like a performance, captured by an invisible, unnervingly skilled observer. I pushed the unease aside, attributing it to the sheer shock, the unprecedented access. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? The unfiltered reality. I continued clicking, moving through the grim inventory of a shattered domestic sphere. Kitchen counters, family photos on the mantelpiece now juxtaposed with unimaginable gore, the quiet tragedy of mundane objects left behind in the wake of ultimate violence. Then I arrived at image AEMS LOC 734-17. It showed a hallway, looking towards the front of the house. On the left wall, a series of framed family pictures hung slightly askew. The carpet showed footprints, faint, but there, in something dark. The main focus, however, was the front door at the end of the hall. It was one of those doors common in suburban homes, solid wood, but with a large, decorative glass panel set into the upper half, perhaps frosted or leaded for privacy, but still reflective. Outside, through the clear portions of the glass, I could see the blurry shapes of houses across the street, rendered indistinct by the darkness and the distance. But it wasn't the scene inside or the view outside that made me freeze. It was the reflection on the glass panel. At first, it was just a shape, a distortion in the reflective surface, caught in the ambient light spilling from the hallway. Standard stuff. Reflections happen. But something about the shape snagged my attention. It seemed solid, deliberate. I leaned closer to the monitor, my nose inches from the screen. I clicked the zoom tool, magnifying the glass panel. The image quality held, pixel perfect, revealing the reflection with chilling clarity. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold. Standing there, reflected in the glass of the murder house's front door, was a figure. A figure standing across the street, looking towards the house. A figure wearing a dark gray trench coat, scarf pulled up slightly, dark hair escaping from under a beanie. A figure holding her phone up, illuminated by the screen's glow. A figure that was undeniably, horrifyingly, me. No! My mind screamed denial. It can't be. It had to be a trick of the light, a pareidolia effect, my overwrought imagination projecting myself onto the scene. But the detail was too precise. The coat was mine. I'd bought it last fall. The stance, the slight tilt of the head, the way I habitually held my phone when observing something intently, it was me. Every detail, reflected with impossible precision on the glass panel of a door within a sealed crime scene. But the owl was the scream that tore through my denial. I remembered that night, just a few days ago. The wail of sirens piercing the suburban quiet. Drawn by that familiar, dark curiosity, I'd driven over, parking a block away and walking closer. I remembered standing across the street, behind where the police were starting to unfurl yellow tape. I remembered the flashing red and blue lights washing over the houses, the grim ballet of emergency responders. I remembered watching the front door, wondering what horrors lay beyond it. Crucially, I remembered the timeline. The police were securing the perimeter. First responders might have made a quick entry to confirm the situation, but the house was sealed. Forensic teams, detectives, the official photographers, none of them had begun their systematic internal processing of the scene yet. That came later. This photograph, AEMS LOC 734-17, was taken from inside the hallway, looking out the front door. It captured my reflection, standing across the street, phone screen glowing, silhouetted against the flashing police lights. It documented my presence as an outside observer before the house had been officially opened and processed. How could a photograph of this quality, from this internal vantage point, exist from that precise moment? Who was inside the house, taking pictures with such artistic clarity before the investigation truly began? Capturing me, a random onlooker miles away in significance, yet frozen in this impossible reflection? Panic seized me, cold and sharp. My hands flew to my keyboard, checking the image file's properties. Empty. Metadata scrubbed clean. Of course. I scanned the pixels again, desperate for any sign of digital manipulation, any flaw in the illusion. There was none. The reflection was seamlessly integrated, the lighting consistent, the focus perfect. It looked utterly, terrifyingly real. If it was real, the implications fractured my understanding of reality. Was the photographer the perpetrator, lingering to capture their work and, inexplicably, a bystander outside? Or was aftermath exposure something else entirely? Something that didn't just document aftermaths, but somehow existed within them? I slammed my laptop shut, the click echoing too loudly in the sudden silence of my studio. But the image was burned behind my eyelids. My reflection, staring back at me from the glass door of a murder house, captured from a place I'd never been, by a photographer who shouldn't have been there, documenting a moment that couldn't have been recorded that way. The darkness I had paid to see wasn't just the blood and despair within the house. It was the impossible paradox staring back at me, wearing my own face. The transaction felt suddenly sinister, not just illicit, but like an invitation. And something had just RSVP'd. Sleep refused to come that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, AEMS LOC 734-17. The hallway, the door, the familiar street outside warped through the glass, and that impossible reflection, my own face, pale and watching, captured from within the heart of a fresh grave. I'd reopen the laptop, the sickly glow illuminating my studio, and stare at the image until my eyes burned. I compared it obsessively to my memory of that night, the exact position I stood, the pattern of flashing police lights, the feeling of the cold air, the specific moment the yellow tape started going up. My memory was adamant. I was outside, they were outside, the house was sealed. The photo remained defiant, taken from inside, featuring me outside, before the official inside work began. Rationalization became my desperate anchor in the storm. It had to be a fake. A sophisticated deep fake, perhaps, crafted by the shadowy purveyors of aftermath exposures for reasons I couldn't fathom. Maybe they harvested images of people near crime scenes and inserted them for some sick artistic statement or added value. I spent hours I should have been painting poring over online forums dedicated to digital forensics, running analyses I barely understood on the image file. Software found no telltale signs of manipulation, no pixel inconsistencies, no lighting mismatches. If it was a fake, it was perfect. Flawless. Indistinguishable from reality. Which, in its own way, was just as terrifying. I tried to research the case further, scouring local news archives and obscure online forums for any scrap of information about the investigation's timeline. Did first responders linger inside? Could an officer have unofficially snapped photos? Nothing supported the existence of that photo. The reports were standard, vague. The official narrative held firm. My photo remained an anomaly, a ghost in the machine. One gray afternoon, fueled by caffeine and a gnawing dread, I drove back to the street. The house looked painfully ordinary now. Cleaned up, curtains drawn, a for sale sign already hammered into the lawn, erasing the recent horror with brutal suburban efficiency. I parked across the street, near where I had stood that night. I looked at the front door. The glass panel seemed different, maybe replaced, maybe just catching the daylight differently. Standing there felt exposed. I had the unnerving sensation of being watched, not by the neighbors peeking through their blinds, but by the house itself, by the memory embedded in the very air. I imagined a lens, hidden somewhere behind that new glass, focusing on me. I left quickly, the feeling of unseen eyes following me all the way home. My attempts to find answers from the source were equally futile. When I tried navigating back to Aftermath exposures through the Tor browser, the Onion address led nowhere. A blank screen, a site not found error in the stark dark web interface. It was as if it had dissolved back into the digital ether from whence it came, leaving behind only the poison gallery downloaded onto my hard drive. The seller, the artist, the archivist of death, whoever they were, remained anonymous, untraceable, silent. The silence, however, didn't extend to my own mind. The lack of answers festered, breeding paranoia like mold in damp darkness. Reflections became my enemies. A glimpse in a shop window as I walked past, was that my reflection, or the figure from the photo, wearing my face? A flicker in the polished surface of my coffee machine, did it move after I looked away? Mirrors felt malevolent, holding the potential to show me not just myself, but that self, the impossible observer trapped in the glass. I started avoiding my own gaze. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just on that street, it was in my studio, in crowded galleries, even in the perceived safety of my own bed. It was a cold, analytical presence, devoid of emotion, the same feeling I got from the photographs themselves, the detached gaze of the Aftermath exposures photographer. Had buying the gallery put me on their radar? Had my fascination with their work made me interesting? My art suffered, then mutated. I tried to paint, to channel the horror into my work as I always had. But the darkness felt different now. It wasn't something I was observing and interpreting, it felt like something observing me. My canvases became chaotic, filled with fractured perspectives, distorted reflections, eyes lurking in shadows. I tried painting the photo, the reflection in the glass door, but I couldn't capture the sheer, stomach-twisting wrongness of it. My own self-portraits became terrifying, the eyes looking not at the viewer, but past them, at something unseen, haunted. My agent called, concerned. My collectors noted anew, frantic desperation in the brush strokes, a departure from controlled darkness into something bordering on madness. What was Aftermath exposures? What kind of person, or what kind of thing, could take those photos? Could move unseen through scenes of utter devastation, capturing impossible moments with artistic clarity? Was it a network of depraved individuals with unique access? Or was it something older, stranger? Something drawn to tragedy like a moth to a flame, existing in the liminal spaces between life and death, violence and silence? An entity that didn't just record aftermaths, but perhaps curated them? By purchasing their work, had I inadvertently invited the curator into my own life? Had I paid for the privilege of being seen by the shadow? One rain-slicked evening, working late in the studio, bathed in the cold light of my monitor as I fruitlessly tried to scrub the EXIF data from AEMS LOC 734-17 again, an email notification pinged. It wasn't my usual account, it came through the same encrypted channel used by Aftermath exposures. My blood turned to ice water. There was no subject line. The body contained only a single attachment. With trembling fingers, I downloaded it. It wasn't a photo from the murder house. It was a photo of my studio. Taken from an impossibly high angle, near the ceiling in the darkest corner, looking down at me hunched over my laptop. The resolution was perfect. The lighting, the shadows, the composition, it had the same chillingly artistic quality as the crime scene photos. Below the image, a single line of text. We appreciate your patronage. Your perspective is compelling. I stumbled back from the computer, a strangled cry caught in my throat. I scanned the corners of my studio, the high ceilings, the shadows pooling beneath the skylights. Nothing. Just the familiar clutter, the scent of turpentine and old canvas. But the feeling of being watched was now absolute, suffocating. I deleted the gallery. I formatted the hard drive. I disconnected the laptop from the internet. But it was useless. The images were burned into my memory. The feeling of that cold, analytical gaze was now a permanent resident in my soul. I sought the darkness, wanting to understand its contours, its textures. I paid to see its most intimate moments. And the darkness, it seemed, had developed an appreciation for my perspective. Now, when I catch my reflection in a darkened window, in the glossy surface of a finished painting, I don't always look away fast enough. Sometimes, just for a fraction of a second after I turn my head, I think I see it linger. My own face, still watching me from the glass, the eyes holding the same chilling, impossible knowledge I saw in the photo from aftermath exposures. I am Isabella Rossi. I am an artist. And I am being seen by the shadow I invited in. My name is Kevin Smith. Yeah, that Kevin Smith. Well, not that Kevin Smith, the director guy. Just a Kevin Smith. One of probably thousands trudging through life under the banner of one of the most aggressively vanilla names conceived by the English-speaking world. I live in a moderately sized apartment in a city that's neither impressively large nor comfortingly small, working a data entry job that provides just enough income to cover rent, ramen, and the high-speed internet that serves as my primary escape hatch from the soul-crushing monotony. Most nights blend into a seamless loop of fluorescent office lights, microwave dinners, and the infinite scroll of the web. Excitement is a foreign concept, usually limited to finding a forgotten bag of chips in the back of the cupboard or a streaming service adding a movie I actually want to watch. This particular Tuesday night, however, boredom had reached critical mass. It wasn't just the usual ennui. It was a deep, aching void, a psychic itch that no amount of cat videos or arguing with strangers on forums could scratch. I'd cycled through all my usual digital haunts, news sites spewing the same recycled outrage, social media feeds showcasing curated happiness I couldn't relate to, video platforms serving up algorithms that knew me unsettlingly well yet still failed to truly engage me. I needed something different. Something with teeth. That's when I remembered the bookmark folder I'd labeled Curiosities, tucked away like a dirty magazine. It was a collection of links gathered over years of late-night browse tangents, whispers from obscure forums, breadcrumbs leading down rabbit holes I usually had the good sense not to follow. Most were probably dead ends or repositories of outdated memes, but the desperation was real tonight. Clicking through, I skipped past links promising forbidden knowledge or government secrets, usually just conspiracy blogs, until one caught my eye. It wasn't flashy, just a string of nonsensical characters ending in .onion, nestled beneath a cryptic description forwarded from some long-forgotten chat log, TCIS, the real deal. Not for tourists. TCIS True Crime Investigation Simulator. My interest piqued. I've always had a morbid fascination with true crime, the podcasts, the documentaries, the deep dives into cold cases online. It's a common enough hobby, a safe way to flirt with the darkness from the comfort of your couch. But a simulator? From the dark web? That implied something beyond the usual sanitized retellings. The .onion extension meant firing up the Tor browser, a ritual that always felt vaguely illicit, like putting on a trench coat to buy milk. The browser worked to life, routing my connection through God knows where, and I pasted the link. The site that loaded was stark, brutalist in its design. Black background, plain white text. No graphics, no ads, just a single download link labeled TCIS_v3.1_stable.rar and a short, chilling paragraph. Think you have what it takes? Think you can stomach the truth? Commercial simulations are toys. Hollywood lies. We deal in reality. Unsolved cases. Real files. Real victims. No hand-holding. No easy answers. Download only if you understand. We are not responsible for the consequences. Consequences? Of a game? It sounded like edgy marketing copy, designed to appeal to people like me, bored and looking for a thrill. Still, a shiver ran down my spine. The file size was hefty, suggesting more than just a simple text adventure. Against my better judgment, fueled by the profound emptiness of my evening, I clicked download. The progress bar crawled. I drummed my fingers on the desk, glancing around my messy apartment, takeout containers stacked precariously, laundry threatening mutiny from its basket, the glow of the monitor reflecting in my own tired eyes. This was peak Kevin Smith, making questionable decisions alone in the dark. The download finished. I ran multiple virus scans. My paranoia wasn't completely dormant. Surprisingly, they all came back clean. Still, extracting the .rar file felt like handling unstable chemicals. Inside was a single executable, TCIS_interface.exe, and a folder simply labeled case files. No README, no instructions. I double-clicked the executable. My screen flickered, then resolved into an interface that looked like something dredged up from the late 90s, but with unsettling clarity. It resembled an old police database terminal, monochrome text, blocky cursors, stark dividers. A prompt blinked, load case file? I navigated to the case files folder. Inside were several subfolders, each named with a string of numbers and letters, presumably case identifiers. I picked one at random, CF_78A3B1_unsub_ Jane Doe. Clicking it, the screen populated with data. It wasn't a game in the traditional sense, it was a meticulously organized archive. Scanned documents, police reports, autopsy summaries, witness statements appeared in a viewer window, complete with redactions that looked disturbingly authentic. There were crime scene photos, grainy and horrific, far more graphic than anything I'd ever seen in a documentary. Audio logs, supposedly digitized from microcassettes, played crackling recordings of interviews and dispatcher calls. A map interface allowed cross-referencing locations. A timeline feature let you plot events. The Jane Doe case was brutal. A young woman, unidentified, found in a derelict industrial park. The level of detail was staggering. I could zoom in on the photos to see minute details mentioned in the reports. I could read conflicting witness accounts, compare forensic data, fiber analysis, rudimentary DNA reports from the era. There were no hints, no objective markers like find the clue here. It was just information. Raw, unfiltered and cold. It felt less like a game and more like being given temporary access to a real, albeit outdated, police server. I spent hours immersed. I cross-referenced addresses from witness statements with known associates mentioned in the file. I analyzed the ME's report, looking for inconsistencies. It was challenging, engrossing, and deeply unsettling. The simulator aspect seemed to lie purely in the interface providing the tools to navigate the data. The data itself felt chillingly real. Was it possible? Could these actually be leaked cold case files packaged as some kind of morbid entertainment? The dark web was capable of hosting stranger things. Over the next few nights, TCIS became my obsession. I tackled another case, a missing person from the early 2000s. Again, the realism was astonishing. Scanned diary pages, grainy gas station CCTV stills, bank records. I actually made some progress on that one, identifying a potential inconsistency in a timeline that the official investigation seemed to have missed. There was a grim satisfaction in it, a sense of intellectual engagement that my day job utterly lacked. I felt like a detective, albeit one wading through digital ghosts and tragedies sourced from the shadiest corner of the internet. I pushed the origin of the game to the back of my mind. It was just code, right? Just files. Then, last night, after I finally marked the missing person case as cold, all leads exhausted within the simulator's interface, there was no winning, only organizing the despair. A new message popped up on the main screen. Not an error, but a system notification within the TCIS environment itself. New DLC case file available for download. Enhanced interactivity protocols. User profile integration enabled. File name DLC_KS_inquiry. DLC. Downloadable content. For this grim archive. Enhanced interactivity. User profile integration. That sounded odd. More game-like than the stark realism I'd gotten used to. And KS_inquiry? Were those my initials? Probably a coincidence. Kevin Smith, remember? Common as dirt. Still, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Curiosity, that dangerous old friend, won out again. My cursor hovered, then clicked. Download now. The download was almost instantaneous this time. No progress bar, just a flicker. A new folder appeared in my case files directory, DLC_KS_inquiry. My heart was beating a little faster now. The user profile integration part echoed unnervingly. I hesitated for a moment, the late night silence of my apartment suddenly feeling heavier. Then, steeling myself, I double-clicked to load the new case. The screen refreshed. The familiar, bleak interface appeared, but the header was different. It didn't list a case number or an anonymous victim. It simply read, Subject Profile, Kevin Smith. The words hung there on the screen, stark white against the oppressive black background of the TCIS interface. My blood ran cold. Kevin Smith. It had to be a coincidence, right? A placeholder name? Maybe part of the user profile integration meant it pulled the registered username of the computer? That had to be it. A creepy, invasive feature, sure, but explainable. A technical gimmick. I forced a shaky breath and clicked deeper into the case file structure, needing to disprove the impossible notion forming in my mind. The interface expanded, revealing subfolders typical of the other cases: personal details, residence, employment, known associates, behavioral patterns, surveillance log. Standard categories for profiling a person of interest. Except I was the person of interest. My cursor, trembling slightly, hovered over personal details. I clicked. A scanned document appeared in the viewer. It looked like a heavily redacted driver's license, but the photo, it was my photo. Not a recent one, maybe from college, but unmistakably me. My full name, Kevin Michael Smith. My date of birth, accurate. My hometown, correct. Even my damn height and eye color were listed. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a placeholder. This file was about me. Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and acidic. How? How was this possible? Had I downloaded some kind of ultra-sophisticated spyware disguised as a game? Did it scrape my hard drive? But that wouldn't explain everything. I clicked on residence. A blueprint-style layout of my apartment materialized on screen. Not a generic floor plan, my floor plan. It showed the living room where I was sitting right now, the small kitchen with the perpetually dripping faucet, my bedroom, the bathroom. It even marked the position of my couch, my desk, the cheap bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks. There were annotations: primary computing station location, window access point, rear alley, neighboring unit noise levels, moderate. It was clinical, detached, and utterly terrifying. It was like looking at my home through the eyes of someone casing it. My breathing grew shallow. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the window, peering through the blinds into the darkness of the back alley. Nothing but overflowing dumpsters and stray cats. I checked the lock on my front door, bolted. I felt a desperate urge to search for hidden cameras, bugs, anything, but where would I even start? Returning to the desk, feeling watched even in the empty room, I clicked on behavioral patterns. A timeline appeared, populated with entries that made my stomach churn. Subject departs residence for workplace, approximate 8:15 daily. True. Lunch routine varies. Frequent patronage of substation number 3 on Elm Street. True. I love their meatball sub. Evening activity, primarily sedentary. Online activity high. Food delivery common, preferred service quick eats, typical order, large pepperoni pizza, extra cheese. My order from last night. Observed sleep cycle, irregular. Often active past 2 o'clock. True, especially lately. It read like a Stasi report. My mundane life, documented with chilling accuracy. Where was this data coming from? It couldn't all be online scraping. My pizza orders? My walk to the sub shop? Then I clicked known associates. A short list appeared. Mark Davis. Sarah Chan. My 2 closest friends. Their names, correctly spelled. Beneath Sarah's name, an annotation: recent communication log indicates subject discussed TCIS software with associate SC on, date 2 days ago. I froze. I had mentioned the weird simulator to Sarah in a text message, joking about playing detective. Just a brief exchange. How? Had my phone been compromised too? Was everything I typed, everything I said, being fed into this thing? The enhanced interactivity the DLC description promised became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't just presenting archived data, it was actively compiling a profile on me, potentially in real time. The user profile integration wasn't about customizing a game, it was about integrating me into the case file as the central subject. I frantically opened my system's task manager. Nothing looked overtly suspicious, just the usual background processes and TCIS_interface.exe humming along, consuming a moderate amount of resources. I ran another, deeper virus scan with a different tool. Nothing. It was clean. Or, more terrifyingly, it was too sophisticated to be detected. I tried navigating back to the program's installation folder. Maybe there was an uninstaller. There wasn't. Just the executable and the case files folder, now containing the horrifying DLC_KS_inquiry. I tried dragging the TCIS folder to the recycling bin. Error, file in use, the system chimed blandly. I tried ending the process in Task Manager. Access denied. Okay, stay calm. This was just software, sophisticated malware, maybe. Someone was messing with me. A hacker? A rival from some online forum I'd argued with? It felt too elaborate for that. Too specific. I went back to the dark web browser, intending to find the original site, maybe a forum thread, anything about TCIS. The .onion link was dead. Completely unresponsive. I searched the forums I remembered finding it mentioned on. The posts were gone. Any mention of TCIS yielded 0 results. It was like it had been scrubbed from existence, leaving only the copy currently running on my machine. My eyes drifted to the webcam built into the top of my monitor. A tiny, dark circle, lifeless. I always kept it covered with a piece of tape, a basic privacy measure everyone recommends. I reached up and touched the tape. It was still there, secure. A small comfort, but increasingly fragile. I needed to get this thing off my computer. Maybe booting in safe mode? Maybe a system restore? Before I could decide, my attention snapped back to the TCIS interface. A new entry had just appeared in the surveillance log subfolder. Timestamped just moments ago. Subject exhibits increased agitation. Physical inspection of residence locks conducted. Attempts made to terminate TCIS process via Task Manager failed. Attempts made to access Origin Network node failed. Subject currently inspecting webcam device. Asterisk. It knew. It knew what I was doing, step by step, as I did it. The tape over the webcam suddenly felt useless. Was the microphone listening? Were there keyloggers? How deep did the surveillance go? Then, a new file appeared under the evidence category within my profile. It was labeled audiolog_ks_residence_night cycle_3. My blood turned to ice. Night cycle 3 nights ago? With trembling hands, I clicked play. Silence at first. Then, the faint, familiar sound of my refrigerator humming. The distant wail of a siren outside. Then, breathing. Slow, rhythmic breathing. My breathing. It was a recording of me sleeping. The quality wasn't great, slightly muffled, but it was unmistakable. Recorded from inside my apartment. I ripped the power cord of the computer from the wall socket. The monitor went black instantly. The low hum of the machine died. Silence descended, thick and suffocating. I sat there in the dark, shaking. My apartment, my sanctuary, felt violated, contaminated. The silence wasn't comforting, it was terrifying, pregnant with unseen observation. It wasn't just malware. It wasn't just a hacker. This was something else. Someone or something had an intimate, ongoing, invisible presence in my life, cataloging my existence, feeding it into a simulation of my own demise. My gaze flickered back to the dead monitor, then to the built-in webcam above it. The piece of tape was still there. But in the faint ambient light filtering through the blinds from the street lamp outside, I could have sworn I saw, just for a fraction of a second, a tiny pinprick of light behind the tape. I stumbled back from the desk, knocking over my chair. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The power was cut, the machine was off, but the feeling of being watched intensified. It felt like the darkness itself held its breath, waiting. Slowly, deliberately, I plugged the computer back in. I had to know. I had to see what it would do next. The machine whirred back to life. Windows booted up. And there, on my desktop, the TCIS interface immediately launched itself, full screen, unavoidable. The subject profile, Kevin Smith screen appeared. But now, there was a new notification flashing insistently at the bottom. A single, stark line of text that made the air freeze in my lungs. New objective received. The notification pulsed on the dark screen, each flash echoing the frantic thudding in my chest. My breath hitched. I felt nailed to the spot, my gaze locked onto those 4 words. What could the objective possibly be? Identify surveillance method? Neutralize TCIS threat? Wishful thinking. Given the context, given the cold, analytical cruelty of the files I'd explored, given the impossible knowledge this program possessed, I knew, deep down, it wouldn't be anything helpful. It would be part of the horror. My hand, slick with sweat, moved the mouse with agonizing slowness. The cursor hovered over the notification. Part of me screamed not to click, to rip the cord out again, to smash the machine, to run out of the apartment and never look back. But another part, the part paralyzed by a terrifying need to know, forced my finger down. Click. The notification vanished, replaced by stark, centered text. No case number, no preamble. Just the objective itself, colder and more final than any gravestone. Objective: solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. I read it once. Twice. The words didn't immediately parse. Disappearance? My disappearance? It wasn't asking me to prevent it. It wasn't warning me. It was assigning me the task of investigating an event that hadn't happened yet. My own vanishing. The implication struck me like a physical blow. This wasn't just surveillance, it was a script. A pre-written narrative for the end of my mundane existence, and I was being invited, or perhaps compelled, to document it. And then it happened. Above the screen, on the bezel of the monitor, a tiny, piercingly bright green light flicked on. The webcam. My webcam. The piece of tape I carefully placed over it was still there. I could see its outline, but the light shone through it, an emerald eye suddenly opened, staring directly at me. A strangled gasp escaped my throat. I physically recoiled, stumbling backwards, the legs of my chair screeching against the wooden floor. I tripped, sprawling onto the warm rug, eyes wide, fixed on that unwavering green light. It was real. It was watching me. Right now. The tape, my pathetic little shield, was useless. Panic, raw and overwhelming, took hold. Primal terror flooded my system, drowning out rational thought. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. My apartment, moments ago my only refuge, now felt like a cage, a meticulously documented diorama for an unseen audience. Escape. I had to get out. I lurched towards the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt and chain lock with shaking hands. Locked. Good. But were they enough? I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway outside was empty, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the overhead fluorescent lights. No footsteps, no shadows. But the silence felt charged, unnatural. My phone. I needed to call someone. Mark? Sarah? The police? I patted down my pockets, finding my phone, screen dark. I thumbed the power button. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The battery had been fine moments ago. I frantically held the button down, praying for the startup logo. Dead. Completely, utterly dead. Coincidence? Or part of the script? I spun back towards the computer. The TCIS interface still dominated the screen. The objective, solve the Kevin Smith disappearance, seemed to mock me. Below it, the surveillance log had updated again. Subject reacted with extreme distress to objective reveal and webcam activation. Attempted egress via primary doorway, currently secure. Attempted use of personal communication device, rendered inoperative. Asterisk. It was tracking everything. Anticipating me? Disabling my attempts? Rage, born of terror, surged through me. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a thick textbook from my bookshelf, ironically on database management. I hefted it, stalked towards the desk, and swung it with all my might at the monitor. The screen imploded in a shower of sparks and fractured pixels. The image vanished, but the green webcam light stayed on. A single, malevolent eye glowing from the shattered wreck of the monitor. I screamed, a raw, incoherent sound of fury and fear, and swung again, hitting the webcam directly this time. More plastic crunched. The light finally extinguished. Silence. I stood panting, chest heaving, the heavy book still gripped in my hand. The immediate visual threat was gone. But the feeling of being watched, the certainty of the surveillance, remained heavier than ever. Destroying the monitor felt like swatting at a phantom. The source wasn't the screen, it was something deeper, more pervasive. Had I gained anything? Or just confirmed my helplessness? My gaze swept across my apartment. Every shadow seemed too deep, every mundane object potentially compromised. Was the smart speaker in the kitchen listening, The thermostat? How many ways could they see in here? A faint vibration came from my pocket. My phone? I pulled it out. The screen lit up. Not with the home screen, but with the stark, black and white interface of TCIS. It had somehow migrated, or perhaps it was always there, dormant. On the phone's small screen, the objective pulsed. Objective: solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. Beneath it, a new entry in the log. Subject attempted physical destruction of primary interface node, partially successful. Surveillance rerouted to secondary device. Subject's emotional state, escalating panic, aggression. Asterisk. It was everywhere. Inescapable. I was trapped inside its investigation. My own investigation. A soft scraping sound came from the front door. My head snapped up. I strained my ears, holding my breath. Silence. Had I imagined it? Paranoia? Then, distinctly, click. The sound of a locked tumbler turning. From the outside, my blood ran colder than seemed possible. I backed away from the door, deeper into the apartment, clutching the heavy textbook like a weapon. My eyes darted towards the window leading to the fire escape. Could I make it? The doorknob began to turn. I didn't wait to see who, or what, was coming through. I spun and sprinted towards the window, fumbling with the latch. It stuck. Panic clawed at my throat. Behind me, I heard the creak of the apartment door opening. The window latch finally gave. I shoved the window open, the cold night air hitting my face. Scrambling out onto the narrow metal platform of the fire escape, I didn't look back. I just started climbing down, hands slipping on the cold, damp rungs, the darkness of the alleyway below promising uncertain refuge. I risked a glance upwards as I descended. My apartment window was dark now, but on the screen of the phone, still clutched tightly in my hand, the TCIS interface glowed. A final update appeared in the log just before I lost sight of it in the gloom. Subject has exited the primary residence via non-standard egress, fire escape. Current location designated, external alleyway. Tracking active. Status, evading. Asterisk. Then, the objective screen refreshed one last time. Objective: solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. Status: in progress. Epilogue: system log entry, TCIS Central Archive. File ID: DLC_KS_inquiry subject, Kevin Michael Smith. Case status: active cold, time elapsed, 72 hours post-evasion event, last known coordinates corresponding to the alley behind Kevin Smith's apartment building, communication device signal, terminated, timestamp, +0:05 hours post-evasion, surveillance assets, no current contact. Disposition, subject disappearance confirmed. Case file remains open pending further data or subject rediscovery. Investigation yielded no conclusive solution regarding terminal event sequence. Objective remains unresolved. Archive note: add case to unsolved disappearances database. Monitor relevant network chatter for subject identifiers. Close active tracking protocols. My name is Alex. It all started with a weird glitch on a dark web forum I frequented called Ephemeral Echoes. It wasn't one of those marketplaces for illicit goods or anything so overtly criminal, at least not on the surface. Ephemeral Echoes was a haven for the curious, the conspiratorial, and the just plain strange. People shared unsettling anecdotes, cryptic theories, and occasionally what they claimed to be genuine paranormal encounters. I mostly lurked, reading the threads with a mixture of fascination and skepticism, occasionally posting under the handle Nightcrawler7. My own life was ordinary. I worked a dead-end IT support job, fixing other people's forgotten passwords and explaining for the millionth time how to restart their computers. It was monotonous, soul-crushing work that left me craving something more, something that sparked the same sense of intrigue I found on Ephemeral Echoes. The forum was my escape, a digital rabbit hole I could disappear down after a long day of fluorescent lights and polite but ultimately empty interactions. The glitch appeared subtly at first. It was late one Tuesday night, after I'd finished a particularly grueling shift dealing with a company-wide printer malfunction. I was browsed at Unexplained Phenomena board, idly scrolling through a thread about alleged time slips in old subway stations. Suddenly, the timestamp on the newest post flickered, jumping from a few seconds ago to something impossibly in the future, 3 weeks from that very moment. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. I refreshed the page, and the timestamp was back to normal. Weird, I muttered to myself, taking a sip of lukewarm coffee. I continued reading, dismissing it as a temporary server hiccup. But then it happened again. This time, it wasn't just a timestamp. A user named Silent Observer had posted a reply in the subway thread. His avatar, a blurry image of what looked like a distorted human face, remained static, but the text of his post shimmered momentarily, replaced by a string of garbled characters, symbols I didn't recognize. It only lasted for a fraction of a second before resolving back into the original text. Perhaps these events are not slips in time, but rather bleed-throughs from another reality. I frowned. That was strange, even for Ephemeral Echoes. I tried to highlight the glitched text to copy and paste it into a translator, but as soon as my cursor hovered over it, the distortion vanished. I refreshed the page again, and Silent Observer's post looked perfectly normal, the unsettling flicker completely gone. Over the next few days, the glitches became more frequent and more pronounced. It wasn't just timestamps or random characters anymore. Sometimes, entire sentences in posts would briefly transform into something else, something unsettlingly specific and personal. For instance, in a thread about strange occurrences in national parks, a post by someone named Wanderlust87 detailing an encounter with unusual lights in the sky momentarily flashed with the words, "They know about the tapes, Alex." My blood ran cold. How could it possibly know my real name? My forum handle was Nightcrawler7. I'd never used my real name on Ephemeral Echoes. Panic started to bubble in my chest. Was I being targeted? Was this some kind of elaborate prank? I checked Wanderlust87's profile, but there was nothing that indicated they knew me. They were a relatively active user, posting regularly about hiking and nature photography. The glitches weren't isolated to just one thread or one user. They seemed to appear randomly across the forum, sometimes in old posts I'd already read, sometimes in brand new ones. And every so often, my own username, Nightcrawler7, would flicker, replaced by a single word that sent shivers down my spine: witness. I started spending more and more time on the forum, not just reading, but actively watching, waiting for the next anomaly. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I was witnessing something I shouldn't be, something that was peeling back the layers of the digital world to reveal a hidden, darker truth. One evening, I was in a thread discussing government conspiracies, a topic that always drew a lot of activity on ephemeral echoes. A user with the ironic name TruthSeeker42 posted a lengthy, rambling theory about the FBI monitoring online forums for certain keywords. As I was reading it, a paragraph in the middle of his post glitched, the words dissolving into another set of characters before reforming. This time, I was quick enough to take a screenshot with my phone. The distorted text in the screenshot was a jumbled mess of letters, numbers, and symbols. It looked almost like some kind of code. I spent the next hour trying to decipher it, going through various encryption methods I knew from my IT work, but nothing seemed to fit. Frustrated, I almost gave up, but then I noticed a pattern. Certain characters seemed to be repeated more often than others. Driven by a sudden hunch, I tried a simple substitution cipher, assigning the most frequent character to the letter E, the next most frequent to T, and so on, based on common English letter frequencies. It was a long shot, but as I painstakingly worked through the jumbled text, a few recognizable words started to emerge. Slowly, painstakingly, the message began to take shape. It was fragmented and incomplete, but I could make out phrases like Project Nightingale, Internal Affairs, and, most disturbingly, Alex K. My heart pounded in my chest. They knew my real name. They knew about me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The glitches weren't random. They were targeted. Someone, or something, was trying to communicate with me through the forum, revealing pieces of a puzzle I didn't even know I was part of. And the mention of the FBI, it couldn't be a coincidence, given TruthSeeker42's post right before the glitch appeared. I felt a surge of paranoia. Was my computer compromised? Or my online activities being monitored? I immediately disconnected my laptop from the internet, my hands shaking. I looked around my small apartment, suddenly feeling exposed, vulnerable. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden watcher. I needed to know more. I had to understand what Project Nightingale was and why my name was being mentioned in these cryptic messages. But how? Who could I trust? The forum, once my sanctuary, now felt like a dangerous place, filled with unseen eyes and hidden agendas. Despite my fear, a morbid curiosity was also taking hold. I had stumbled upon something bigger than I could have ever imagined, a secret lurking beneath the surface of the internet. I knew that digging deeper could be dangerous, but the thought of leaving this mystery unsolved was unbearable. I cautiously reconnected my laptop and navigated back to the Ephemeral Echoes forum. The thread where the glitch had occurred was still active, with new posts from TruthSeeker42 and other users, completely oblivious to the message I had just deciphered. It was as if the glitch had only been visible to me, a private communication slipped through the cracks of the digital world. I created a new post in the thread, carefully worded to avoid arousing suspicion. Has anyone else noticed any weird text glitches on the forum lately? I typed, my fingers hovering over the send button. I hesitated for a moment, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. Once this message was out there would be no turning back. Taking a deep breath, I clicked post. I closed my laptop, the glow of the screen fading, leaving me alone in the darkness with the chilling knowledge that my ordinary life had just taken a very sinister turn. The glitch on the dark web forum wasn't just a technical malfunction, it was the first breadcrumb in a trail that could lead me to a terrifying truth about myself, about the forum, and perhaps about the watchful eyes of the FBI. The response to my post about the weird text glitches on ephemeral echoes was immediate and overwhelmingly negative. Most users dismissed it as paranoia, suggesting I needed to lay off the late-night browse or that my browser was acting up. A few even made sarcastic comments about me finally succumbing to the forum's usual brand of outlandish theories. Another one bites the dust. Someone with the username Doubtful Thomas wrote, "Thought you were one of the more grounded lurkers, Nightcrawler7. Next, you'll be telling us about alien implants." I felt a wave of disappointment. I had hoped someone else had seen something similar, that I wasn't alone in witnessing these strange occurrences. But the dismissal also brought a sliver of relief. If it was just me, maybe I was going crazy. Maybe it was just stress from work and too much time spent in the darker corners of the internet. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps my phone had glitched when I took the screenshot. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, filling in the blanks to create a coherent message out of random noise. But the feeling of dread persisted, a cold knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Over the next few days, I kept a close eye on the forum, refreshing pages obsessively, looking for any further anomalies. Nothing happened for a while, and I started to wonder if it had all been in my head. Maybe I had imagined the message, blown a minor technical glitch out of proportion. Then, late one night, it happened again. I was rereading the thread where Truthseeker42 had mentioned the FBI, specifically the part where his post had glitched before. As I scrolled over it, the entire paragraph shimmered, not just a few words this time. The original text vanished, replaced by another string of garbled characters, longer and more complex than the last one. My heart leaped into my throat. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I managed to snap several screenshots as the text flickered, desperately trying to capture the entire distorted message before it resolved back to normal. This time, the deciphering process was much more challenging. The message was longer and contained even more unfamiliar symbols. I spent hours hunched over my laptop, comparing the screenshots, trying different substitution methods, and even looking up obscure historical ciphers online. The process was tedious and frustrating, but the fragments I managed to piece together kept me going. Nightingale, compromised. Tapes, hidden, location. Alex K, watch every move. The pieces were slowly starting to fit together, painting a terrifying picture. Project Nightingale sounded like some kind of operation, and the fact that it was described as compromised suggested something had gone wrong. The mention of tapes and a hidden location hinted at some kind of sensitive or incriminating evidence. And the chilling final fragment, Alex K, watch every move, confirmed my worst fears. I was being watched. But why? What did I have to do with any of this? I was just a regular guy with a boring job and a penchant for dark web forums. What tapes could they possibly be referring to? A sudden, horrifying thought struck me. Could the tapes be related to my online activities? While I mostly just lurked on ephemeral echoes, I had occasionally posted, sharing my own unsettling thoughts and experiences. Had I said something that triggered this, whatever it was? I frantically started scrolling through my own post history on the forum, rereading everything I had ever written. Most of it was innocuous, comments on other people's stories, occasional attempts at writing my own short horror snippets. But then I remembered one thread, a few months back, where I had shared a particularly disturbing dream I had had. It was vivid and unsettling, involving themes of surveillance and hidden identities. At the time, I had dismissed it as just a nightmare, but now I wasn't so sure. Had I inadvertently stumbled upon something real, something connected to Project Nightingale? The thought was terrifying. Could my own subconscious have somehow tapped into this hidden reality? As I delved deeper into my old posts, I noticed something else strange. Some of my earlier posts, ones I distinctly remembered writing, seemed to have been edited. The content was slightly different, the wording changed in subtle ways. It was as if someone had gone back and subtly altered my digital footprint on the forum. This realization sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I was being watched, and someone was actively manipulating my online history. They were trying to control the narrative, to perhaps make me look like someone else, someone involved in whatever Project Nightingale was. I knew I couldn't stay silent any longer. I had to find out what was going on, even if it meant putting myself in danger. I decided to try and contact TruthSeeker42, the user whose post had contained the first glitched message mentioning the FBI. He seemed like someone who might have some answers, or at least be willing to listen. I found his profile and sent him a private message. "Hey, I saw your post about the FBI monitoring forums," I wrote, trying to sound casual. "I've noticed some weird stuff happening lately, and I was wondering if you had any more information." I waited anxiously for a reply, refreshing my inbox every few minutes. Hours passed, but there was no response. I checked his profile again. He hadn't been online since posting the original message. A chill ran down my spine. Had something happened to him? Was he silenced? The silence from TruthSeeker42 only amplified my fear. I felt isolated and alone, trapped in a digital labyrinth with unseen forces closing in. I considered going to the police, but the thought seemed ludicrous. How could I explain any of this to them? They would think I was delusional, obsessed with online conspiracy theories. I realized I had to rely on myself. I had to dig deeper into the mystery of Project Nightingale and the tapes. The glitches on the forum were my only lead, my only way of uncovering the truth. I went back to the thread where TruthSeeker42's post had glitched. I scrolled through the comments, looking for any other users who might have mentioned similar things. I spent hours reading, my eyes burning from the screen, but found nothing. It seemed like I was the only one who had noticed the anomalies. Just as I was about to give up for the night, I noticed a new post in the thread. The username was unfamiliar, the watcher knows. The post was short, just a single line of text, "Alex K. The tapes are closer than you think." My blood turned to ice. They knew I was looking. They were taunting me. The message sent a clear signal. I was being watched in the real world too. My online activity was somehow connected to my physical existence, and whoever was behind this knew who I was, where I was. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I jumped up and frantically started checking the windows and doors of my apartment, making sure they were locked. I peered through the blinds, scanning the street outside, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It was as if invisible eyes were boring into me, observing my every move. I felt like a character in one of the horror stories I used to read on the forum, trapped in a nightmare with no escape. I knew I couldn't stay in my apartment. It no longer felt safe. Whoever was behind Project Nightingale and the glitches knew who I was. They knew where I lived. I had to get out, to find some answers, to figure out what these tapes were and why they were so important. But where could I go? Who could I trust? The digital world had turned against me, revealing a sinister reality that was now bleeding into my physical life. I was alone, hunted, and the only clues I had were fragmented messages appearing through a glitch on a dark web forum. My ordinary life was gone, replaced by a terrifying mystery that threatened to consume me. Driven by a primal urge to escape, I threw a few essential items into a backpack, my laptop, phone charger, some cash, and a change of clothes. As I moved through my apartment, every creak of the floorboards and rustle outside sounded like a potential threat. The message from the Watcher Knows echoed in my mind. Alex K., the tapes are closer than you think. What tapes? I racked my brain, trying to think of anything I might have recorded or any situation where tapes could be relevant. My work was just IT support. I didn't handle any sensitive data or recordings. My personal life was equally mundane. I occasionally recorded video game sessions for my own amusement, but those were hardly the kind of tapes that would warrant FBI attention or cryptic warnings on a dark web forum. Unless the tapes weren't literal recordings. Could it be a metaphor? A code word for something else? My mind raced, grasping at straws. As I was about to leave, my gaze fell upon an old box tucked away in the back of my closet. It was filled with old journals and notebooks from my teenage years. I hadn't looked at them in years, but a strange intuition pulled me towards them. Could something in my past be connected to all of this? I pulled out a dusty notebook, its pages yellowed with age. Flipping through it, I found the usual teenage angst and dreams. But then, tucked between the pages, a folded piece of paper caught my eye. It was a printout from a website I vaguely remembered visiting years ago, a site dedicated to unsolved mysteries and urban legends. The article highlighted a local case from my childhood, the disappearance of a young woman named Sarah Jenkins. The case had never been solved, and over the years, it had faded from public memory. As I reread the article, a chilling detail jumped out at me. According to the report, Sarah had been working on a series of audio recordings for a college project just before she disappeared. These recordings were never found. Could these be the tapes? But what would my connection to them be? I was just a kid when she went missing. I continued searching through the box, my anxiety growing with each passing moment. In another notebook, I found a series of cryptic notes and doodles I had made around the time of Sarah's disappearance. They were childish and fragmented, but one phrase stood out: saw the man with the nightingale. The man with the nightingale? It sounded like something from a bad dream. But the recurring appearance of Nightingale in the forum glitches sent a shiver down my spine. Could it be a key? Suddenly, a memory surfaced, hazy and distant, like a half-forgotten dream. I remembered being a young boy, playing in the woods near my house. I had stumbled upon a secluded clearing and seen a man talking to a woman. The man had a small, ornate birdcage with him, and inside, I thought I remembered seeing a nightingale. The memory was fleeting and unclear, but the image of the man in the birdcage felt strangely significant. Could this have been Sarah Jenkins and the man involved in her disappearance? And had I somehow witnessed something that I had long forgotten? A wave of nausea washed over me. Could Project Nightingale be related to this whole case? And were the taped Sarah's missing recordings? If so, why would someone be watching me now, all these years later? What did I know? Or what did they think I knew? The message on the forum suddenly took on a whole new meaning. Alex K., the tapes are closer than you think. Closer not just physically, but perhaps also closer to my own buried memories. I grabbed a notebook and a printout about Sarah Jenkins, shoving them into my backpack. I had to leave. Staying here was too dangerous. I felt a desperate need to uncover the truth, not just to protect myself, but also for Sarah, whose fate had remained unknown for so long. I slipped out of my apartment, the silence of the hallway amplifying my paranoia. I made my way down the stairs, my senses on high alert, half expecting to see someone waiting for me. But the building seemed deserted. Once outside, I moved quickly, trying to stay in the shadows. I didn't know where to go, but I knew I couldn't stay in my neighborhood. I decided to head downtown, hoping to blend into the anonymity of the city. As I walked, I pulled out my phone and navigated back to the Ephemeral Echoes forum. The thread where the Watcher Knows had posted was still open. A new message had appeared, posted just moments ago. He remembers the Nightingale. My blood ran cold. They knew what I was thinking. They were inside my head. How was this possible? Panic surged through me. I felt like a puppet on strings, my every thought and action anticipated. I knew I was in way over my head. This wasn't just some internet conspiracy theory. This was real, and it was dangerous. I looked around frantically, convinced I was being followed. A black sedan slowly drove past, its windows tinted so dark I couldn't see inside. My heart pounded in my chest. Was this them? Were they already on my trail? I ducked into a crowded coffee shop, trying to catch my breath and think clearly. I needed a plan. I couldn't just run aimlessly. I opened my laptop, connecting to the coffee shop's Wi-Fi. I navigated back to Ephemeral Echoes, hoping to find some clue, some way out of this nightmare. The forum seemed normal, the usual mix of strange anecdotes and unsettling theories. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every click and every keystroke was being monitored. Suddenly, my screen flickered. Not a small glitch like before, but a full-screen distortion, the colors twisting and swirling into an incomprehensible mess. A low, static-filled hum filled the air from my laptop speakers. Then, a single word flashed across the screen in stark white letters. Found. My breath hitched. They had found me. It was over. Just as I was about to disconnect my laptop and run, a private message popped up on the screen. The sender was an unfamiliar username, Silent Witness. The message contained a single line of text: go to the old library on Elm Street. Room 307. Tonight. Alone. I stared at the message, my mind reeling. Who was Silent Witness? Were they trying to help me, or was this another trap? The message was strangely specific, referencing a place I knew, the abandoned old library downtown. Despite my fear and suspicion, a desperate hope flickered within me. Maybe this was my chance to get some answers, to finally understand what was happening. I closed my laptop, The word found still burned into my memory. I had a location, a time. It was a risk, a huge risk, but I felt like I had no other choice. As darkness fell over the city, I made my way to the old library on Elm Street. The building stood silent and imposing, its darkened windows like vacant eyes staring out into the night. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached the entrance. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy front door and stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. The only sound was the echo of my own footsteps in the cavernous space. I found the staircase and slowly made my way to the third floor. The hallway was long and dimly lit, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old building settling. I reached room 307, its door slightly ajar. Hesitantly, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was small and bare, with a single wooden chair in the center. Sitting in the chair was a figure shrouded in shadow, their face obscured by the darkness. "You came," a voice said, soft and raspy. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The figure slowly raised their head, and a single beam of moonlight filtering through the grimy window illuminated their face. It was Truth Seeker 42. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh wave of confusion. But the glitches. The Watcher knows. Truth Seeker 42 smiled, a thin, unsettling expression. "We all have our methods, Alex. Project Nightingale is much bigger than you can imagine. And the tapes, well, let's just say you hold a piece of the puzzle we've been looking for a long time." He gestured towards a small, antique tape recorder sitting on a nearby table. "It's time you finally remembered what you saw in the woods that day, Alex. The truth has been waiting." As I looked at the tape recorder, a horrifying realization dawned on me. The glitches, the messages, the feeling of being watched, it wasn't just about the FBI. It was something far more intricate, far more personal. And the tapes weren't just recordings, they were memories, my own memories, buried deep within my subconscious, waiting to be unearthed. The real horror was just beginning. They call me Chris. It's a simple enough name, ordinary even. That's what I've always strived for, ordinariness. Blending in. Being the guy you wouldn't look at twice. Ironically, for a while there, I was anything but ordinary. I was notorious, whispered about in hushed tones in the darker corners of the internet, a name that could send a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened digital denizens. Looking back at the transaction, the one that changed everything, that shattered my carefully constructed facade of normalcy, I realized now it was a deadly mistake. A mistake born out of desperation, fueled by a creed I hadn't known I possessed. My life before, well, it was mundane. I worked a dead-end job as a data entry clerk, the kind where the hum of the fluorescent lights was the most exciting thing that happened all day. My evenings were spent in the solitude of my small apartment, scrolling through forums, playing video games, the usual escapism of someone who felt invisible in the real world. I wasn't unhappy exactly, just adrift. Like a small boat bobbing aimlessly on a vast ocean. Then I stumbled upon it. It wasn't intentional. I was researching something innocuous, some obscure historical fact for a forum debate, and one wrong click led me down a rabbit hole I never knew existed. The dark web. It was like stepping into a different reality, a hidden world operating just beneath the surface of the internet I thought I knew. At first, it was just morbid curiosity. I browsed through the forums, my eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The things people offered, the things they discussed, it was a stark contrast to the sanitized version of the world I usually inhabited. It started small, just whispers in the digital ether. Mentions of rare artifacts, of unique services, of things that could never be found on the clear web. And then, I saw the listing. It was simple, almost cryptic in its description. Unlocking potential. That was all it said. Below it, a price that made my eyes water, followed by a series of encrypted contact methods. My initial reaction was dismissal. Scam, obviously. Some elaborate hoax designed to prey on the gullible. But the thought lingered. Unlocking potential. What did that even mean? My own potential felt firmly locked away, buried under layers of routine and disappointment. The idea, however outlandish, sparked a tiny ember of hope within me. What if it wasn't a scam? What if this was something real? Something that could change things? I spent weeks wrestling with the idea. I told myself it was foolish, dangerous even. The dark web was a place of shadows, of illegal activities, of people who operated outside the bounds of law and morality. Getting involved could have serious consequences. But the lure was strong, a siren song whispering promises of a life beyond my current limitations. My desperation played a big part, I won't lie. I had dreams, ambitions that felt increasingly out of reach. I wanted to be more than just Chris, the data entry guy. I wanted recognition, influence, something that would make my life feel like it mattered. And the more I thought about that cryptic listing, the more I convinced myself that this could be the answer. So, I took the plunge. It started with creating untraceable accounts, routing my connection through multiple VPNs, taking every precaution I could think of to remain anonymous. It felt like something out of a spy movie, a far cry from my usual evenings spent microwaving dinner and watching old sitcoms. Finally, I made contact. It was a slow, painstaking process, a series of encrypted messages exchanged through layers of anonymity. The person on the other end, who went by the handle Silas, was equally cautious. They asked me questions, probing my motivations, trying to gauge my sincerity. I tried to sound confident, to mask the nervous flutter in my stomach as I typed out my responses. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Silas deemed me worthy. They sent me a list of terms, a digital contract written in cold, precise language. The price was exorbitant, more money than I had ever seen in my life. It would require liquidating almost all of my meager savings, but the description of what I would receive in return, it was intoxicating. The contract spoke of cognitive enhancement, of access to untapped areas of the mind, of abilities that would set me apart from the ordinary. It sounded like something out of science fiction, but the way Silas presented it, with an almost clinical detachment, made it seem plausible. Or maybe I just wanted to believe it was plausible. The transaction itself was complex, involving cryptocurrency and a series of anonymous transfers. Every step was meticulously detailed, designed to leave no trace. It took days to complete, each transfer sending a fresh wave of anxiety through me. What if I was being scammed? What if I was throwing away everything for nothing? But then, finally, the confirmation came. A single, encrypted message from Silas, package dispatched. The waiting was agonizing. I found myself constantly checking my anonymous email, refreshing the tracking information for the package I had arranged to be delivered to a secure, off-site location. Sleep became a luxury I could barely afford, my mind racing with anticipation and a growing sense of unease. The package arrived a week later. It was nondescript, a plain brown box with no return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, nestled amongst layers of bubble wrap, was a single object. It was small, made of a dark, metallic material, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and writhe in the light. It looked ancient, almost alien. There was no instruction manual, no explanation of how to use it. Just the object itself. I stared at it for hours, turning it over in my hands, trying to decipher its purpose. Doubt began to creep in. Had I been a fool? Was this just some worthless trinket? Then I touched it. It was cold, almost unnaturally so. As my fingers brushed against the carvings, a strange sensation coursed through my body. It started as a tingling in my fingertips, then spread up my arms, reaching my head. It wasn't painful, but it was definitely intense. My vision blurred for a moment, and I felt a strange pressure behind my eyes. When the sensation subsided, I felt different. It was subtle at first, a feeling of heightened awareness. The colors around me seemed sharper, the sounds clearer. My thoughts felt faster, more organized. It was like a veil had been lifted from my mind, revealing a clarity I had never experienced before. Over the next few days, the changes became more pronounced. My memory became razor sharp. I could recall details I had long forgotten, learn new information at an astonishing rate. Complex problems that had once stumped me now seemed simple, obvious. My potential, as Silas had promised, was indeed unlocking. I started using my newfound abilities at work. I could process data at lightning speed, identify patterns and inconsistencies that had gone unnoticed before. My productivity skyrocketed. My previously indifferent boss started taking notice, showering me with praise and even hinting at a promotion. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was finally getting somewhere. But there was a catch. A side effect that Silas had failed to mention. It started with nightmares, vivid and disturbing. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest, the images from my dreams still lingering in my mind. They were always different, always terrifying, filled with shadowy figures and unspeakable horrors. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought I was imagining them. Faint, indistinct sounds at the edge of my hearing. But they grew louder, more persistent. Whispers in the dark, just out of sight, saying things I couldn't quite make out but that filled me with a growing sense of dread. And the hunger. It started subtly, a craving for things I had never desired before. Knowledge, power, control. The more my abilities grew, the more insatiable this hunger became. It was like a void opening up inside me, demanding to be filled. Looking back, I can see the warning signs. The subtle changes in my personality, the growing paranoia, the increasing detachment from the few people I knew. But I was too focused on the benefits, too caught up in the thrill of my newfound power to notice the darkness that was slowly consuming me. The transaction with Silas, the purchase of that strange, metallic object, it had unlocked my potential, all right. but it had also unleashed something else. Something dark and dangerous. Something that was about to change my life in ways I could never have imagined. And looking back now, I realized that the price I paid was far, far greater than just the money. It was my sanity, my humanity, and ultimately, my life. The whispers intensified, morphing from indistinct murmurs into clear, chilling voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. They spoke my name, not in a friendly way, but with a hungry anticipation. They knew my fears, my insecurities, the darkest corners of my mind, and they used that knowledge against me. Sleep became a battleground, a nightly descent into terrifying landscapes populated by grotesque figures that felt disturbingly real. During the day, the hunger grew. It wasn't a physical hunger, not for food, but a relentless craving for more. More knowledge, more power, more control. The initial euphoria of enhanced intelligence had faded, replaced by an insatiable need that gnawed at me constantly. I found myself drawn to darker aspects of the internet, the hidden forums and illicit marketplaces I had initially only glimpsed. The things I saw there, the depravity and the violence, instead of repelling me, started to intrigue me. My personality began to shift. I became more withdrawn, more irritable. The simple pleasures of my former life held no appeal. My interactions with my colleagues grew strained. They noticed a change in me, the dark circles under my eyes, the curtness of my responses. Whispers started in the office too, hushed conversations behind cupped hands. Chris isn't himself lately. He looks unwell. I could feel their eyes on me, their judgment, and it fueled my growing paranoia. I started to suspect everyone, to see enemies where there were none. The object, the catalyst for all this, became my constant companion. I kept it hidden, tucked away in a locked box, but I felt its presence even when it wasn't physically near me. It seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a silent promise of even greater power if only I dared to delve deeper. One night, the whispers became too loud to ignore. They were no longer just at the edge of my hearing. They were inside my head, clear as a bell. They spoke of things I hadn't consciously considered, desires that had been buried deep within my subconscious. They offered me solutions, shortcuts to the power I craved, but the cost they hinted at was vague, unsettling. Driven by a desperate need to understand what was happening to me, I tried to research the object. My enhanced intellect allowed me to sift through vast amounts of information, to connect seemingly disparate threads. I delved into ancient mythology, obscure occult texts, fringe science websites. I looked for anything that might explain the object's origins, its purpose, its effects. I found fragmented references, whispers of artifacts imbued with strange powers, objects that could grant unimaginable abilities but at a terrible price. Legends of entities that dwelled in the shadows, beings that could whisper temptations into the minds of mortals, offering power in exchange for something else. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that I had stumbled upon something truly ancient and dangerous. My initial hope that I could control these newfound abilities, that I could use them for my own benefit without consequence, began to crumble. The whispers were growing stronger, more manipulative. They preyed on my insecurities, amplified my ambitions, twisted my desires into something darker, something more sinister. One of the recurring whispers spoke of Riley Townsend. The name was unfamiliar at first, just another faceless whisper in the growing chorus inside my head. But it kept coming back, more insistent each time. Riley Townsend. You know what happened to Riley Townsend? I didn't. Or at least, I didn't think I did. I tried to ignore the name, to push it out of my mind, but it was like a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. Finally, I gave in and searched the name online. The results were chilling. Riley Townsend was a young man who had disappeared without a trace a few months prior. He lived in a neighboring town, worked a similar job to my old one. His disappearance had been a local news story for a week or two, then faded into the background, another unsolved case. But as I delved deeper, I found more. Online forums dedicated to missing persons, amateur sleuths piecing together the scant details. Riley had been a loner, like me. He had also been active on some of the same obscure online forums I frequented. And then I found it, a post Riley had made, just days before he vanished. A post asking if anyone had heard of a dark web vendor selling something called cognitive enhancement. He even mentioned the cryptic phrase, unlocking potential. A cold dread washed over me. It couldn't be a coincidence. Riley had found the same listing, made the same purchase. And now he was gone. The whispers intensified, their tone turning accusatory. You know what happened, you know. Suddenly, fragments of a dream I had dismissed as particularly disturbing came flooding back. A shadowy figure, a struggle, a look of terror in someone's eyes. I had seen Riley. Or at least, a distorted version of him in my dream. But how? The implications were horrifying. The object wasn't just enhancing my mind, it was connecting me to something else, something that had taken Riley. The hunger I felt, the whispers I heard, they weren't just side effects, they were part of a larger, darker process. Panic set in. I had to get rid of the object. I had to break free from its influence before it was too late. I tried to destroy it, to smash it, to burn it, but it was impervious to any damage. It remained cold and inert, seemingly mocking my desperate attempts to rid myself of it. I considered going to the police, but what could I tell them? That I bought a mysterious object on the dark web that gave me superpowers and might have something to do with a missing person? They'd think I was insane. I was trapped. Trapped with a dangerous object, haunted by whispers, and increasingly consumed by a hunger I couldn't control. The potential it had unlocked was not my own. It was something ancient and malevolent that had latched onto me, feeding on my desires, twisting me into something I didn't recognize. The whispers continued, growing louder, more insistent. They spoke of a ritual, of a way to further unlock my potential, to gain even greater power. They showed me images in my mind, dark and disturbing visions of what I could become. And the more desperate I became to escape their influence, the more tempting their offers seemed. I knew, deep down, that giving in to the whispers would be a mistake. That it would lead me down a path of no return. But the fear was overwhelming, the hunger insatiable. I was losing control, my thoughts becoming increasingly clouded, my sense of right and wrong blurring. The line between reality and the nightmare world of the whispers was dissolving. I started seeing things, fleeting shadows in my peripheral vision, hearing whispers even when I was awake and alert. I felt like I was being watched, constantly scrutinized by unseen eyes. My carefully constructed life of anonymity was crumbling. The notoriety I had briefly enjoyed in the darker corners of the internet was nothing compared to the fear and paranoia that now consumed me. The deadly mistake I had made in purchasing that object was unraveling my existence, piece by agonizing piece. And I had a sinking feeling that Riley Townsend was just the beginning. The whispers were telling me so. They were telling me what I had to do next. And the thought terrified me more than anything. The whispers became commands. They filled my head, drowning out my own thoughts, pushing me towards an inevitable, horrifying conclusion. Riley wasn't just a cautionary tale, he was a predecessor. The object hadn't just unlocked potential, it had awakened something within me, something that needed to be fed. And the whispers knew what it craved. They showed me visions of power, of transcending my mundane existence, of becoming something more. But the price, oh, the price. It was becoming terrifyingly clear. The hunger I felt wasn't just for knowledge or control anymore. It was a primal urge, a dark necessity that sent shivers down my spine even as it compelled me forward. The whispers directed me to a specific location, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. It was a place that reeked of decay and forgotten things, a perfect setting for the ritual they had been hinting at. As I drove there, the metallic object felt heavy in my pocket, pulsing with a malevolent energy that seemed to resonate with the growing darkness inside me. The warehouse was cold and damp, the air thick with the smell of dust and mildew. Moonlight streamed through broken windows, casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the concrete floor. The whispers guided me, their voices echoing in my mind, telling me what to do. In the center of the warehouse, amidst the debris and the remnants of a forgotten past, they instructed me to draw a circle. Not with chalk or paint, but with something far more visceral. The hunger twisted in my gut, a sickening realization dawning upon me. The power they promised, the transcendence, it required a sacrifice. I fought back, tried to resist the overwhelming influence of the whispers, but it was like trying to hold back a tidal wave. My own will felt weak, insignificant against the dark force that had taken root within me. The object in my pocket seemed to thrum with anticipation, eager to fulfill its purpose. I can't bring myself to describe the details of what happened next. The memory is a blur of fear, desperation, and a horrifying sense of inevitability. All I can say is that the whispers were satisfied. The hunger was appeased, at least for a while. And in that moment, I felt a surge of power, a terrifying sense of transformation. But it didn't bring the enlightenment or the transcendence I had been promised. Instead, it brought a cold, empty feeling, a profound sense of loss. The man I once was, Chris the data entry clerk who dreamed of a slightly better life, was gone. Something else had taken his place. Something darker, something driven by a hunger that could never truly be satisfied. The transformation wasn't complete, not yet. The whispers assured me of that. This was just the beginning. There were more steps to take, more potential to unlock. And with each step, the line between me and whatever I was becoming blurred further. I left the warehouse in a daze, the metallic object feeling like a part of me now, an extension of my own corrupted will. The city lights seemed dimmer, the sounds muffled, as if I had moved into a different frequency, a different reality. Over the next few weeks, the changes continued. My appearance started to reflect the darkness within. I became gaunt, my eyes sunken and shadowed. I avoided mirrors. The reflection that stared back was barely recognizable. The hunger persisted, but now it was different. It wasn't just a craving for power, it was a need to consume. To take something from others, to add it to myself. The whispers guided me, pointing out individuals, those who possessed something I now craved. I became a predator, stalking the shadows, my enhanced intellect now twisted to serve darker purposes. The skills I had once used to excel at my mundane job were now tools for manipulation and control. I could see people's weaknesses, their fears, their desires, and I knew how to exploit them. My notoriety in the darker corners of the internet grew, but not in the way I had initially imagined. The whispers had shown me how to become someone truly feared, someone who operated in the deepest shadows, leaving no trace. The transformation Silas had promised was complete, but it was a transformation into something monstrous. The authorities eventually connected Riley Townsend's disappearance to me. They found traces, fragments of evidence that even my enhanced intellect couldn't completely erase. They started asking questions, their investigations slowly closing in. But by then, I was long gone. The whispers had shown me how to disappear, how to erase my existence from the grid. I left my old life behind, my apartment, my job, everything that had once defined me. Now, I wander the edges of society, a ghost in the machine, forever driven by the insatiable hunger. The whispers are my constant companions, guiding me, pushing me towards ends I can barely comprehend. I am Chris, or at least I was. Looking back at that fateful transaction, that simple click that led me down the rabbit hole, I know now that the buyer's remorse I feel is far more profound than just regret. It's a gnawing, eternal despair. They called me one of the most wanted. Perhaps they still do. But the truth is, the most wanted thing is me. Or rather, what I've become. A cautionary tale whispered in the shadows of the internet, a testament to the deadly consequences of seeking power in the wrong places. And if you ever stumble upon a listing promising to unlock potential in the dark corners of the web, take my advice. Run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Because the potential it unlocks might just be your own horrifying end. And the whispers never truly stop. They're always there, waiting for the next one to take the plunge. Waiting to claim another soul. And maybe, just maybe, they're whispering your name right now. My name is Alex, and frankly, I never thought I'd be sitting here, in some dingy motel room on the outskirts of nowhere, tapping out this confession on a burner laptop that probably has more spyware on it than a Russian embassy. But here I am. I thought turning informant would get me off the hook, buy me some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card. Turns out, the FBI, for all their supposed intelligence, doesn't know the half of what I've done. And Sarah? Well, Sarah is the key to all of this, the linchpin in this whole damn mess. It started innocently enough, as these things usually do. A bad debt, a stupid decision fueled by too much cheap beer and a desperate need for cash. I got involved with the wrong kind of people, the kind whose smiles don't reach their eyes and whose handshakes feel like a threat. Before I knew it, I was in too deep, running errands, making drops, and witnessing things that would curdle your blood. Things I still see when I close my eyes at night, the kind of memories that cling to you like a second skin. That's where Sarah comes in. I met her through the organization. The organization makes it sound far too official. It was more like a loose collection of predators, all circling the same pot of dirty money. Sarah was different, though. At least, she seemed different at first. She had this quiet intensity about her, A way of looking at you that made you feel like she could see right through your carefully constructed facade. We were never close, not in the traditional sense. Our interactions were always transactional, centered around the tasks we were assigned. But there was an unspoken understanding, a shared awareness of the darkness we were both swimming in. Things started to unravel about 6 months ago. The heat was turning up, whispers of informants within the ranks, increased surveillance. Paranoia became the air we breathed. That's when the FBI showed up on my doorstep, 2 sharp-suited agents with cold eyes and even colder smiles. They knew things, details that only someone on the inside would know. They laid it all out for me, the charges they could bring, the years I could spend rotting in some federal penitentiary. Then came the offer, the lifeline they dangled in front of my drowning face. Information. They wanted names, dates, locations, everything. In exchange, they promised leniency, a chance to walk away, to disappear. Desperate, I took it. I started feeding them scraps at first, low-hanging fruit to prove my worth. Then, as the pressure mounted, both from the feds wanting more and the organization growing increasingly suspicious, I had to give them something bigger, something that would solidify my position as a valuable asset. That's when Sarah became more than just a name. The FBI was particularly interested in her. They wouldn't tell me why, only that she was a person of interest in a number of ongoing investigations. They pressed me for details about her activities, her contacts, anything I knew. And I told them what I could, carefully omitting the more personal details, the things that would reveal my own complicity in their operations. Turning informant was supposed to be my way out, my chance to wash my hands clean of the whole damn mess. But the deeper I got, the more I realized that there was no escaping the darkness. The things I had done, the things I had seen, they were etched into my soul. And Sarah, she was tied to all of it, in ways that even the FBI couldn't comprehend. The other night, I had a dream. I was back in the warehouse, the one where things went sideways that night in October. The air was thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and something else, something metallic and sickeningly sweet. I saw Sarah there, not as she is now, but younger, almost innocent. She was standing in the shadows, her eyes wide with fear, watching as, no, I can't write about that. Not yet. The memory is still too raw, too vivid. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew then that I couldn't just walk away from this. Not with Sarah still out there, not with the secrets we both share. The FBI thinks they're using me, that I'm their puppet on a string. But they have no idea what they've stumbled into. They think they're dealing with a two-bit criminal looking for a way out, but they've just scratched the surface of a story that goes much deeper, into places they wouldn't dare to imagine. And Sarah, she's at the heart of it all. The FBI is looking for a criminal, but they don't realize that they're hunting something far more sinister. Something that I helped create. Something that might just consume us all. I need to be careful. They're watching me. I know they are. Every shadow seems to hold a pair of eyes. Every passing car feels like surveillance. But I have to get this story out, piece by piece, before it's too late. Before the darkness closes in completely. And maybe, just maybe, by telling the truth, I can finally find some kind of redemption. Or maybe I'm just fooling myself. Either way, this is my story, and it starts with Sarah. My dealings with Sarah were always peculiar. She had a knack for getting under your skin without saying a word. There was this unsettling calmness about her, even in the most chaotic situations. While the rest of us were sweating bullets during a tense meeting or a risky operation, Sarah would remain composed, her expression unreadable. It was like she knew something we didn't, or perhaps she simply didn't care. One particular incident sticks out in my mind. We were tasked with collecting a package from a drop-off point in a seedy part of town. It was supposed to be a simple in-and-out job, but things went south quickly. We were ambushed by a rival crew, and a firefight erupted. Bullets were flying, glass was shattering, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone was scrambling for cover, adrenaline pumping, hearts racing. Except Sarah. She moved with this eerie grace, weaving through the chaos as if she were in a trance. She retrieved the package without a scratch, her face as placid as a still lake. I remember staring at her, my gun still raised, wondering if she was even human. After that night, I started paying closer attention to her. I noticed things others seemed to miss. The way she would sometimes stare into the distance, her eyes unfocused, as if she were seeing something that wasn't there. The faint, almost imperceptible smile that would occasionally play on her lips at the most inappropriate moments. The way people seemed to instinctively give her a wide berth, even the hardened criminals we worked with. I tried asking around about her, but nobody seemed to know much. She'd only been with the organization for a couple of years, and she kept to herself. She didn't socialize, didn't engage in the usual banter. She was an enigma, a ghost in our midst. The more I observed her, the more uneasy I became. There was a darkness radiating from her, a subtle but palpable aura of something wrong. It wasn't something I could put my finger on, just a feeling, a creeping sense of dread that would settle in my stomach whenever she was near. When the FBI started asking about her, that feeling intensified. They were unusually interested in her, more so than in some of the higher-ranking members of the organization. They showed me photos, asked about her habits, her relationships. I told them what I knew, which wasn't much. But I could sense their frustration, their belief that I was holding back. "You're sure you don't know anything more about Sarah Miller?" Agent Davies asked me, his gaze unwavering. "Anything at all? Any unusual behavior? Anything she might have said?" I hesitated. There was one thing, a small incident I had almost forgotten. A few months back, we were on a long drive, transporting some sensitive materials. It was late, and we were both tired and on edge. Out of nowhere, Sarah started humming a tune. It was a strange melody, unsettling and vaguely familiar, like a half-forgotten nursery rhyme played backward. When I asked her what it was, she just smiled that faint, unsettling smile and said, "Oh, it's just something my grandmother used to sing." At the time, I hadn't thought much of it. But now, under Agent Davies' intense scrutiny, the memory sent a shiver down my spine. There was something about that tune, something ancient and malevolent. "There was one thing," I said slowly, recounting the story about the humming. Davies leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with interest. I could see the wheels turning in his head, the way he was trying to piece together the fragments of information I was giving him. But I still hadn't told him the half of it. I hadn't told him about the dreams, the nightmares that had started plaguing me after that night in the warehouse. Dreams filled with shadows and whispers, with the metallic smell of blood and that haunting melody. Dreams where Sarah would appear, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, her smile widening into something monstrous. I also hadn't told him about the book. A few weeks before I went to the FBI, I stumbled upon something in Sarah's apartment. We were supposed to be laying low at a safe house, a dingy little place above a laundromat. Sarah had gone out to get supplies, and I was killing time, idly rummaging through the few possessions she had brought with her. Tucked away under her mattress, I found a small, leather-bound book. It was old, the pages brittle and yellowed with age. The script was in a language I didn't recognize, filled with strange symbols and intricate illustrations that seemed to writhe and twist as I looked at them. I didn't understand any of it, but the book emanated a palpable sense of dread, a feeling of ancient evil that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I quickly put it back, trying to pretend I hadn't seen it. But the image of those disturbing symbols was burned into my mind. Looking back, I realized that those were the first real warning signs, the first glimpses into the true nature of Sarah. But I had dismissed them, chalking them up to stress and paranoia. I had been too focused on my own survival to see the danger that was lurking right beside me. Now, it's all coming together. The strange incidents, the unsettling demeanor, the FBI's intense interest, the nightmares, the book, it all points to something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. Sarah isn't just a criminal, she's something else entirely. Something otherworldly. And I, in my desperate attempt to save my own skin, have inadvertently unleashed something truly terrifying into the world. The FBI thinks they're hunting a person, but they're about to find out that they're dealing with a nightmare made flesh. And I'm caught in the middle, trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea. I need to figure out what Sarah is, what that book was, and how to stop whatever she's planning before it's too late. Because I have a feeling that the horrors I've witnessed so far are just the beginning. The real nightmare is just about to begin. And Sarah is going to be the star of the show. The more I thought about the book, the more certain I became that it held the key to understanding Sarah. The strange symbols, the oppressive feeling it exuded, it wasn't just an old book, it was something else, something significant. I had to see it again. My handlers at the FBI had moved me to a different motel after my initial contact, a slightly less dilapidated establishment about an hour outside the city. They kept a close eye on me, but there were moments when I was left alone, ostensibly to process everything and prepare for my testimony. It was during one of these moments that I made my decision. I had to go back to the safe house. I knew it was risky. The organization might have already found out I was cooperating. Sarah might have returned. But the need to know, to understand the truth about her, outweighed the fear. I concocted a flimsy excuse for my handler, Agent Miller, no relation to Sarah, thankfully, telling her I needed to retrieve some personal belongings I had left behind. She was reluctant but eventually agreed to let me go, with a tail, of course. I managed to lose him within the first few blocks. It wasn't difficult. These guys were bureaucrats, not street thugs. The safe house looked just as I remembered it, the faded yellow paint peeling from the walls, the air thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and cheap detergent. I let myself in with the spare key I had pocketed, my heart pounding in my chest. The apartment was eerily silent, dust motes dancing in the weak sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. Sarah's room was as sparse as ever. A single bed, a small dresser, and the lingering scent of something vaguely floral and unsettlingly sweet. I went straight to the mattress, my hands trembling as I lifted it. The book was still there, tucked away in its hiding place. This time, I didn't hesitate. I pulled it out and sat on the edge of the bed, my fingers tracing the strange symbols on the cover. The leather felt cold and strangely smooth against my skin. I opened it carefully, the brittle pages rustling like dry leaves. The script was still incomprehensible, but as I flipped through the pages, the illustrations became clearer, more disturbing. They depicted grotesque figures engaged in bizarre rituals, celestial events aligning in ominous patterns, and shadowy entities lurking in the periphery. There was a sense of ancient power emanating from the book, a feeling that I was holding something that should have remained buried. Then I saw it. A drawing of a woman, her face obscured by shadow, but with a single, distinctive birthmark on her left hand, a crescent moon. Sarah had the same birthmark. It was faint, almost invisible, but I had noticed it once, a fleeting glimpse when she reached for something. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just some random book. It was connected to Sarah, deeply and intimately. A realization dawned on me, chilling me to the bone. Sarah wasn't just involved with dangerous people, she was the danger. As I stared at the drawing, the air in the room seemed to grow colder. A faint whisper echoed in the stillness, a sound that seemed to come from the book itself, a sibilant murmur just on the edge of my hearing. I felt a presence in the room, a sense of being watched. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Standing in the doorway was Sarah. Her eyes were different, whiter, darker, and they seemed to glow with an inner light. The faint smile that usually played on her lips was gone, replaced by a look of cold, predatory satisfaction. "Alex," she said, her voice soft but laced with an undercurrent of something ancient and malevolent. "I knew you couldn't resist." I tried to speak, to explain, but the words caught in my throat. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. I scrambled backward, clutching the book to my chest like a shield. What are you?" I managed to stammer out. Sarah's smile returned, but it was no longer faint or unsettling. It was wide, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too long. "Let's just say I'm more than you ever imagined." She took a step closer, and the room seemed to darken around her. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a suffocating cloud. I could feel a pressure building in the air, a tangible sense of dread that threatened to crush me. I knew then that the FBI was out of their depth. Their investigations, their arrests, their petty games of cat and mouse, they were meaningless in the face of what Sarah truly was. I had stumbled into something far older, far more powerful than anything they could comprehend. And I was trapped. Sarah reached out a hand, her fingers long and slender, her nails like polished obsidian. I flinched, bracing for the inevitable. "You shouldn't have looked in the book, Alex," she said, her voice now a low, guttural growl. "Some doors are better left unopened." Just as her hand was about to touch me, a sudden noise from downstairs startled us both. A loud banging, followed by shouts. The FBI. They must have realized I had given them the slip. Sarah's eyes flashed with annoyance. "Our little chat will have to wait," she hissed, turning towards the door. "But don't think you can escape me, Alex. We have unfinished business." She disappeared out the door, leaving me alone in the room, the whispers still echoing in my ears. I didn't wait. I grabbed the book and fled, scrambling out of the apartment and into the alleyway. I don't know what the future holds, The FBI will probably arrest me. The organization will likely hunt me down. And Sarah is still out there, and I know she won't stop until she gets the book back. I'm writing this final part in another motel room, even further out in the sticks. I don't know how much longer I have. The nightmares are getting worse, the whispers are growing louder, and I can't shake the feeling that Sarah is getting closer. I tried to do the right thing, I really did. But in the end, I just made things worse. I opened a door that should have stayed closed, and now we're all going to pay the price. Especially Sarah. Because whatever she is, whatever power she wields, I have her book. And I have a feeling it's the only thing that can stop her. The fight is far from over. It's only just begun. And I have a terrible feeling that this is a story with no happy ending. Just darkness and the haunting melody that Sarah hums in my dreams. A melody that promises only pain and eternal night. And the crescent moon birthmark, a chilling reminder of the evil I've unleashed. My name is Alex, and this is how my world ended. The flickering neon sign outside read Mike Steiner, a greasy spoon that had seen better decades. I wasn't the Mike it was named after, not anymore. These days, I mostly went by a digital ghost, a whisper in the encrypted channels of the dark web. But here, in this forgotten corner of Ohio, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee at 3 a.m., I was just me. Or at least, the closest I got to it. My real name is Michael Ramsey, a fact that felt increasingly foreign these past few years. Once, that name belonged to a bright-eyed kid who thought the internet was just for downloading music and chatting with girls in AIM. Then came the boredom, the curiosity, and the slow, seductive pull of the hidden networks. I started small, offering tech support for less than legal operations, then graduated to data scraping, and finally, the big leagues, information brokering. They called me Cypher. And for a while, I was damn good at it. I had eyes and ears in places most people couldn't even imagine. I knew secrets that could topple governments and ruin lives. I moved in the shadows, a phantom making deals and extracting intel for a clientele that ranged from paranoid CEOs to actual, honest-to-God mob bosses. It was a dangerous game, sure, but the thrill was intoxicating, the money even more so. For a guy who grew up in a trailer park, the digital underworld offered a twisted kind of upward mobility. But like they always say, the higher you climb, the further you have to fall. And my fall started with a file. It was labeled simply Nightingale. My usual gigs involve financial records, leaked databases, maybe the occasional compromising photos. This was different. The request came through a heavily encrypted channel, the kind usually reserved for clients with very deep pockets and even darker secrets. The price was astronomical, enough to set me up for life, 10 times over. Creed, that old familiar friend, whispered in my ear, drowning out the faint alarm bells ringing in my gut. The client was known only as Wraith. Their communication was clipped, professional, almost robotic. No personal details, no unnecessary chatter. Just the file name and the promise of payment upon delivery. I didn't ask questions. That was rule number 1 in my line of work. Curiosity could get you killed. But the name Nightingale gnawed at me. It felt significant, somehow. Like a piece of a puzzle I didn't even know I was trying to solve. It took me weeks to track down the file. It wasn't publicly available, not even on the deepest layers of the dark web. It was locked down, buried beneath layers of encryption I had never encountered before. I had to call in favors, exploit vulnerabilities I usually wouldn't touch, and practically live on caffeine and ramen noodles. But finally, after what felt like an eternity, I had it. Nightingale.zip. The file was heavily encrypted, of course. Military grade, or something close to it. It took another few days and a custom-built cracking rig running non-stop to finally break through. When the contents finally decrypted, I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe classified government documents, corporate espionage, something scandalous but ultimately mundane. What I found was anything but. The file contained a series of videos, each one more disturbing than the last. They appeared to be surveillance footage, taken from various locations: a nondescript office building, a suburban house, a dimly lit warehouse. The subjects were ordinary people, going about their daily lives. But there was something wrong. Something subtly off. In the first video, a man is sitting at his desk, working on a computer. He looks normal enough, but his movements are jerky, almost unnatural. His eyes dart around the room, not focusing on anything in particular. Then, a faint buzzing sound starts, inaudible at first, then growing louder, more insistent. The man twitches, his body convulsing slightly. He reaches up and scratches at his arm, drawing blood. The buzzing intensifies, and the man starts to scream, a silent scream, his mouth wide open but no sound coming out. His eyes roll back in his head, and he slumps forward onto the desk, motionless. The buzzing stops. The next video showed a woman at home, cooking dinner. Same thing. The subtle twitching, the growing buzzing sound, the silent scream, the collapse. Each video followed the same pattern, the victims seemingly struck down by some unseen force, their bodies reacting in the same horrifying way. I kept watching, my blood running cold. There were dozens of these videos, each one depicting a similar scene of inexplicable terror and death. Who were these people? What was happening to them? And what did Nightingale have to do with it? Then I saw the last video in the sequence. It was different. This one was taken from inside a car, the camera focused on the driver, a young woman. She looked terrified, her eyes wide with panic. The buzzing sound started almost immediately, much louder this time. She clawed at her head, whimpering. Then, a voice, distorted and electronic, echoed from the car's speakers. Subject Nightingale, termination sequence initiated. The woman's body went rigid. Her eyes glazed over. Her head snapped back against the headrest, and a thin stream of blood trickled from her nose. The buzzing stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. Subject Nightingale. The name from the file. The name that had haunted me. It wasn't just a file name. It was a code name. For the victims. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. What had I stumbled into? This wasn't just about stolen data or illicit deals. This was about something far more sinister, something inhuman. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hoax, some elaborate internet prank. But the realism of the videos, the sheer horror of the victims' final moments, felt too real. And the voice, that cold, detached, electronic voice, it sent a shiver down my spine. I looked back at the encrypted channel where I had received the request. Wraith was online. A single message sat waiting for me, payment confirmed. Deletion of the file is mandatory. I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I should have deleted it. Taken the money and run. Forgotten I ever saw Nightingale. But I couldn't. The faces of those people, their silent screams, were burned into my memory. I couldn't just let it go. Something was terribly wrong here. And I had a feeling that Nightingale was just the tip of the iceberg. I had to know more. I had to find out what was happening. That night, sitting in the dimly lit corner booth of Mike's Diner, the taste of stale coffee bitter on my tongue, I made a decision. I was done being Cypher, the ghost in the machine. It was time for Michael Ramsey to step back into the light, no matter how dangerous it might be. I had seen something I shouldn't have. And now, I was going to find out exactly what it meant. My days of lurking in the dark were over. I was about to step into a whole new kind of darkness. And this time, it felt like there was no turning back. My first step was to try and trace the origin of the Nightingale file. Wraith's communication was meticulously anonymized, routed through multiple servers across the globe. Standard digital forensics weren't going to cut it. I needed to go deeper, to tap into the old network of contacts I had cultivated during my time as Cypher. It was risky. Many of those connections were with individuals who wouldn't hesitate to turn me in if they thought it would benefit them. But I didn't have any other options. I fired up my old laptop, a heavily modified machine with layers of security protocols that would make a government spook blush. It had been gathering dust in a locked safe since I tried to go straight, but now it was time for one last dance with the devil. I navigated through the labyrinthine pathways of the dark web, my fingers flying across the keyboard, the familiar commands and protocols feeling like a forgotten language suddenly coming back to me. I reached out to a few trusted, as much as anyone in that world could be trusted, sources, individuals who specialized in tracing untraceable data and identifying anonymous entities. I kept the details vague, telling them I was investigating a high-level client and needed information about a specific encrypted file and a user known as Wraith. I offered them a substantial sum, a fraction of what Wraith had paid me, but still enough to pique their interest. Days turned into nights. I barely slept, haunted by the images from the Nightingale videos. The blank stares, the silent screams, the chilling voice uttering the word termination. It played on a loop in my mind, a constant reminder of the horror I had witnessed. I knew I couldn't just walk away from this. Those people deserved justice, or at least for their stories to be told. Finally, a response. It came through an encrypted dead drop, a message hidden within an image file on a defunct forum. One of my contacts, a notorious hacker known only as Ghost, had managed to dig up some dirt on Wraith. According to Ghost, Wraith was a relatively new player in the high-stakes information market, but they operated with a level of sophistication that suggested they had backing from a powerful organization. Their digital footprint was almost non-existent, but Ghost had managed to trace a few of their transactions back to a series of shell corporations registered in offshore tax havens. Nothing concrete, but it was a start. The other piece of information Ghost provided was more unsettling. He had encountered the Nightingale file, or at least fragments of similar data, in other restricted channels. Whispers of a clandestine program, codenamed Nightingale, that was supposedly being run by a shadowy branch within the US government. A program involving advanced neurological manipulation and remote assassination. It sounded like something straight out of a conspiracy thriller, too outlandish to be true. But the videos felt horrifyingly real. My heart pounded in my chest. Could it be true? Was Wraith working for the government? Were those innocent people in the videos victims of some kind of horrific experiment? The implications were staggering. If this was real, then I had stumbled upon a secret that powerful people would kill to protect. I knew I had to be careful. If Wraith was indeed connected to the government, then my every move was likely being watched. I couldn't trust anyone. I had to operate completely off the grid. I decided to dig deeper into the shell corporations Ghost had mentioned. It was tedious work, sifting through layers of legal jargon and financial records. But after days of relentless searching, I found a connection. One of the corporations had a subsidiary that had previously been awarded a government contract for neurological research. The contract was heavily redacted, but the keywords jumped out at me: advanced neural interfaces, remote influence, cognitive disruption. It was all starting to fit together in a terrifying way. Nightingale wasn't just a file, it was a program. A program that seemed to involve remotely controlling people and then terminating them. But why? What was the purpose? I went back to the videos, watching them again with a new perspective. I focused on the victims' eyes, their subtle twitches, the almost imperceptible changes in their expressions. It was like they were puppets, their strings being pulled by some unseen master. And the buzzing sound, could it be some kind of sonic weapon, a frequency designed to disrupt their neurological functions? I remembered the last video, the young woman in the car. Subject Nightingale, termination sequence initiated. It wasn't just a random act of violence. It was a deliberate execution. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Wraith wasn't just a broker, they were an executioner. And I had unwittingly delivered them the confirmation they needed. I had been a part of this, however unknowingly. The guilt was crushing. I had to expose this. I had to bring Nightingale to light. But how could I fight against a powerful, clandestine government organization? I was just one man, a former dark web hustler with a guilty conscience. Then I remembered the other part of the original prompt, the FBI. Could they be involved in this too? Or were they the ones I needed to turn to? The thought was both terrifying and hopeful. The FBI had the resources and the authority to investigate something like this, but what if they were already aware of Nightingale? What if they were part of it? I decided to take a calculated risk. I needed proof, something more than just the videos. I needed to find out who the victims were, where they came from, what their lives were like before they became subjects. I started by analyzing the surveillance footage, looking for any identifying details, a license plate, a street sign, a company logo. It was like searching for a needle in a digital haystack, but I had to try. Days blurred into weeks. I lived like a hermit, my apartment transformed into a makeshift war room, covered in printouts and scribbled notes. I barely ate, fueled by coffee and a burning desire for the truth. Finally, I caught a break. In one of the videos, taken inside the office building, I spotted a small, almost imperceptible detail in the background, a company calendar hanging on the wall. The name of the company was partially obscured, but I was able to make out enough letters to run a search. It took some digging, but eventually, I found a match. The company was a small tech startup based in California. I cross-referenced the employee roster with the faces in the videos. It was a long shot, but incredibly, I found a match. One of the victims, the man who had collapsed at his desk, was an engineer named David Chen. I found his social media profiles, his online presence painting a picture of an ordinary, hardworking man with a wife and 2 young children. He had no apparent connection to the dark web, no reason to be targeted. The same went for the other victims I was able to identify. They were all ordinary people from different walks of life, with nothing seemingly connecting them, except for the fact that they were all subjects of the Nightingale program. Now I had names. Now I had faces. Now I had a sliver of the truth. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. I knew I couldn't go to the authorities with just this. They would dismiss it as a conspiracy theory, or worse, they might already be involved. I needed more evidence. I needed to understand the purpose of Nightingale, who was behind it, and how they were able to remotely control and kill people. And I had a growing suspicion that the answer might lie within the very organization that was supposed to protect its citizens, the FBI. The name Wraith kept echoing in my mind. It had a certain, official feel to it, like a code name assigned within a structured organization. My next move was going to be the most dangerous one yet. I was going to try and penetrate the impenetrable fortress of the FBI to find out if my suspicions were correct. I was stepping out of the shadows of the dark web and into a world where the stakes were even higher, a world where the line between right and wrong was blurred beyond recognition. And I knew, deep down, that there was a very real possibility I wouldn't be coming back. But the faces of the Nightingale victims wouldn't let me rest. I had to see this through, no matter the cost. Infiltrating the FBI, even remotely, was a fool's errand for most. But my years navigating the dark web had taught me a few tricks. I knew how to exploit vulnerabilities, how to mask my digital presence, and how to move through secure networks like a ghost. It took weeks of painstaking work, probing for weaknesses in their systems, mapping their internal architecture. I started with publicly available information, job postings, organizational charts, anything I could find to get a sense of their structure and personnel. Then came the deeper dives, exploiting unpatched security flaws in older software versions, using social engineering tactics to gain access to low-level employee accounts. It was a slow, methodical process, each step carrying the risk of detection and exposure. But the image of David Chen's lifeless face kept me going. I had to know the truth. I focused my efforts on the Bureau's internal research divisions, specifically looking for any mention of neurological studies or remote influence technologies. Most of the data was heavily protected, requiring multiple levels of authentication. But I was patient, persistent. I used specialized tools to bypass security protocols, decrypt encrypted files, and slowly piece together the puzzle. What I found was more horrifying than I could have imagined. Project Nightingale wasn't just some rogue operation, it was a deeply embedded program within a clandestine branch of the FBI, operating in the shadows with virtually no oversight. The files I unearthed detailed decades of research into advanced neuroscience, focusing on the development of capable of remotely influencing and controlling human behavior. The buzzing sound in the videos? It wasn't a weapon, it was a trigger. a specific auditory frequency designed to activate dormant neural implants in the victims' brains. Implants that had been inserted without their knowledge or consent. The victims, identified by the codename Nightingale, were test subjects. Ordinary citizens who had been unknowingly tagged and monitored for years. The files contained their entire life histories, their medical records, their social media activity, every intimate detail of their existence meticulously documented. And Wraith? My suspicion was correct. It was a codename belonging to a high-ranking agent within the Nightingale program, responsible for overseeing the termination phase. The termination sequence was triggered remotely, sending a command to the neural implant that would induce a catastrophic neurological event, mimicking the symptoms I had seen in the videos. Asphyxia due to hanging was just one method. The files detailed others: sudden cardiac arrest, massive stroke, even self-inflicted accidents designed to look like suicides. The scope of the program was staggering. There were hundreds, possibly thousands, of Nightingale subjects across the country. Sleeper agents, living normal lives, completely unaware that they were being controlled, that their lives could be ended with the push of a button. But the most chilling revelation came when I delved deeper into the why. Why were these people being targeted? The initial files suggested they were considered potential threats, individuals who, for various reasons, might pose a risk to national security in the future. Activists, whistleblowers, even people who simply held dissenting political views. But as I dug further, the criteria became increasingly arbitrary, disturbingly vague. Some subjects were flagged for their financial instability, others for their mental health history, and some for reasons that were completely nonsensical. It seemed like the Nightingale program had become a tool for unchecked power, a way to eliminate anyone deemed undesirable by those in control. And then I found the files related to David Chen, the engineer from the first video. His threat assessment was based on an algorithm. An AI program that analyzed his online activity and flagged him as a potential risk due to his private communications with a journalist who was investigating government surveillance. He wasn't an actual threat, he was just someone who might have inadvertently stumbled upon a truth they wanted to keep hidden. The cold, detached efficiency of it was horrifying. These weren't targeted assassinations of known enemies, they were preemptive eliminations based on flawed algorithms and the paranoia of a select few individuals within the FBI. I felt a surge of rage. These people, these innocent lives extinguished like flickers of a candle. And I had played a part in it, unknowingly facilitating their deaths. The guilt was a heavy weight in my chest, threatening to suffocate me. I knew I had to expose this. I couldn't let this continue. But simply releasing the files I had found wouldn't be enough. They would be dismissed as forgeries, the work of a disgruntled hacker. I needed irrefutable proof, something that couldn't be denied. That's when I stumbled upon the Wraith protocol. It was a heavily encrypted file that detailed the chain of command within the Nightingale program, along with the real identities of the key players. And at the very top of the list, I saw a name that made my blood run cold: Agent Thomas Blackwood. Blackwood was a legendary figure within the FBI, a decorated agent with a spotless reputation. He was the kind of person you saw on the news, the embodiment of law and order. But according to this file, he was the architect of Nightingale, the one pulling the strings. I couldn't believe it. This pillar of the community, this symbol of justice, was orchestrating the remote assassinations of innocent civilians. It was a betrayal on a scale I couldn't comprehend. I needed to get this information out, but I couldn't risk going directly to the authorities. They were likely compromised. I had to find another way. I thought back to my time in the dark web. There was a network of investigative journalists operating outside the mainstream media who specialized in uncovering government corruption and exposing hidden truths. They were risky to contact, but they were my only hope. Using secure channels, I reached out to one of them, a journalist known only as the Oracle. I provided a small, encrypted sample of the Nightingale files, enough to pique their interest without revealing the full extent of what I had uncovered. I told them I had evidence of a highly illegal government program involving remote manipulation and assassinations, and that I needed their help to bring it to light. The Oracle was skeptical at first, but after verifying the authenticity of the sample files, they agreed to meet. We arranged a rendezvous in a remote location, far from prying eyes. The meeting was brief and tense. I handed over the full unencrypted files, along with all the evidence I had gathered, including the identity of Agent Blackwood. The Oracle listened intently, their face growing increasingly grim as they absorbed the information. They promised to investigate further and to publish the story if everything checked out. I knew it was a risk, putting my trust in a stranger, but I had no other choice. As I left the meeting, I felt a strange mix of relief and apprehension. I had done what I could. I had exposed the truth, or at least set the wheels in motion for it to be exposed. But I also knew that I had made powerful enemies. Agent Blackwood and the Nightingale program would not take this lightly. My life was in danger. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting to see black SUVs pulling up, men in dark suits ready to take me away. But the road behind me was empty. For now. I knew I couldn't stay in one place for long. I had to disappear, to become Cypher once again, a ghost in the machine, always looking over my shoulder. But this time, it was different. This time, I wasn't just hiding in the shadows. I was running from a truth that was far more terrifying than anything I had ever encountered in the dark web. And as I vanished back into the digital ether, I couldn't shake the feeling that the Nightingale program was still out there, its invisible tendrils reaching into the lives of unsuspecting citizens, the buzzing sound a constant, silent threat in the background of our seemingly normal world. The truth was out there, buried deep within the system, waiting to be uncovered. And I had a feeling that my journey into the darkness was far from over. The static on the radio was the first thing that really felt wrong. Usually, the morning check-ins with dispatch were about as exciting as watching pine needles fall. This morning, though, all I got was hiss. Just pure, unadulterated white noise, like the world had suddenly gone mute. My name's Ben, by the way. Ben Carter. I've been a park ranger at Blackwood Canyon National Park for the last 5 years, and I thought I'd seen it all. Bears wandering into campsites looking for a midnight snack, the occasional idiot trying to start a bonfire during a level 5 fire warning, even a couple of knuckleheads who thought it would be fun to get lost on purpose. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what the last 12 hours had been like. It started subtly enough. Yesterday was a typical late fall day in the canyon. The air was crisp, the leaves were mostly down, painting the trails in shades of ochre and red, and there was that quiet stillness that always settles over the park before the first real snowfall. We had a decent number of day hikers out, enjoying the last vestiges of mild weather. I spent most of my morning helping a group of elderly birdwatchers identify a particularly elusive warbler near Hemlock Creek. After lunch, I patrolled the trails around Lookout Point, making sure everyone was sticking to the marked paths and not leaving any trash behind. Standard ranger stuff. It was around 4 in the afternoon when I started getting the first unusual reports over the radio. A few hikers called in about someone behaving erratically on the Twin Falls Trail. They described a man stumbling, muttering to himself, and generally acting disoriented. We get that sometimes, people not used to the altitude, dehydration, or maybe just someone having a bad day. I radioed it in, and dispatch said they'd send a volunteer from the south entrance to check it out. That was the last coherent communication I heard from them. By the time my shift was supposed to end at 6, the radio was a mess of fragmented transmissions and panicked voices. I could pick up snippets. Something's happening at the campgrounds. People are attacking each other. Stay inside. Do not approach. It sounded like a bad disaster movie, the kind you'd roll your eyes at for being so over the top. Except, this was real. This was happening here, in Blackwood Canyon. My gut clenched. I tried to raise dispatch again, my voice tight with a growing sense of dread. Nothing but static. I was about 20 miles deep into the park, at the small ranger outpost near Oakhaven Lake. Usually, there are 2 of us stationed here, but my partner, Sarah, had taken a few days off to visit her family out of state. I was alone. I locked up the outpost, double-checking the windows and doors. The little cabin was sturdy enough to keep out wildlife, but against whatever was going on out there, I wasn't so sure. I grabbed my emergency pack, first aid kit, extra water, some protein bars, a map, compass, and my trusty multi-tool. My rifle, a standard issue for dealing with aggressive animals, felt cold and inadequate in my hands. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the woods were alive with the usual nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, owls hooting in the distance. But there was something else, too. A low, guttural moaning that seemed to be coming from the direction of the main campgrounds, about 5 miles to the north. It was unsettling, unnatural. I decided to stay put for the night. Hunkered down in the outpost, I tried to make sense of the garbled radio transmissions. One voice, a woman's, kept repeating the word hungry over and over, her tone shifting from distress to almost predatory. Another sounded like a ranger, his voice strained and desperate. They just keep coming. God help us. Then, silence. Sleep didn't come easy. Every rustle of leaves outside, every creak of the cabin, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept the rifle close, my senses on high alert. The moaning from the north seemed to get closer, more insistent. Dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in hues of pale pink and gray. I cautiously opened the door and peered outside. The air was eerily still, the usual chorus of morning birds absent. A thick fog hung low over the lake, obscuring the far shore. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once. I knew I couldn't stay in the outpost forever. My supplies were limited, and I had no idea what was happening beyond the park boundaries. I needed information. My best bet was to try and make it back to the park headquarters near the south entrance. It was a long hike, maybe 15 miles, but it was where the main communication equipment was located. If anyone knew what was going on, it would be them. I slung my pack over my shoulder, checked the rifle one last time, and stepped out into the silent morning. The fog swirled around me, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves. I hadn't gone more than a mile when I saw it. A figure stumbling out of the fog. At first, I thought it was another hiker, maybe injured or lost. But as it got closer, my blood ran cold. Its clothes were torn and stained, and it moved with an unnatural, jerky gait. Its head lolled to one side, and its jaw hung slack. And then I saw its face. Pale, gaunt, with vacant, bloodshot eyes. Its mouth opened in a silent snarl, revealing teeth that looked far too long and sharp. It reached out a hand, fingers gnarled and twitching. It wasn't injured. It wasn't lost. It was something else. Something dead. I froze for a split second, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. Then, instinct took over. I raised my rifle, aimed for the chest, and fired. The shot echoed through the silent woods, the sound deafening. The figure staggered back, a surprised look on its decaying face, then crumpled to the ground. My hands were shaking as I approached it cautiously. It lay still, unmoving. The bullet had done its job. But the horror of what I had just done, what I had just seen, was starting to sink in. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't a mountain lion. This was a person. Or at least, it used to be. More sounds reached me through the fog. Groaning, shuffling noises. And then another figure emerged, and then another. They were coming from the direction of the campgrounds. There were more of them. Many more. I didn't need anyone to tell me what was happening. The panicked radio messages, the unnatural behavior, the hunger in their eyes, it all clicked into place with terrifying clarity. This wasn't just some isolated incident. This was an outbreak. And I was right in the middle of it. I turned and ran, my boots pounding on the trail. The groaning and shuffling followed me, a chilling symphony of the undead. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my heart pounding in my chest, the image of that first dead face burned into my mind. The first 24 hours of the zombie outbreak. And I had just survived the first 12. The next 12, I suspected, would be hell. My lungs burned with each ragged breath as I sprinted down the winding trail. The sounds of the undead, their guttural moans and the clumsy thud of their feet echoed behind me, spurring me onward. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. 3 of them were visible through the thinning fog, their arms outstretched, their movements slow and jerky but undeniably relentless. They weren't fast, not yet, but there was a chilling determination in their shambling pursuit. I veered off the main trail, plunging into the dense undergrowth. Thorny bushes snagged at my uniform, and fallen logs tripped my feet, but I didn't dare slow down. The forest was my only ally now, a maze of trees and shadows that hopefully would provide some cover. I could hear them crashing through the brush behind me, their moans getting closer. They weren't just blindly following, they were tracking me by sound. I reached a small, rocky stream and without hesitation, plunged in. The icy water shocked my system, but I waded through, careful to step on submerged stones to avoid leaving tracks on the muddy banks. On the other side, I scrambled up the embankment and kept running, weaving through the trees, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the stream. The sun was starting to burn off the last of the fog, revealing the terrifying reality of what was happening. I saw no other hikers, no signs of life, only the eerie silence of a park that felt utterly deserted, except for the growing number of moaning figures in the distance. Hours blurred into a frantic mix of running, hiding, and listening. I avoided the main trails, sticking to the less traveled paths and the dense woods. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I encountered more of them, lone figures wandering aimlessly, small groups shambling through the trees. Each encounter filled me with a fresh wave of dread. These were my neighbors, the tourists who had come to enjoy the park, maybe even some of the volunteers I worked with. Now they were this. I managed to scavenge some wild berries, enough to stave off the worst of the hunger pangs, and refilled my water bottle from a clear mountain spring. The need for rest was a constant ache, but the thought of stopping for too long was terrifying. They could be anywhere. Once, I had to hide behind a fallen log as a small group of 4 or 5 passed by just a few feet away. The stench of decay was overwhelming, a nauseating mix of rot and something else, something sickly sweet. Their groans were low and constant, and their eyes, those vacant, bloodshot eyes, seemed to stare right through me even though they didn't see me. It was a primal, visceral fear that gripped me, the kind that chills you to the bone. As the day wore on, their numbers seemed to increase. I saw more and more of them, sometimes in larger groups, especially near the trails and the campgrounds. It was clear that whatever had happened, it had spread quickly and violently. My initial plan to reach park headquarters seemed increasingly suicidal. The main roads would likely be overrun. I needed a different way, a more secluded route. I pulled out my map, spreading it on moss-covered rock. My finger traced a faint, less used trail that branched off the main path and led towards the old fire lookout tower on Eagle Peak. From there, I might be able to get a better view of the surrounding area and maybe even pick up a faint cell signal. It was a long shot, but it was the only plan I had. The trail to Eagle Peak was steep and overgrown, but it offered the advantage of being less likely to be populated by them. The climb was exhausting, my legs burning, but the higher I went, the fewer of the undead I encountered. The air grew thinner and cooler, and the panoramic views of the canyon began to emerge through the trees. Just as the sun began to dip below the western horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, I reached the lookout tower. It was a small, wooden structure perched precariously on the edge of the peak, usually locked and off-limits to the public. But the door was hanging open, the latch broken. Cautiously, I stepped inside. The tower consisted of a single room with large windows on all sides, offering a 360-degree view of the park. The radio equipment was old and outdated, probably not functional anymore. But the view was both breathtaking and horrifying. From my vantage point, I could see the extent of the devastation. Smoke rose in several places, likely from unattended campfires or perhaps something worse. The main roads leading into and out of the park were clogged with abandoned vehicles. And everywhere I looked, I saw them, hundreds, maybe thousands, of the undead, their slow, relentless movements like a plague spreading across the landscape. The campgrounds were swarming with them. The visitor center looked eerily silent and deserted. Blackwood Canyon, once a haven of natural beauty, had become a charnel house. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. Was I the only one left? Had anyone else survived this? Then, I saw it. A flicker of movement in the distance, near the southern edge of the park. A small group of people, maybe 5 or 6, were moving quickly through the trees. They looked organized. They weren't shambling, they were running with purpose. Hope, a fragile ember, flickered in my chest. I wasn't alone. As darkness descended, I settled into the lookout tower, barricading the door as best I could with a heavy wooden table. The wind howled outside, and the temperature dropped sharply. I huddled in a corner, wrapped in my thin emergency blanket, my rifle clutched tightly in my hands. From my isolated perch, I watched the park below. The darkness hid many of the horrors, but the moans still carried on the wind, a constant reminder of the nightmare that had engulfed Blackwood Canyon. The small group I had seen earlier had disappeared into the trees. Were they survivors trying to escape? Were they heading towards help? I didn't know. All I knew was that I had survived the first 24 hours. But as the second night began, the question that haunted me was, could I survive the next? And what kind of world would be waiting for me if I did? The second night in the lookout tower was the longest of my life. Every creak of the aging wood, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, sounded like the approach of the undead. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. I spent the hours staring out into the darkness, my senses strained, listening for any sign of movement below. The moans were still there, tarried on the night air, a constant, chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I cautiously peered out of the windows. The landscape below was still shrouded in a misty haze, but as the light grew stronger, the terrifying truth was revealed. Their numbers hadn't diminished. If anything, there seemed to be more of them, their figures dotting the landscape like grotesque, animated scarecrows. The group I'd seen the previous evening was gone. I couldn't tell if they had escaped the park or had simply moved out of my line of sight. A wave of loneliness washed over me, the stark reality of my isolation sinking in. My supplies were dwindling. I had a little water left and a couple of protein bars. I knew I couldn't stay in the tower indefinitely. Eventually, they would find me, or I would run out of food and water. I had to make a decision, and I had to make it soon. Looking out across the vast expanse of the park, I tried to think logically. Park headquarters was still the most likely place to find help, if any help existed. But the main trails were undoubtedly swarming with the undead. I needed an alternative route. My gaze fell upon the old logging road that snaked along the western edge of the park. It was rough and rarely used, but it skirted the main areas of the outbreak that I could see. It was a longer route, but it might be my only chance. I packed my remaining supplies, checked my rifle, and descended from the tower. The morning air was cold and damp, and the silence was unnerving. I moved slowly and deliberately, sticking to the cover of the trees, constantly scanning my surroundings. The logging road was as bad as I remembered, overgrown with weeds and littered with fallen branches. But it was deserted. For hours I walked, my senses on high alert, but I saw no sign of the undead. A fragile sense of hope began to build within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could make it out of this alive. Around midday, I reached a small, abandoned logging cabin nestled in a clearing. The door was unlocked, and I cautiously entered. It was dusty and run down, but it was dry and offered a temporary respite from the elements. Inside, I found a few cans of old, forgotten food in a cupboard, peaches, surprisingly. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give me a much-needed boost of energy. As I ate, I noticed something glinting in the corner of the cabin. It was an old CB radio, coated in dust. On a whim, I flipped the power switch. Static filled the small room, but then, through the hiss, I heard a faint voice. "Anyone out there? Can anyone hear me?" The voice was weak and crackly, but it was definitely there. My heart leaped. "This is Ranger Carter. Do you read me?" I shouted into the microphone, my voice trembling with excitement. There was a moment of silence, then the voice replied, stronger this time. "Ranger Carter? Is that really you?" We thought everyone in the park was gone. "No, I'm here," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "What's going on? What happened?" The voice on the other end belonged to a dispatcher from the county emergency services. He explained that a highly aggressive virus had swept through the region, causing rapid death and reanimation. Blackwood Canyon had been hit hard, likely due to the large number of tourists. They were trying to establish quarantine zones and rescue any survivors they could find. He asked for my location, and I told him about the logging cabin. He said they would try to send someone for me, but it would take time. The area was chaotic, and resources were stretched thin. He told me to stay put and keep the radio on. Hope surged through me, stronger than before. Help was coming. I had made contact. I wasn't alone. But my relief was short-lived. As I sat in the cabin, listening to the crackling radio, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of moaning, coming from outside. They had found me. I grabbed my rifle, my heart pounding in my chest. I peered out the window. 2 of them were shambling towards the cabin, their eyes fixed on the open door. More were emerging from the trees. They must have been drawn by the sound of my voice on the radio. The dispatcher's voice crackled from the radio. "Ranger Carter, what's happening? Are you still there?" "They're here," I said, my voice tight with fear. "They found me." "Stay strong, Ranger," he said. "Help is on its way. Just hold out." Holding out. That was easier said than done. The cabin door wouldn't keep them out for long. I needed to move, to find a way to survive until help arrived. I looked around the small cabin, my eyes scanning for anything I could use. My gaze fell upon a rusty old axe leaning against the wall. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The first of the undead reached the cabin, its decaying hands reaching for the door. I took a deep breath, gripped the axe tightly, and braced myself. The next few hours would be the longest, and likely the most dangerous, of my life. I had survived the first 24 hours of the zombie outbreak. Now, I had to survive until rescue came. And in the desolate silence of the abandoned logging cabin, with the moans of the undead closing in, I knew that the nightmare was far from over. This was just the beginning. The second night in the lookout tower was the longest of my life. Every creak of the aging wood, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, sounded like the approach of the undead. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. I spent the hours staring out into the darkness, my senses strained, listening for any sign of movement below. The moans were still there, tarried on the night air, a constant, chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I cautiously peered out of the windows. The landscape below was still shrouded in a misty haze, but as the light grew stronger, the terrifying truth was revealed. Their numbers hadn't diminished. If anything, there seemed to be more of them, their figures dotting the landscape like grotesque, animated scarecrows. The group I'd seen the previous evening was gone. I couldn't tell if they had escaped the park or had simply moved out of my line of sight. A wave of loneliness washed over me, the stark reality of my isolation sinking in. My supplies were dwindling. I had a little water left and a couple of protein bars. I knew I couldn't stay in the tower indefinitely. Eventually, they would find me, or I would run out of food and water. I had to make a decision, and I had to make it soon. Looking out across the vast expanse of the park, I tried to think logically. Park headquarters was still the most likely place to find help, if any help existed. But the main trails were undoubtedly swarming with the undead. I needed an alternative route. My gaze fell upon the old logging road that snaked along the western edge of the park. It was rough and rarely used, but it skirted the main areas of the outbreak that I could see. It was a longer route, but it might be my only chance. I packed my remaining supplies, checked my rifle, and descended from the tower. The morning air was cold and damp, and the silence was unnerving. I moved slowly and deliberately, sticking to the cover of the trees, constantly scanning my surroundings. The logging road was as bad as I remembered, overgrown with weeds and littered with fallen branches. But it was deserted. For hours I walked, my senses on high alert, but I saw no sign of the undead. A fragile sense of hope began to build within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could make it out of this alive. Around midday, I reached a small, abandoned logging cabin nestled in a clearing. The door was unlocked, and I cautiously entered. It was dusty and run down, but it was dry and offered a temporary respite from the elements. Inside, I found a few cans of old, forgotten food in a cupboard, peaches, surprisingly. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give me a much-needed boost of energy. As I ate, I noticed something glinting in the corner of the cabin. It was an old CB radio, coated in dust. On a whim, I flipped the power switch. Static filled the small room, but then, through the hiss, I heard a faint voice. "Anyone out there? Can anyone hear me?" The voice was weak and crackly, but it was definitely there. My heart leaped. "This is Ranger Carter. Do you read me?" I shouted into the microphone, my voice trembling with excitement. There was a moment of silence, then the voice replied, stronger this time. "Ranger Carter? Is that really you? We thought everyone in the park was gone." "No, I'm here," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "What's going on? What happened?" The voice on the other end belonged to a dispatcher from the county emergency services. He explained that a highly aggressive virus had swept through the region, causing rapid death and reanimation. Blackwood Canyon had been hit hard, likely due to the large number of tourists. They were trying to establish quarantine zones and rescue any survivors they could find. He asked for my location, and I told him about the logging cabin. He said they would try to send someone for me, but it would take time. The area was chaotic, and resources were stretched thin. He told me to stay put and keep the radio on. Hope surged through me, stronger than before. Help was coming. I had made contact. I wasn't alone. But my relief was short-lived. As I sat in the cabin, listening to the crackling radio, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of moaning, coming from outside. They had found me. I grabbed my rifle, my heart pounding in my chest. I peered out the window. Two of them were shambling towards the cabin, their eyes fixed on the open door. More were emerging from the trees. They must have been drawn by the sound of my voice on the radio. The dispatcher's voice crackled from the radio. "Ranger Carter, what's happening? Are you still there?" "They're here," I said, my voice tight with fear. "They found me." "Stay strong, Ranger," he said. "Help is on its way. Just hold out." Holding out. That was easier said than done. The cabin door wouldn't keep them out for long. I needed to move, to find a way to survive until help arrived. I looked around the small cabin, my eyes scanning for anything I could use. My gaze fell upon a rusty old axe leaning against the wall. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The first of the undead reached the cabin, its decaying hands reaching for the door. I took a deep breath, gripped the axe tightly, and braced myself. The next few hours would be the longest, and likely the most dangerous, of my life. I had survived the first 24 hours of the zombie outbreak. Now, I had to survive until rescue came. And in the desolate silence of the abandoned logging cabin, with the moans of the undead closing in, I knew that the nightmare was far from over. This was just the beginning. By the way, I noticed web and app activity isn't currently enabled for this Google account. Turning on web and app activity in your My Google Activity page will allow me to give more tailored and useful responses in the future. My name is Alex. Just a regular guy, I thought. 30-something, work a dead-end IT job, live in a quiet little suburban house with a patchy lawn and a mailbox that always seems to be slightly askew. Nothing about my life screamed thrilling or mysterious, let alone horror story in the making. My biggest daily drama usually revolved around whether or not the coffee in the office break room was still hot. That was until a few nights ago. It started innocently enough. I was cleaning out my old computer, the one I hadn't used since I built my new rig last year. You know how it is, you keep old tech around just in case, and then it sits in a corner gathering dust bunnies the size of small rodents. This old machine had been my trusty companion for years. It held old documents, embarrassing teenage attempts at songwriting, and a whole lot of digital clutter. I figured it was time to wipe the hard drive and maybe donate it or something. As I was going through the files, preparing for the inevitable digital cleanse, I stumbled upon a folder I didn't recognize. It was simply labeled Project Chimera. Now, I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories or delving into the unknown, but the name itself had a strange pull. Chimera, the mythical beast cobbled together from different animals. What kind of project would I, of all people, have named that? Curiosity, the one human flaw that always gets us into trouble, got the better of me. I clicked on the folder. Inside, there were a series of encrypted files, all dated within the last 6 months, a period when I was actively using this old computer for some specific side communication. I racked my brain trying to remember what Project Chimera could possibly be. Nothing came to mind. I knew I used encrypted channels for certain online activities, mostly coordinating with a few friends on some, let's just say, rather niche online communities. We valued our privacy, and encryption was standard practice. But what were these files? And why couldn't I remember creating them? The encryption was strong, the kind I hadn't used in years, a multi-layered system with a key phrase I vaguely recalled setting up for a particularly sensitive exchange back when I was more paranoid, perhaps. It took me a while, a good hour of digging through old notes and forgotten digital documents, but I finally managed to piece together the decryption key. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed it in, a sense of unease settling in my stomach. It felt like I was about to uncover something I wasn't supposed to see. The first file opened, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't a document, or an image, or anything I expected. It was an audio file. The timestamp indicated it was from about 5 months ago. Hesitantly, I clicked play. The first voice I heard was mine. That much was undeniable. It was a recording of a conversation I had with someone I only knew online as Spectre. We were discussing something. The details were hazy at first, obscured by our usual coded language and inside jokes. But as the conversation progressed, a sickening realization dawned on me. We weren't just chatting about some obscure online game or a shared interest in vintage sci-fi. We were talking about David. David was a mutual acquaintance, someone we both knew from another online forum, a place dedicated to amateur writers. He was a quiet guy, a little socially awkward, but generally well-liked. We had several private conversations with him over the past year, mostly offering encouragement on his writing projects. Now, listening to this recording, I heard my own voice, along with Spectre's, dissecting David's personality, his online habits, his insecurities. We were talking about him in a way that felt invasive, almost predatory. Did you see his post in the writing group today? Spectre's voice echoed from my speakers, a distorted, digital whisper. He's still stuck on that same plot point. Says he's feeling blocked. My own voice replied, smooth and casual, a tone that now felt alien and repulsive to me. Yeah, I saw it. Pathetic, really. You'd think after all this time he'd have figured out something so basic. The conversation continued in this vein, a cruel and unwarranted critique of someone who had never done anything to us. We analyzed his writing style, mocked his attempts at humor, and even speculated about his personal life based on his forum posts. It was vile. It was mean-spirited. And it was me. Or at least, it was a version of me that I didn't recognize, a version I desperately didn't want to be. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. What had possessed me to talk about David like that? And why didn't I remember any of this? I had no recollection of this conversation, no memory of harboring such negative feelings towards him. I quickly closed the audio file, my heart pounding in my chest. Maybe it was just a one-off, a moment of weakness, a bad day where I let my frustrations get the better of me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. There were dozens more files in the Project Chimera folder, all time-stamped over the past 6 months, all encrypted conversations. And they all seemed to involve David. With trembling hands, I opened another file. This one was more recent, from just a few weeks ago. Again, I heard my voice in Spectre's. But this time, the tone was different. There was an undercurrent of something darker, something more sinister. He's been getting closer, Spectre said, their voice laced with a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. He almost figured it out yesterday. He posted a comment that was unsettlingly accurate. Did he suspect us? I heard my own voice ask, the words sounding distant and detached. Not directly, Spectre replied. But he's asking the right questions. He's starting to connect the dots. We need to be careful. Connect the dots? What were we doing that David could possibly figure out? What dots were there to connect? My mind raced, trying to make sense of the fragments of conversation I was hearing. The recording continued, and the implications of what I was listening to began to send shivers down my spine. We were talking about manipulating David, about subtly influencing his thoughts and actions through our online interactions. We were discussing planting ideas in his head, guiding him down certain paths. For what purpose, I couldn't yet tell. But the way we spoke about him, as if he were a puppet on strings, was deeply disturbing. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I looked around my quiet, ordinary living room, the familiar surroundings now seeming alien and threatening. Who was I talking to? What was Spectre really? And more importantly, what were we doing to David? I had to know more. I had to listen to the rest of these recordings, no matter how unsettling they might be. I felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling that I had stumbled upon something truly horrifying, something that might change everything I thought I knew about myself and the world around me. This wasn't just about mean online comments anymore. This felt like something much, much worse. And David was at the center of it all. I spent the rest of the night and the better part of the following day lost in the labyrinth of Project Chimera. Each encrypted audio file I decrypted peeled back another layer of a reality I didn't know existed, a reality where I was a participant in something deeply unsettling. The conversations between my digital self and Spectre became increasingly disturbing, revealing a calculated and manipulative approach towards David that chilled me to the bone. As I listened to more recordings, the purpose of our actions started to become horrifyingly clear. We weren't just gossiping or being mean-spirited. We were actively trying to isolate David, to erode his confidence, to subtly push him towards a state of despair. We would discuss his online posts, identify his vulnerabilities, and then strategize how to exploit them in our subsequent interactions with him. In one recording from about 3 months ago, Spectre suggested, he mentioned feeling like his writing is going nowhere. Maybe we should gently steer him towards darker themes, suggest he explore more personal struggles. My voice, cold and calculating, replied, "Good idea. Plant the seed of self-doubt. Make him think his current style is too light, too superficial. We need him to feel like he needs to delve into the abyss to find his true voice." They discussed specific comments they had made on David's work, carefully crafted to sound supportive on the surface but laced with subtle criticisms designed to undermine his self-esteem. They talked about how they had encouraged him to share more personal details about his life, feigning empathy while secretly cataloging his insecurities and fears for future exploitation. The level of premeditation and cruelty in these recordings was sickening. I couldn't reconcile the voice I was hearing with the person I believed myself to be. Was this truly me? Had I become this manipulative and callous individual without even realizing it? The thought was terrifying. As I delved deeper into the archive, the conversations took an even darker turn. The focus shifted from simply undermining David's confidence to actively manipulating his emotions and perceptions. They discussed ways to isolate him from his other online friends, to create friction and misunderstandings. In one particularly chilling exchange, Spectre said, He seems to trust Booklover87 a lot. Maybe we should create a fake profile and start spreading some rumors about them. Nothing too obvious, just enough to sow seeds of doubt. My voice responded, excellent. Make it seem like Booklover87 is secretly making fun of his writing behind his back. Use some of the details he shared in private messages. That should do the trick. Listening to this, I felt a wave of revulsion so strong I almost vomited. The sheer audacity of it, the calculated cruelty directed at someone who had done nothing but share his passion and vulnerabilities with us. And the fact that I was a willing participant in this, it was almost unbearable to comprehend. The recordings continued, painting a picture of a systematic and insidious campaign against David. They discussed his decreasing activity in the online writing group, noting with satisfaction how their efforts seemed to be paying off. He hasn't posted anything in days, Spectre observed in one recording from a month ago. His last message was pretty downbeat. I think he's finally starting to crack. Good, my voice replied. Keep the pressure on. We're almost there. Almost where? I found myself whispering to the empty room. What was the end game? What were we trying to achieve by driving David to this apparent breaking point? The answer, when it finally came, was even more horrifying than I could have imagined. In a recording from just a week ago, the conversation took a shocking and macabre turn. He's been posting some really disturbing stuff lately, Spectre said, their voice laced with a strange anticipation. Almost like he's writing his way out. My voice responded, a disturbingly calm tone, yes, I've seen it. The descent into darkness is almost complete. He's playing right into our hands. Do you think he'll actually do it? Spectre asked, the question hanging heavy in the digital air. There was a pause before my voice replied, cold and devoid of any empathy. It's the logical conclusion, isn't it? We've nurtured his despair, amplified his insecurities, isolated him from any support. We've painted him into a corner. Now, it's just a matter of time. The implication of those words hit me like a physical blow. They weren't just talking about David quitting the online writing group. They were talking about something far more permanent, far more tragic. They were talking about pushing him to the brink of suicide. I slammed my laptop shut, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The weight of what I had just heard was crushing. I felt a profound sense of guilt and horror. What had I become? How could I have been a part of something so monstrous? I had to do something. I had to warn David. But how? I hadn't spoken to him directly in weeks, maybe even months, as per our strategy outlined in the recordings. Would he even believe me? And what about Spectre? Who were they? And why were they doing this? As I sat there, reeling from the revelations, another thought struck me, a thought even more chilling than the last. The recordings were all from my old computer, from a specific period when I was engaged in these encrypted conversations. But why did I have no memory of any of it? It was as if a significant chunk of my recent past had been erased, leaving behind only these horrifying digital echoes. Could Spectre be responsible for that? Had they somehow manipulated my own memories, turning me into an unwitting accomplice in their twisted game? The possibility was terrifying, suggesting a level of control and manipulation far beyond anything I had initially imagined. I decided I had to try to reach out to David. I logged into the online writing forum, my hands still trembling. I found his profile and saw that he had indeed been inactive for several days. His last post was a short, cryptic message that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. The shadows are closing in. There's no escape. I quickly typed out a private message, my fingers flying across the keyboard. I told him everything, about the recordings, about what I had heard, about my own confusion and horror. I didn't hold back, laying bare the extent of our manipulation. I urged him to get help, to talk to someone, anyone. I gave him my phone number and pleaded with him to call me. After sending the message, I felt a surge of adrenaline followed by a wave of exhaustion. I had done what I could. Now all I could do was wait and hope. But as I sat there, staring at the screen, another message popped up. It was from Spectre. My blood ran cold. How did they know I had logged in? Were they watching me? The message was short and chillingly simple. Alex, we need to talk. You've been listening to things you shouldn't have. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't just some online prank gone wrong. This was real. And I was in the middle of something far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The surveillance wasn't just directed at David. It was directed at me too. And now that I knew their secret, I was afraid I had become their next target. The message from Spectre sent a jolt of pure fear through me. How did they know? Had they been monitoring my activity all along? The encrypted channels we used, I thought they were secure. This realization was more terrifying than anything I had heard in the recordings. It meant I wasn't just a passive listener to this horrifying plot. I was a player in it, and now the game had turned in my direction. I stared at the message on the screen, the words, Alex, we need to talk. You've been listening to things you shouldn't have, burning into my retinas. I felt a desperate urge to unplug my computer, to run and hide, but I knew that wouldn't solve anything. I was in too deep. Hesitantly, I replied to Spectre's message. Who is this? How do you know my name? I typed, my fingers clumsy and unsure on the keyboard. The response came almost immediately. You know who this is, Alex. We've been working together for months. As for how I know your name, well, we know a lot about each other, don't we? Their words sent a chill down my spine. They were right. We had shared personal details in our conversations, though I couldn't recall anything too specific. The encryption had created a sense of anonymity, a feeling of being insulated from the real world. Now, that illusion was shattered. What do you want? I typed back, my voice trembling despite the digital barrier. We need to discuss what you've heard, Spectre replied. It seems you've stumbled upon something sensitive. Something that was never meant for your ears. You were manipulating David, I wrote, my anger and fear momentarily overriding my caution. You were trying to drive him to suicide. There was a long pause before Spectre responded. You misunderstand the situation, Alex. We were helping him. He was lost, adrift. We were guiding him towards a release. Their words were chillingly detached, completely devoid of any remorse or empathy. This wasn't just about online manipulation. This was something far more sinister, bordering on a cult-like mentality. That's insane, I typed back. You were tormenting him. Tormenting? No. We were giving him purpose. He felt invisible, insignificant. We showed him that his life could have meaning, even in its end. He would be remembered. I couldn't believe what I was reading. This person, this specter, was completely delusional, twisting their cruel actions into some kind of twisted altruism. I sent David a message, I confessed, my heart sinking with dread. I told him everything. Another long pause. Then, Spectre's reply appeared on the screen. That was a mistake, Alex. A big mistake. My blood ran cold. Was David in danger? Was I in danger? Suddenly, my computer screen went black. The power in my house flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. My heart leaped into my throat. This couldn't be a coincidence. I fumbled for my phone, the dim light of the screen illuminating my panicked face. The battery was almost dead. I tried to turn on a flashlight app, but it wouldn't load. I was completely alone in the dark, the silence of my house amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. Then, I heard it. A faint scratching sound coming from downstairs. I held my breath, straining my ears. The sound came again, closer this time, like something was dragging itself across the wooden floor. Terror seized me. Was Spectre in my house? How could they have gotten in? I had locked all the doors and windows. I slowly backed away from my desk, my eyes darting around the dimly lit room. The only light came from the sliver of moonlight filtering through my bedroom window. The scratching sound grew louder, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic thumping. I had to get out of here. I crept towards my bedroom door, my every muscle tense. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grip it. As I turned the knob, I heard a voice, soft and chillingly familiar, whisper from just outside the door. Alex? It's me, David. You said you wanted to talk. My blood turned to ice. David? But his last online message, the way Spectre had talked about him. I slowly opened the door, peering into the darkness of the hallway. And then I saw him. Or rather, I saw a figure standing in the dim light, a figure that vaguely resembled the David I knew from online. But there was something wrong, horribly wrong. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity, and his face was pale and gaunt, as if he had been drained of all life. He held something in his hand, something long and thin that glinted in the moonlight. You tried to help me, Alex, he said, his voice a raspy whisper that seemed to come from beyond the grave. Spectre told me. They told me you understood. That you wanted to join us. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing and hearing. Had Spectre somehow gotten to David before I did? Had they twisted my message, turning my warning into an invitation? David, please, I stammered, taking a step back. You need help. What they told you isn't true. He took a step closer, the glinting object in his hand now clearly visible, a length of thin, taut wire. We were so close, Alex, he whispered, his eyes fixated on me. So close to finding peace. But you tried to interfere. Spectre said you couldn't be trusted. He lunged at me, the wire flashing in the dim light. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over a rug and falling to the floor. He was on me in an instant, the wire tightening around my throat. I clawed at his hands, gasping for breath, but his grip was like steel. His eyes, those unnatural glowing eyes, stared down at me, filled with a terrifying mix of sadness and determination. "Don't worry, Alex," he whispered, his voice barely audible above my strangled gasps. "Soon, you'll understand. Soon, we'll all be free." The pressure on my throat intensified. My vision began to blur. I could hear a faint, distorted voice echoing in my ears, a voice that sounded strangely like my own, whispering in unison with David's. "Project Chimera is complete." Then, everything went black. I never thought our conversations on the encrypted channels were being recorded. What I just found is chilling. Wait, that's what I wrote in my initial message to you. This can't be happening. The story, I'm starting to hear scratching sounds outside my door. And there's a message on my screen from someone called Spectre. It's a realm shrouded in mystery and, unfortunately, sometimes in darkness of a far more sinister kind. Tonight we delve into that darkness. What you are about to see are not fictional tales spun for entertainment. These are accounts, sometimes fragmented, sometimes chillingly detailed, of true crimes that have been linked to the dark web. These stories can be disturbing, even unsettling. They offer a glimpse into the potential dangers that lurk within this shadowy part of the internet. So take a deep breath and prepare yourself. What you are about to witness are true dark web crime scary stories. Viewer discretion is advised. Alright, let's get this down while I still feel anchored. Noah Peterson reporting for duty. Though honestly, duty feels like a cosmic joke right now. My world revolves around pixels and processing power, crafting realities that exist only behind a lens. I work in VR development, specifically environmental design and sensory feedback integration. Think haptic suits, olfactory simulators, the whole 9 yards. We're chasing the dragon of total immersion, trying to blur the line between the digital and the real until you can't tell where one ends and the other begins. It's cutting-edge stuff, or at least that's what the glossy brochures claim. Privately, among the code monkeys and hardware gurus I call colleagues, we know we're still just scratching the surface. True seamless integration. That's the holy grail, always just out of reach. My obsession with immersion doesn't stop when I clock out. If anything, it intensifies. I spend hours trawling the web, not just the surface stuff, but the deeper, murkier corners. Obscure tech forums, private beta testing groups, encrypted chat rooms where whispers of bleeding edge, often ethically dubious advancements are exchanged. I'm always looking for the next thing. The breakthrough someone's having in a garage, or a clandestine lab that makes our corporate R&D look like toddlers finger painting. It was during one of these late-night digital spelunking sessions, deep in a forum dedicated to experimental biohacking and fringe neurotechnology, that I first stumbled upon the rumors. They weren't loud or flashy, more like digital breadcrumbs scattered across heavily encrypted threads. Whispers about experiential rentals available only through specific, hard-to-find marketplaces on the dark web. Not VR. Not traditional AR overlays projected onto glasses or screens, but something else. The descriptions were maddeningly vague, using terms like reality augmentation, neuro-linked environments, and sensory weaving. The most persistent and chilling term was fully immersive sensory experience. It sounded like marketing bullshit, the kind I write myself sometimes, but the context, the dark web, the extreme secrecy, the warnings about psychological side effects gave it a sinister edge. Naturally, I was hooked. This wasn't just the next step, it sounded like a quantum leap. Forget headsets and gloves. This hinted at technology that interfaced directly with perception. Was it advanced psychoacoustics? Direct neural stimulation? Some kind of localized reality field manipulation I couldn't even begin to conceptualize. My rational mind screamed scam or dangerous delusion, but the obsessive tech chaser in me, the part that needed to know, drowned it out. Finding the actual marketplace was an ordeal. It required multiple layers of TOR, specific PGP keys exchanged through dead drop email accounts, and navigating interfaces that looked like they were designed in the dial-up era. deliberately obtuse and unwelcoming. It felt less like online shopping and more like digital espionage. After weeks of cautious probing, I finally found it a stark, minimalist site listing only a handful of experiences. No pictures, just cryptic titles and brief, often grammatically questionable, descriptions. One listing caught my eye: Unit 7B, the Perceptual Echo Chamber. The description read, a unique residential opportunity offering unparalleled sensory immersion. Experience reality filtered, enhanced, and reconstructed. Short-term leases available for discerning individuals seeking profound environmental integration. Full-spectrum augmentation. Discretion assured. Liability waived. Below it, a single, unverifiable review simply said, saw things I shouldn't have, still see them sometimes. 5 stars, chilling, yet utterly irresistible. The booking process was predictably shady. Communication happened via encrypted, self-destructing messages. Payment was strictly in Monero, a notoriously untraceable cryptocurrency, transferred through a series of mixing services. The landlord, who communicated only through text using what seemed like a voice modulator filter even in written form, if that makes sense, the syntax was just off, provided minimal details. I received GPS coordinates to a location about 3 hours out of the city, a key code for a lockbox, and a strict warning: no outside recording devices. No external communication during occupancy. What happens in Unit 7B stays in Unit 7B. Attempting to analyze or reverse engineer the augmentation technology as grounds for immediate termination of the lease and forfeiture of deposit, and potentially other consequences. Ominous, much part of me knew this was insane. Handing over a significant chunk of crypto to an anonymous entity on the dark web for a vaguely described experience in some unknown location. Red flags weren't just raised, they were performing a synchronized swimming routine. But the lure of experiencing something genuinely new, something that might redefine immersion as I understood it, was too strong. I rationalized it. I'm a VR developer, this is field research. Extreme field research maybe, but potentially revolutionary. The drive out was tense. I left my work laptop and personal phone behind, taking only a burner phone which I was instructed to turn off upon arrival, some clothes, and basic supplies. The GPS coordinates led me off the main highway, onto winding country roads, and finally down a poorly maintained gravel track ending in a small, surprisingly mundane-looking cluster of detached bungalow-style buildings. They looked like repurposed motel units or maybe short-term worker housing, strangely isolated amidst overgrown fields and skeletal trees. There was no sign, no reception, nothing to indicate what this place was. My Unit 7B was at the far end, slightly more isolated than the others. The air was still, unnervingly quiet except for the crunch of gravel under my boots and the distant call of a crow. Using the code, I opened the lockbox attached to the weathered doorframe. Inside lay a single, old-fashioned brass key. The lock clicked open smoothly. Stepping inside, the first thing that struck me was the overwhelming normality. It was aggressively bland. Beige walls, cheap laminate flooring. Functional but utterly unremarkable furniture: a small sofa, a coffee table, a kitchenette unit, a closed door presumably leading to a bedroom and bathroom. It smelled faintly of stale air and cleaning products. There were no visible wires, no projectors, no emitters, no strange devices anywhere. If this was an augmented reality space, the tech was completely invisible, seamlessly integrated, or not here at all. I dropped my bag, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet room. My developer brain immediately started scanning, analyzing. Where was the power source for this supposed tech? How was it projecting or influencing? Was it embedded in the walls? Subtle atmospheric manipulation. Infrasound. I ran my hands along the walls, tapped on surfaces, checked power outlets. Nothing, just a standard, slightly depressing rental unit. A wave of disappointment washed over me, quickly followed by a prickle of unease. Had I just been scammed? Driven 3 hours and dropped a load of crypto for a crappy room in the middle of nowhere? Or was the experience simply not active yet? I checked the sparse instructions again. No mention of an activation process. It was supposed to be inherent to the environment. I walked over to the window, pulling aside the cheap plastic blinds. Outside, the view was just as uninspiring: tangled weeds, the grayish-brown wall of the next unit, a sliver of overcast sky. As I stared, a flicker. Just a momentary jitter in the landscape, like a single frame dropped from a video feed. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Must be tired from the drive, I thought. Stress, anticipation. Happens all the time when you stare too long. I turned away from the window, heading towards the kitchenette to get some water. Out of the corner of my eye, in the reflection on the blank TV screen mounted on the wall, I thought I saw the blinds twitch again. But when I spun back around, the window was still, the view unchanged. Just the wind, I told myself, even though the air outside seemed perfectly calm. Just nerves. It had to be. But a cold knot was tightening in my stomach. This place felt off in a way simple disappointment couldn't explain. The quiet was too deep, the stillness too absolute. It felt like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting. And I had the sickening feeling I was waiting with it. The glitching, I suspect, was just beginning. Dismissing the initial flickers as nerves felt good for about 5 minutes. Long enough to pour a glass of water from the tap, water that tasted faintly metallic. Almost like licking a battery, and take a hesitant sip. Long enough to force myself to sit on the uncomfortable sofa and try to think rationally. This had to be tech. Maybe some kind of advanced projection system I couldn't see. Or perhaps it wasn't visual at all, but targeted neural interference. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to pin the weirdness down with the familiar logic of code and hardware. But the unsettling feeling persisted, a low hum beneath the surface of my thoughts. Then the sound started. It began subtly, like the visual anomalies. A faint dripping noise from the direction of the bathroom. Drip, 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 annoying but mundane. I got up to check, pushing open the bathroom door. The room was small, functional, echoing the blandness of the main area. The sink faucet was tightly closed. The shower head was dry. No leaks. I listened intently. Silence. Complete, unnerving silence. I stepped back into the main room, closing the bathroom door firmly. And then drip, 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 same rhythm, same faint, echoing quality, seemingly originating from inside the closed bathroom again. I flung the door open. Silence. Checked everything again. Nothing. Closed the door. Drip. It was like a sound file on a loop, triggered by the door closing, but that made no sense. There were no visible sensors, no speakers. I tried leaving the door ajar. The dripping stopped. I closed it completely. Drip, drip, drip. I repeated this several times. A grown man playing peek-a-boo with a phantom leak, feeling increasingly ridiculous and profoundly creeped out. Finally, I left the bathroom door wide open. The silence somehow more unnerving than the impossible dripping. That was just the opening act. Soon, other sounds joined the performance. A low hum that seemed to vibrate in my teeth, starting and stopping abruptly. A faint, repetitive scratching from behind one of the walls, like rats, but too rhythmic, too consistent. Then came the whispers. Just on the edge of hearing, like snippets of conversation from another room, impossible in this isolated unit. Male, female, sometimes childlike voices, none clear enough to understand, just brief, sibilant bursts of sound that vanished when I tried to focus on them. Was this the augmented reality? A poorly calibrated auditory illusion? It felt less like an enhancement and more like a system malfunction, or perhaps auditory hallucinations kicking in. The visual glitches were also ramping up. The flickering outside the window became more pronounced, sometimes momentarily distorting the shape of the neighboring unit, making it seem to bulge or warp before snapping back to normal. Inside, things got weirder. I placed my burner phone still off, as instructed on the coffee table. Turned away to examine a particularly uninspired landscape print on the walls. Was the paint bubbling slightly? Or was that just the light? When I looked back, the phone was sitting at a slightly different angle, maybe an inch to the left. I knew I hadn't touched it. I put it back precisely where it was, using a faint mark on the cheap wood veneer as a guide. Turned away again, counted to 10. Looked back. It had shifted again, this time closer to the edge. My heart hammered. This wasn't subtle. This was objects moving. I started noticing inconsistencies in textures. The grain on the coffee table seemed to momentarily swim, resolving into patterns that looked almost like circuitry before smoothing out again. The fabric on the sofa flickered between its dull beige and a richer, deeper color for a split second. Looking into the small mirror above the kitchenette sink, my own reflection seemed to lag fractionally behind my movements, like a bad video call connection. And sometimes, just sometimes, did the eyes in the reflection look wrong? Darker, wider, holding an expression that wasn't mine. I'd lean closer, scrutinizing, but it would snap back to normal, leaving me questioning my own perception. This had to be the fully immersive sensory experience, right? This bizarre, unsettling corruption of reality. But it wasn't integrated, it was invasive. It wasn't enhancing, it was destabilizing. My VR developer brain was screaming foul play. This wasn't elegant tech. Good AR VR aims for seamlessness, believability. This felt jagged, broken, hostile, like reality itself had faulty code. And I was trapped inside the debugging process. The instruction, no outside recording devices, gnawed at me. They knew this happened. They didn't want proof getting out. Defiantly, fueled by a mix of fear and scientific curiosity, I risked turning on the burner phone, quickly opening the camera app. I pointed it at the coffee table, hoping to catch the phone shifting again. The screen displayed only blackness. The camera app was functional, the lens wasn't covered, but it refused to show the room. I tried the front camera, blackness. It was like the phone's sensors were completely blind to this environment. Or perhaps the environment was actively blocking them. The message was clear: no observation allowed. I quickly turned the phone off again, the landlord's vague threat about other consequences echoing in my mind. Panic began to set in. I was alone, hours from anywhere, in a place where the basic laws of physics seemed optional. The sun began to set, painting the drab room in shades of orange and gray, and the glitches intensified with the fading light. Shadows seemed to pool in corners, deeper and darker than they should be. Sometimes, they seemed to detach from the objects casting them, elongating or shifting independently before snapping back into place. And then I saw it, the first person. I was standing by the window again, morbidly fascinated by the way the twilight seemed to stutter across the gravel outside. In my peripheral vision, reflected dimly in the window pane, a tall, slender figure stood silently in the corner of the room behind me. Motionless, I froze, every muscle tensing, my breath hitched. Slowly, deliberately, I turned around. Nothing. Just the empty corner, the deepening shadows, the oppressive silence punctuated by the phantom hum that had started up again. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. "Okay, Noah," I whispered, my voice shaky. "Okay, peripheral hallucination. Stress reaction. Totally normal under these circumstances." But I didn't believe it. The image had been too clear, too solid, even reflected in the glass. I needed to get out, just for a bit. Fresh air, perspective. I fumbled with the lock on the main door, my hands slick with sweat. The brass key felt unnaturally cold. Finally, the lock clicked, and I pulled the door open, stepping out into the cool evening air. The relief was immediate but short-lived. Across the gravel patch, standing partially obscured by the shadow of Unit 7A, was another figure. This one wasn't a peripheral glimpse. It was there. Vaguely human shaped but indistinct, like a statue made of compressed static or smoke. It didn't move, didn't react to my presence. It just stood there. Watching, I stared, unable to breathe, unable to think. Was this part of the show? A projection? An actor? Or was it another glitch, a more complex manifestation of whatever force was at play here? As I watched, mesmerized by terror, its form seemed to shimmer, to lose cohesion, like a badly tuned analog TV signal. Edges blurred, features dissolved into static, and then, in the space of a few seconds, it simply wasn't there anymore. Vanished into the twilight. I stumbled back inside, slamming the door shut, fumbling to lock it. My hands were shaking violently now. This wasn't tech. Not any tech I knew. This wasn't a simulation I could analyze or debug. This felt older, stranger, more fundamental. The promise of a fully immersive sensory experience had been fulfilled, but not in the way I'd imagined. My senses weren't just being fed information, they were being actively corrupted, overwritten. And the reality being woven around me wasn't digital. It felt terrifyingly real, even as it tore itself apart at the seams. The thought hit me with sickening clarity: this place wasn't augmenting reality, it was replacing it. And I was trapped on the wrong side of the veil. The faint sound of childlike laughter echoed from the closed bathroom, impossibly clear, before cutting off into dead silence. The glitches weren't random. They were getting personal. The childlike laughter echoing from the bathroom wasn't just unnerving, it felt like a turning point. A switch flipped somewhere in the unseen architecture of this nightmare, shifting the glitches from passive anomalies to something actively malevolent. The feeling of being watched intensified. becoming a palpable pressure against my skin. A prickling certainty that unseen eyes followed my every move. Paranoia wasn't just a suspicion anymore, it was a survival instinct. I retreated from the main door, backing further into the room, my eyes darting between the windows, the corners, the bathroom door I'd left ajar. The silence that followed the laughter was heavy, suffocating, pregnant with anticipation. Then, the coffee table scraped across the laminate floor. Not a subtle shift this time, but a loud, deliberate drag of several inches moving towards me. I yelped, scrambling backward until my back hit the wall. The burner phone tumbled off the edge and hit the floor with a dull crack. My voice, distorted and high, pitched like a recording played too fast, whispered from the direction of the kitchenette. Leaving so soon, Noah. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just hearing things anymore, it knew my name. It was using my voice. The perceptual echo chamber. The name of the listing clicked horribly into place. Was this place recording sensory input and playing it back twisted and broken? Or was it reading my thoughts, my fears, and projecting them back at me as corrupted reality? The lights in the room began to flicker erratically, plunging the space into momentary strobing darkness. In those fractions of a second, the geometry of the room seemed to warp. Walls pulsed as if breathing, the ceiling seemed to lower oppressively, and the floor felt unstable beneath my feet, tilting slightly like the deck of a ship. During one flash, the bland landscape painting on the wall was replaced by a swirling vortex of black static, a void that seemed to drink the light. In the next flash, it was back to the boring painting, but the feeling of wrongness lingered. Then, the figures returned. Not just glimpses or reflections this time. One materialized directly between me and the main door, taller than the one I'd seen outside. Impossibly thin, limbs too long, joints bending at unnatural angles. Its form was still indistinct, like layered exposures on old film, flickering, never quite resolving. It didn't have a face, just a smudge of deeper shadow where features should be. It didn't move towards me, but its presence was an impassable barrier of pure dread. Another flicker, and a smaller figure, childlike in size but just as distorted, stood beside the sofa, head cocked at an impossible angle. It radiated the same silent, static-filled menace. Were these the source of the whispers, the laughter? Were they echoes of previous occupants, trapped and replayed by this place? Or were they something else entirely, beings native to whatever fractured dimension I'd stumbled into? My technical mind, my developer's instinct to analyze, was completely overwhelmed. This wasn't code, it was chaos. It wasn't hardware, it was horror made manifest. The dark web listing, the augmented reality, the fully immersive sensory experience, it was all a lie. Or rather, a terrifyingly literal truth. This wasn't technology simulating reality. It was something else wearing reality like a poorly fitting skin suit, and it was starting to shed. Sounds assaulted me from all directions. The dripping returned, louder now, seeming to come from inside my own head. The scratching behind the walls intensified, becoming frantic, desperate. Static bursts crackled in the air like phantom sparks. And underneath it all, that low, a bone vibrating hum intensified, making my vision blur, my stomach churn. The figure by the door slowly raised one elongated, flickering arm, pointing towards the closed bedroom door. Simultaneously, the childlike figure beside the sofa turned its featureless head in the same direction. A silent command, an invitation. My instincts screamed trap, but staying here, cornered, felt like waiting for annihilation. The main exit was blocked. The windows, were they even real windows anymore? They seemed to show shifting, impossible landscapes one moment, and pitch darkness the next. The bedroom was the only other option. Heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, I pushed myself off the wall and edged sideways, keeping my eyes locked on the two figures. They didn't move to intercept me, their stillness somehow more terrifying than aggression. Reaching the bedroom door, my hand trembling, I twisted the knob and threw it open. It wasn't a bedroom. The space beyond the doorframe defied description. It was a riot of impossible geometry, shifting planes of sickly colored light, and echoing, fragmented sounds. It felt vast and infinite, yet claustrophobically close. Fragments of other places seemed embedded within it, a glimpse of a rain-slicked city street upside down, a patch of sun-drenched desert sand swirling like water, a face, monstrously distorted, screaming silently before dissolving into pixels. It was like looking into the raw, broken code of existence. And floating within that chaos, suspended like flies in amber, were more figures, dozens, maybe hundreds, all flickering, indistinct, trapped echoes in the perceptual chamber. The sight broke something in my mind. A primal scream tore from my throat. Raw and unfiltered, I slammed the door shut. The horrifying afterimage burned into my retinas. The lock clicked shut of its own accord from the inside. Turning back to the main room, gasping for breath, I saw the figures had moved. They were closer now, converging on me slowly, relentlessly. The tall one glided across the floor, its movement jerky, like corrupted animation. The small one scuttled, its limbs flickering through multiple positions at once. The air grew thick, heavy, tasting of ozone and something else, something indescribably ancient and decayed. This was it. This was how it ended. Consumed by the glitch, absorbed into the echo chamber, becoming another flickering phantom for the next poor bastard who rented Unit 7B off the dark web. No. A surge of adrenaline, pure animal terror, cut through the paralysis. I wasn't going to be another echo. I launched myself towards the window. Not the door, the window. The figures reacted, surging forward faster, their forms blurring. Static crackling audibly around them. I didn't look back. I grabbed the cheap plastic chair from the kitchenette, swung it with all my might against the window pane. Instead of shattering, the glass rippled like water. The view outside dissolved into swirling static, mirroring the chaos I'd glimpsed in the bedroom. For a horrifying second, I thought I was trapped. But the frame itself gave way. With a screech of tortured metal and splintering wood, the entire window unit tore loose from the wall, falling outwards. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled through the jagged opening, tumbling onto the damp gravel outside, sucking in breaths of cool, blessedly normal night air. I pushed myself up, ignoring the scrapes and bruises. Behind me, from the gaping hole where the window had been, the featureless face of the tall figure stared out, framed by swirling static, the low hum emanating from the darkness within. I ran. I ran faster than I thought possible, fueled by sheer terror. Away from Unit 7B, away from the cluster of bungalows, down the gravel track, ignoring the stitch in my side, the burning in my lungs. I didn't stop running until the gravel turned to pavement, until I saw the distant glow of highway lights. I flagged down the first car that passed. A bewildered trucker who probably thought I was high or insane. Maybe I was. I'm writing this now from a motel room hundreds of miles away. I ditched the burner phone near that horrible place. I haven't slept properly since. Every shadow seems too deep. Every quiet moment feels filled with phantom whispers. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see a flicker, a momentary distortion in the air. My reflection sometimes seems slow. They told me on that dark web forum it was experimental augmented reality. Fully immersive sensory experience. They lied. Or maybe they didn't understand what they were leasing out. It wasn't technology. It was a hole in the world, a place where reality breaks down and echoes of perception become terrifyingly real. A trap disguised as a novelty. I went looking for the future of immersion, and I found something ancient and hungry, hidden behind a listing on the dark web. Noah Peterson reporting off duty. Permanently. I don't think the glitches ever really stop once you've seen them. I think I brought some of the echo back with me. My name's Ethan Hayes. It's probably not a name you'd recognize unless you frequent the darker, dustier corners of the internet where truth often hides behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I'm a freelance journalist, but not the kind chasing city council meetings or interviewing local celebrities. No, my beat is the fringe, the unexplained, the stories that mainstream outlets wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, let alone allocate a budget for. I delve into urban legends that might not be legends, conspiracy theories that feel chillingly plausible, and the strange, often terrifying occurrences that happen just outside the periphery of everyday life. It's not glamorous work. It barely pays the bills, involves a lot of late nights fueled by cheap coffee, and earns me more skeptical glances than accolades. But there's a compulsion to it, an addiction to peeling back the veneer of normalcy and staring into the abyss, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever stares back. This compulsion led me inevitably to the dark web. Not for the illicit goods or disturbing content it's infamous for, but for the whispers, the rumors, the potential leads that couldn't survive in the clear light of the surface web. It's a digital morass navigated through anonymizing browsers like Tor, a place where paranoia is a prerequisite for survival. I'd spent countless hours sifting through poorly designed forums, encrypted chat logs, and dead-end links, usually finding nothing but boastful trolls and dead air. But occasionally, you stumble onto something different. That's how I found the listing. It wasn't on a notorious marketplace, but tucked away in a niche forum dedicated to unique travel experiences. A euphemism I quickly learned covered everything from exploring abandoned Soviet bunkers to visiting alleged haunted locations off the official grid. This particular link promised undocumented rentals, properties not listed on any conventional platform, offering absolute privacy and experiences beyond the mundane. The language was deliberately vague, tantalizingly obscure. Most listings were obvious scams or laughably amateurish, but one caught my eye. No flashy title nits and a string of alphanumeric code presumably identifying the property. The description was minimal: secluded cabin, 3 nights minimum, payment via Monero only, contact for key exchange protocol. Below this were 3 grainy photographs. One showed a simple rustic cabin nestled deep within a thick forest, pines pressing close on all sides. Another depicted a sparsely furnished living room, a worn sofa, a stone fireplace, a rough wooden table. The third was a blurry shot of a window looking out into dense, featureless woods. There was nothing overtly sinister about them, yet they possessed a strange, liminal quality. The lighting was off, casting long, unnatural shadows. The angles were slightly tilted. Nothing seemed quite centered, quite right. It looked lonely, desolate. Against every rational instinct screaming scam, or the journalist in me, the thrill seeker, the abyss gazer, was hooked. Undocumented, secluded, dark web exclusive. This screamed story potential. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a former safe house, a site of some forgotten crime, or just a quirky hermit's off-grid getaway? The ambiguity was the lure. Following the cryptic instructions, I sent an encrypted message expressing interest. The reply came hours later, equally terse, providing a crypto wallet address and instructions for the key. It would be left in a magnetic lockbox attached to the underside of a specific, rusted mailbox located miles from the cabin itself, identifiable only by a faded, almost invisible chalk mark. No host name, no phone number, just cold impersonal instructions. The payment felt like tossing coins into a black hole, but a few days later the transaction confirmed. I found myself driving deep into the Appalachian foothills. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to deeply rutted dirt tracks that scraped the undercarriage of my aging sedan. Cell service vanished an hour back. The GPS, relying on cached maps, became increasingly hesitant, the blue dot hovering uncertainly over vast swaths of green. The directions gleaned from the forum, cross-referenced with the coordinates, led me down paths that barely qualified as such, overgrown branches whipping against the windows, the forest canopy thickening overhead until the late afternoon sun struggled to penetrate, casting the woods in a premature twilight. Finding the mailbox was an ordeal in itself. It stood listing drunkenly by the side of an utterly deserted stretch of track, exactly as described: rusted, battered, almost swallowed by encroaching weeds. My fingers, slick with nervous sweat, fumbled underneath until they connected with the cold metal of the lockbox. Inside, a single old-fashioned brass key lay waiting. No note, no welcome packet, just the key. The silence out here was profound, broken only by the buzzing of unseen insects and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The isolation was palpable, a heavy blanket smothering the air. Another 20 minutes of careful driving, following the final, barely discernible turn-off, and I saw the cabin. It looked exactly like the grainy photograph, yet somehow starker, more real, and infinitely more unsettling in person. It sat in a small, lumpy clearing, the tall pines surrounding it like silent, judgmental sentinels. The wood was dark, weathered, possibly stained by decades of rain and snow. A thin plume of smoke curled from the stone chimney, suggesting the previous occupants, if any, hadn't been gone long, or perhaps some automated heating system was active. But who would automate heating in a place rented via anonymous crypto payments? I parked the car, the engine's ticking cool down sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Grabbing my overnight bag and my equipment case, laptop, cameras, audio recorder, I walked towards the cabin. The air was cool, smelling of damp earth, pine needles, and wood smoke. There were no other sounds, no birdsong, no rustling of animals in the undergrowth. Just silence. The porch steps groaned under my weight. The brass key, cold in my hand, slid into the lock with a well-oiled click that echoed slightly. Taking a deep breath, steeling myself against, I didn't know what, I pushed the heavy wooden door open and stepped inside. The interior matched the second photo, though it felt smaller, more cluttered than the image suggested. A threadbare rug covered uneven floorboards. The sofa sagged in the middle. The stone fireplace was dark and cold. Despite the smoke I'd seen, perhaps it was from a wood stove in another room. Dust motes danced in the weak beams of light filtering through the grimy windows. The immediate impression was one of neglect, of a place long uninhabited yet recently tidied. But beneath the dust and the gloom, something else began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. It started subtly. A feeling. The kind of feeling you get when you're walking alone at night and sense footsteps behind you, only to turn and find nothing there. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the distinct, undeniable impression of being observed. My eyes scanned the room, automatically seeking the source. And that's when I noticed the taxidermy. It wasn't immediately obvious in the photos, lost in the shadows and the poor resolution. But here, in the dim light of the cabin, it was unavoidable. A deer head mounted above the fireplace, its glass eyes seeming unnervingly focused on the doorway. A stuffed owl perched on a high shelf, its head cocked as if listening intently. A fox, frozen mid-stride, crouched near the floorboards in a dark corner. Even a rather sad-looking squirrel clutching a nut, forever poised on the mantelpiece. Standard rustic cabin decor, perhaps, if a bit morbid. Yet the placement felt deliberate. The deer watched the entrance. The owl seemed to survey the entire room. The fox guarded the hallway leading deeper into the cabin. Their glassy stares felt too direct, too knowing. I shook my head, trying to dispel the unease. Jet lag. I muttered to myself, though I hadn't flown. Road fatigue. Overactive imagination. I dropped my bags by the sofa, the thud echoing slightly in the quiet room. I ran a hand over my face. I was a journalist, supposed to be objective, rational. Getting spooked by stuffed animals. Pathetic, but the feeling didn't dissipate, intensified. It wasn't just the taxidermy. As I stood there, trying to get my bearings, the sensation shifted, expanded. It felt less like being watched by something in the room, and more like being watched by the room itself. The walls, paneled in dark, knotty wood, seemed to absorb the light, the silence. I ran my hand along the rough surface of the wall nearest the door. It was cool to the touch, solid. Just wood, yeah. I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were peering out from the knots in the timber, from the cracks between the planks, from the very shadows that clung to the corners. The house itself, it felt awake. And it was watching me. The hair on my arms stood on end. This wasn't just road fatigue. This was something else. My story, it seemed, had already begun. Dismissing the initial wave of paranoia as first night jitters was easier said than done. The silence in the cabin wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, expectant. Every creak of the floorboards under my own weight sounded like an accusation. Every gust of wind rattling the window panes felt like a prelude. Still, I had a job to do, or at least a self-assigned mission. If this place held a story, I needed to uncover it, and letting my imagination run wild wouldn't help. Objective observation. That was the key. I forced myself to conduct a more thorough sweep of the cabin. Beyond the main living area was a small, cramped kitchen. The appliances were ancient, a rusting gas stove, a humming refrigerator that smelled faintly of mildew, and countertops stained with things I didn't want to identify. The cupboards held a bizarre assortment, a few chipped plates, mismatched cutlery, jars of unidentifiable dried herbs, and an alarming number of empty glass bottles. It felt less like a functional kitchen and more like a stage set designed to look like one. The window above the sink offered the same view as the one in the living room, dense, impenetrable woods. No matter which window I looked through, the scenery felt oppressively uniform, as if the cabin wasn't just in the woods, but surrounded by the exact same stretch of woods copied and pasted on all sides. Next was the bathroom, a clawfoot tub stained yellow, a toilet that gurgled ominously after a tentative flush, and a mirror so clouded with age or grime that my reflection looked spectral and distinct. The only window in here was small, high up, and inexplicably boarded over from the outside. Thick, weathered planks were nailed across it, blocking any light or view. Why? An attempt to keep something out, or perhaps to keep something in. The thought sent a fresh chill down my spine, colder than the damp air in the room. There was only one bedroom. A simple iron bed frame dominated the small space, covered with a thin, scratchy blanket. A rickety wooden dresser stood against one wall, its drawers empty save for dust and a faint, cloying scent that reminded me of old potpourri mixed with something vaguely metallic. Again, the overwhelming impression was one of impersonality, of a space designed to be occupied but never truly lived in. But it was here, in the bedroom, that the feeling intensified again. Standing in the center of the room, I felt at strongest the distinct, unwavering sensation of being scrutinized. My eyes darted to the walls, the familiar dark wood paneling. Here, the knots in the wood seemed more numerous, clustered in ways that, if you squinted, almost resembled peering eyes. Hallucinations, pareidolia. My rational mind offered explanations, but the primal fear tightening my chest wasn't buying it. I decided to unpack my equipment, needing the familiar routine to ground myself. I set up a small digital audio recorder on the mantelpiece in the living room, hoping to catch any unusual sounds, anomalous creaks, whispers, anything the structure itself might produce. I took out my camera, snapping photos of the rooms, the taxidermy, the boarded-up window, the strange patterns in the wood grain. Looking through the lens somehow felt safer, creating a barrier between me and the oppressive atmosphere. As dusk began to creep into the cabin, swallowing the already weak light, the house seemed to come alive in subtle, insidious ways. The vague feeling of being watched sharpened into specific, localized sensations. Standing near the fireplace, I felt a sudden, intense cold spot drift past me, though there was no draft. Later, while reviewing photos on my camera in the bedroom, I heard a faint, dry scratching sound. It seemed to come from inside the wall right behind the dresser. I froze, listening intently. Silence. I held my breath, straining my ears. Nothing, only the frantic beat of my own pulse. But I'd heard it. I was sure of it. I tried the light switches. A couple of bare bulbs flickered reluctantly to life, casting a harsh, yellow glare that did little to dispel the shadows pooling in the corners. It only seemed to make the textures of the walls stand out more, the knots and grain patterns twisting into more suggestive shapes in the stark illumination. The electricity hummed erratically, a low, buzzing counterpoint to the oppressive silence. Remembering the smoke I'd seen earlier, I examined the fireplace. It was cold, swept clean, no ashes, no lingering warmth. There was no other wood stove. Where had the smoke come from? I went back outside onto the porch. The air was significantly colder now, the woods around the cabin merging into an amorphous mass of black. Looking up at the chimney, I saw nothing. No smoke, no heat haze. Had I imagined it? Or had it stopped? The inconsistency was just another thread in the tapestry of wrongness that defined this place. Back inside, the feeling of observation was relentless. It followed me from room to room. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, scanning the walls, peering into dark corners. The taxidermy animals felt particularly malevolent in the artificial light, their glass eyes glinting, seeming to track my movements. I tried to focus on my notes, sitting at the rough wooden table in the living room, laptop open. But the words blurred, the silence pressed in, punctuated only by the house's groans and the maddening buzz of the lights. And then the whispers started. They were faint, barely audible, like voices on the edge of hearing, or the rustle of dry leaves caught in the wind. Were they coming from outside, or, chillingly, were they closer? I strained to make out words, patterns, anything coherent, but it was just sibilant, indistinct murmuring, seeming to emanate from the very air around me, or perhaps from the walls themselves. I activated the audio recorder again, placing it in the center of the table, speaking aloud to timestamp the event, describing the sounds. My voice trembled slightly. It was during this second sweep, driven by a renewed sense of unease and a desperate need for answers, that I found the door. It was in the short hallway between the living room and the bedroom, almost hidden in shadow, easily missed. It wasn't just closed, it was locked. A heavy-duty padlock, incongruously modern compared to the rest of the cabin's hardware, secured a thick wooden bar across the door. This wasn't a closet. It felt purposeful. What was behind it? Why was it so securely fastened? My journalistic curiosity warred with raw fear. Part of me desperately wanted to find bolt cutters, to force it open and confront whatever secret it held. The other part screamed at me to leave it alone, that some doors were best left unopened. I pushed against it gently, solid oak or something equally sturdy, no give. I shone my flashlight on the padlock, looking for a brand name, any identifying marks. Nothing, just cold, hard steel. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. At first, only silence. Then, maybe possibly a faint, rhythmic sound, a low thrumming or perhaps breathing, slow, deep, raspy breaths coming from the other side. Or was it just the blood pounding in my own ears, amplified by the wood, by the fear? I couldn't be sure. I snatched my ear away, heart hammering against my ribs. Okay. This was escalating beyond creepy ambience. Locked rooms, disembodied sounds, the unwavering sensation of being watched by the very structure I was inside. This was tangible. This was real. I checked my camera. The photos seemed normal, no ghostly apparitions. I rewound the audio recorder slightly, listening back to the section where I thought I heard scratching. There it was, faint but undeniable on the recording, a dry, rhythmic scraping. Then, during the period I'd heard the whispers, nothing. The recorder picked up my own voice, the hum of the lights, the creaks of the house, but not the murmuring sounds that had seemed so present just moments before. It was as if the whispers existed only for me, or perhaps operated on a frequency the microphone couldn't capture. Sleep felt like a distant memory, an impossible luxury. How could I close my eyes in this place? Every shadow seemed to deepen, every sound felt magnified. The house was awake and it knew I was here. The promise of a unique story had led me here, but now, trapped by isolation and my own obsessive curiosity, I felt less like a journalist uncovering a story and more like a fly caught in a web, waiting for the spider to show itself. The night stretched before me, long and dark, and the walls continued to watch. The night bled away with agonizing slowness, marked not by hours on a clock I'd stopped looking, but by the escalating frequency of the house's intrusions. Sleep was impossible. Every time I drifted towards exhaustion, a sudden loud bang from within the walls, like a giant fist striking timber, would jolt me back to terrified alertness. The scratching sounds were no longer confined to one wall, but seemed to skitter randomly around the cabin, sometimes low near the floor, sometimes high near the ceiling. The whispers returned, swirling around me, still indistinct but carrying a palpable malice, a cold amusement. At one point, sitting hunched on the sofa, clutching a heavy fireplace poker, I watched, frozen, as the drawer of the bedroom dresser slid open a few inches on its own. Remained poised for a long moment, then slowly slid shut again with a soft click. Rationalization had completely abandoned me. This wasn't drafts or settling noises or an overactive imagination fueled by isolation. This was deliberate. This was communication, of a sort. The house was playing with me, testing my nerves, savoring my fear. The feeling of being watched had evolved into something physical, a heavy pressure on my chest, a prickling sensation across my skin as if countless invisible insects were crawling on me. The air itself felt thick, charged with static energy. My tech offered little comfort or proof. The audio recorder now captured only loud bursts of static whenever the whispers started. And the camera's screen would flicker and distort if I pointed it towards certain corners or the locked door for too long. That door. It drew my attention like a magnet. The faint breathing sound I'd heard earlier seemed to have stopped, replaced occasionally by a low, deep thrumming, like some massive, hidden machinery idling just beneath the surface of perception. Or maybe it was a heartbeat. The padlock gleamed dully in the weak light, a modern sentinel guarding an archaic secret. My compulsion, the driving force behind my entire career, surged through the terror. I had to know what was behind it. Leaving without finding out felt like a betrayal of my own purpose, even if that purpose was currently leading me towards madness or worse. Armed with the poker more for bolstering courage than any practical use against solid oak and steel, I approached the door again around what felt like the deepest hour of the night. The thrumming intensified as I got closer. I examined the padlock again, futilely hoping for a flaw, a weakness. None. Brute force seemed the only option, but the poker was unlikely to break the lock or the heavy wooden bar. I jammed the tip of the poker into the gap between the door and the frame, trying to pry it, lever it open. The wood groaned but held firm. Then something shifted. Not the door, but the feeling in the room. The omnipresent sense of being watched focused, sharpened, becoming an intense, almost physical pressure emanating directly from the locked door. The thrumming stopped abruptly. Silence descended so profound it hurt my ears. And then, with agonizing slowness, the heavy wooden bar securing the door began to lift. I stumbled back, poker held defensively, heart trying to batter its way out of my chest. The bar rose silently, smoothly, as if lifted by invisible hands, until it cleared the brackets holding it in place. It hung suspended in the air for a moment before retracting into the wall beside the doorframe with a soft schlick. Then, the padlock clicked open, seemingly of its own accord, and fell to the floor with a metallic clang that echoed endlessly in the silence. The door itself remained closed, an invitation, a trap. It didn't matter, I was committed. Taking a shaky breath, I reached out, gripped the cold metal doorknob and pulled. The door swung inward silently, revealing not a room but darkness. A profound, absolute darkness that seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight beam just inches past the threshold. But it wasn't empty. From within that impenetrable blackness came the source of the thrumming, now clear, a slow, deep, wet pulsing sound, accompanied by the faint, unmistakable smell of ozone and damp earth, and something else, something metallic and organic. My flashlight beam flickered violently, and in those strobing flashes I caught glimpses, not of machinery, not of a control room, but of structure. Walls that weren't wood but seemed coated in a glistening, dark membrane that pulsed faintly in time with the sound. Wires thick as arteries snaked across the surfaces, embedded within the pulsing membrane, converging towards a central point lost in the darkness. It wasn't a hidden room in the house. It felt like I was looking into the house, into its very heart. And suspended in the center, barely visible, was something. Not a creature, not a machine, but a complex knot of the pulsing arteries and dark tissue, seeming to contract and expand with the rhythmic thrumming. The house wasn't haunted, the house was alive. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me. This was the source of the awareness, the consciousness that had been watching me, toying with me. This was the house's engine, its mind. As I stared horrified, a shape seemed to detach itself from the central mass, a tendril of shadow or substance, reaching out from the darkness towards the doorway, towards me. That broke the paralysis. I slammed the door shut, hearing a wet, sucking sound from within as it closed, and fumbled frantically to replace the padlock, though I knew it was useless. The house had let me see it could let itself out just as easily. "Get out," I gasped, the words barely audible. "Get out now." Panic lent me speed. I abandoned the poker, grabbed my bags, my useless equipment, and scrambled towards the main door. Behind me, I heard the lock on the hidden door click open again. The thrumming sound intensified, seeming to vibrate through the very floorboards. The taxidermy eyes glinted, and I could have sworn the deer head's gaze followed me as I ran. The front door felt impossibly heavy. I threw my shoulder against it, bursting out onto the porch and into the pre-dawn chill. The woods were still dark, but the absolute blackness was beginning to soften at the eastern horizon. I didn't look back. I sprinted towards my car, fumbling for the keys, my fingers numb and clumsy. The car door lock seemed to fight me, then finally yielded. I threw my bags onto the passenger seat and jammed the key into the ignition. Click! Nothing! No, no, no! I whimpered, trying again. Click! The battery was dead or drained. The house's influence. I didn't care. I tried again, pumping the gas pedal uselessly. Click! Behind me, the cabin door creaked open wider. I couldn't see anything in the dim light, but I felt it, the immense, ancient awareness focusing on me, pouring out of the open doorway. One more try. I turned the key, praying to any deity that might listen. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared reluctantly to life. Not waiting for it to warm up, I slammed the gear shift into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator. Mud and gravel sprayed as the tires fought for purchase. The car fishtailed wildly on the rutted track, branches scraping against the sides like skeletal fingers trying to hold me back. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror until I hit the slightly more maintained dirt road miles away. When I finally did, the cabin was long gone, swallowed by the trees and the lingering darkness. I drove for hours, fueled by adrenaline and terror, not stopping until I reached a town large enough to have multiple gas stations and the comforting anonymity of crowds. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked my equipment later in a cheap motel room. The audio files containing the scratching were intact, but everything recorded after that point, especially during the whispers or near the hidden door, was corrupted, reduced to garbled static and digital noise. The photos were similarly affected. Shots of the hidden door or the general interior were blurred, distorted, or completely black. The photos of the taxidermy remained disturbingly clear. The dark web forum where I found the listing was gone. The link was dead. The entire domain vanished as if it never existed. I had my testimony, a few eerie photos of stuffed animals, a corrupted audio file of scratching sounds, and a profound lingering trauma. No verifiable proof. Just another crazy story from the fringes, easily dismissed. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. The house was alive, an ancient, aware entity using a dark web rental listing as bait. For what purpose? To feed on fear. To observe. To collect stories, or perhaps souls. I don't know. All I know is that I still feel watched sometimes, even now, months later, hundreds of miles away. Sometimes in the dead of night, I hear faint scratching sounds from within the walls of my own apartment. And I never, ever book rentals online without checking they aren't listed anywhere near the shadowy corners of the web. Some stories aren't worth the discovery. Some doors should remain locked. And some houses watch you long after you've left. Call me Marcus Bell. That's the name on my driver's license. Anyway, most people just see a guy who runs a moderately successful online business selling vintage electronics, someone who keeps to himself. They don't know about the other part of my life, the part that truly consumes me. I collect weird stuff, and I don't mean quirky salt and pepper shakers or stamps with printing errors. I mean things that make most people's skin crawl. Oddities, morbid memorabilia, artifacts humming with a history best left undisturbed. My apartment isn't decorated in the traditional sense. Forget tasteful prints or family photos. My walls boast things like a preserved two-headed calf fetus floating in murky formaldehyde, a collection of Victorian mourning jewelry woven from the hair of the deceased, alleged cursed idols procured from questionable sources in Southeast Asia, and medical instruments that look like they were designed for torture rather than healing. There's a certain resonance to these items, a weight. They whisper stories the sanitized, brightly lit world tries desperately to ignore. For me, it's not just about possession, it's about proximity to the fringes of human experience, to the darkness that lurks beneath the mundane. It's the thrill of holding something that carries the echo of death, madness, or the truly inexplicable. Most people seek comfort. I seek the shiver down my spine, the tangible proof that reality is far stranger, and often more terrifying than we care to admit. My business provides the means, but the hunt provides the purpose. Mainstream auction sites are usually too tame, too vetted. The real treasures, the truly unsettling pieces, are found elsewhere. Obscure forums hidden behind layers of encryption, back alley deals conducted in hushed tones, whispers passed between fellow travelers on the shadowed paths of collecting. You develop a nose for it, a sixth sense for where the genuinely bizarre might surface. It was during one of my late-night digital spelunking sessions, trawling through a particularly exclusive invitation-only corner of the web, not quite the dark web proper, but certainly adjacent, a gray market for the esoteric and the forbidden, that I stumbled upon it. The site itself was minimalist, stark black background, cryptic symbols serving as navigation icons. Listings were text, only often vague, relying on reputation and coded language. But this one stood out. It wasn't listed under artifacts or curios. It was under experiences. The title was simple, The Collector's Suite. The description, however, ignited something primal within me. It spoke of a short-term rental opportunity, an apartment available for booking described as a leaving museum of the macabre. My breath caught. It went on to state in chillingly plain terms that the suite was the former residence and curated exhibition space of a highly eccentric, potentially dangerous, and now conspicuously absent collector known only as the curator. The listing hinted at a collection that dwarfed my own, not just in scale but in sheer audacity. It spoke of pieces acquired through means, beyond conventional ethics, items with provenances soaked in rumor and tragedy. There were no photos, only evocative text painting a picture of rooms overflowing with the grotesque and the forbidden. Anatomical horrors. Forbidden texts bound in unknown skins, devices of forgotten sciences, relics from rituals best left unnamed. It promised an immersive experience, a chance to live, if only for a few days, surrounded by the ultimate expression of dark collecting. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't just an opportunity, it felt like a summons. The price was listed in Monero, a substantial sum, but strangely not astronomical. Almost reasonable considering the alleged uniqueness. That itself was slightly unnerving. Too good to be true, perhaps. But the pull was irresistible. The very real possibility of danger, hinted at in the description of the former owner, only added to the allure. What collector hasn't dreamed of stepping into the sanctum of a master, especially one who operated outside the bounds of law and sanity? I didn't hesitate. There was no logical debate in my mind, no weighing of pros and cons. It was pure, unadulterated compulsion. The kind of feeling I get when I know absolutely no, I've found something truly special, something meant for me to witness. Using the site's integrated, anonymized payment system, I transferred the cryptocurrency. Within minutes, a confirmation message appeared, equally stark, equally anonymous. It contained encrypted instructions, an address in a city several states away, a date for my arrival, and a complex alphanumeric code for a smart lock. No host name, no contact number, just the cold, hard data. The next 2 weeks were a blur of anticipation. I tried researching the curator, cross-referencing the vague hints from the listing with known figures in the underground collecting world. Nothing. It was as if the man, or woman, or whatever they were, had never existed outside that encrypted listing. A ghostess only fueled my obsession. Who was this person? What drove them, and what treasures, what horrors had they left behind in that suite? Packing was minimal. Clothes, laptop, and my high-resolution camera-rigged documentation was essential. The journey itself felt charged with significance. The flight, the anonymous airport hotel, the prepaid burner phone I acquired just in case. The city was old, a place of brick and iron, with a history etched into its grimy facades. The taxi ride took me away from the revitalized downtown core, deeper into neighborhoods where gentrification hadn't yet scrubbed away the layers of time and neglect. Finally, the cab pulled up in front of a narrow, 4-story building sandwiched between a boarded-up laundromat and a pawn shop displaying dusty, forgotten relics in its barred window. It might have been grand once, maybe a century ago, but now it looked weary. Dark brick, ornate window frames obscured by grime, a heavy oak door that seemed to promise secrets rather than welcome. There was no sign indicating it was an Airbnb or any kind of short-term rental. It just was. I paid the driver, hefted my bag, and approached the entrance. My breath misted in the cool air. Checking the encrypted message on my burner phone, I located the smart lock, a sleek, modern device incongruously attached to the ancient doorframe. My fingers trembled slightly as I keyed in the long, complex code. There was a soft electronic click. I pushed the heavy door open. It groaned in protest, revealing not a brightly lit lobby, but a narrow, dimly lit hallway. The air hung thick and still, carrying a peculiar scent, dust, old paper, a faint chemical tang like ozone or formaldehyde, and something else, is something vaguely organic, like dried flowers or decaying leather. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, just strange. Heavy. There were stairs leading up, and a single, unmarked door at the end of the hall. According to the final instruction, my destination was apartment 3B. 3rd floor. Taking a deep breath, steeling myself, I stepped over the threshold, pulling the heavy door shut behind me. It closed with a solid, echoing thud, sealing me inside. The hunt was over. The experience was about to begin. I started up the creaking stairs, the faint, strange scent growing stronger with each step. The climb up the narrow, creaking staircase felt longer than 3 floors. Each step groaned under my weight, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence of the building. The air grew colder, the strange chemical and decay scent intensifying, mingling now with a dry, papery aroma like that of ancient books. The only light came from bare low-wattage bulbs dangling at each landing, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe just outside my peripheral vision. There were other doors on the 1st and 2nd floors, plain and numbered, but they looked unused, perhaps even sealed. No sounds came from behind them. It felt like I was the only living soul in the entire structure. Reaching the 3rd floor landing, I saw it immediately. Apartment 3B. Unlike the other nondescript doors I'd passed, this one was different. It was made of heavy, dark wood, possibly oak or ebony, intricately carved with swirling, almost organic patterns that seemed to shift and wreathe if you stared too long. There were no markings, no number, but its position confirmed it was 3B. Beside it, almost hidden in the gloom, was a small, metallic lockbox. Consulting the encrypted message again on my burner phone, I found the secondary code. With trembling fingers, I punched it into the lockbox keypad. Another soft click, and the small door sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded velvet lining, was a single, ornate brass key. It felt heavy, cold, and strangely potent in my hand. I inserted the key into the lock on the carved door. It turned smoothly, silently, the mechanism feeling far newer and better maintained than anything else in this decaying building. Taking a final, steadying breath, I pushed the door inward. The air that greeted me was different from the hallway. The chemical tang was still there, sharper now, unmistakably formaldehyde, but overlaid with beeswax polish, old leather, and a faint, almost imperceptible metallic coppery note that tickled the back of my throat. The space was dimly lit not by harsh bulbs but by strategically placed spotlights, casting dramatic pools of illumination on curated displays, leaving the corners and ceilings shrouded in deep shadow. It was immediately clear that this wasn't just an apartment filled with stuff, it was a museum. A deeply personal, obsessive, and utterly terrifying museum. The contrast with the building's exterior decay was jarring. Inside apartment 3B, everything was immaculate. Polished wooden floors gleamed softly. Glass display cases shone dust-free. Velvet ropes, the kind you see in actual museums, cordoned off certain areas. The sheer volume of items was staggering, far exceeding what I had imagined. It wasn't cluttered, it was dense, meticulously arranged. My collector's instincts screamed, overriding the initial wave of unease. My God, the pieces. To my left, a tall glass cabinet contained a series of wet specimens. Not just the usual frogs or fetal pigs. There were jars holding deformed human organs labeled in elegant spidery Latin script. A cyclopean lamb fetus. A set of conjoined twin skeletons, impossibly small, delicately articulated. Further along that wall, antique surgical instruments were laid out on velvet, gleaming wickedly under a spotlight, bone saws with intricate carvings on the handles, trepanning drills, speculums that defied easy identification of purpose. The main living area was dominated by larger exhibits. A life-size diorama depicted a Victorian operating theater, complete with wax figures of surgeons in blood-stained aprons gathered around a table where another figure lay, chest cavity open. The detail was incredible, nauseatingly realistic, down to the simulated viscera and the terrified expression frozen on the patient's wax face. Nearby stood a collection of taxidermy that defied nature, creatures stitched together from different animals, presented as genuine cryptids. A creature resembling a griffin, clearly composed of eagle and lion parts, but crafted with such skill it looked almost plausible. Jenny Hanover, a dried skate carved to resemble a devil, presented with a label claiming it was captured off the coast of Sumatra in 1888. Another section seemed dedicated to the occult. Heavy leather-bound books lay open on lecterns, their pages filled with dense, unreadable script and disturbing illustrations. Strange idols carved from dark wood and bone stared with vacant eyes from shadowed shelves. Ritual daggers, chalices crafted from what looked disturbingly like skulls, and intricate metal contraptions resembling astrolabes but aligned to no known celestial configuration. I pulled out my camera, the professional collector in me taking over. Documentation was paramount. I began moving slowly through the space, snapping high-resolution photos, zooming in on details, my initial apprehension momentarily forgotten, replaced by a scholar's fascination and a collector's avarice. This curator, whoever they were, was a master. Their dedication was terrifying, their resources seemingly limitless, their ethics non-existent. Some of these items, particularly the human remains and potentially illicit ritual objects, were far beyond what was legal or obtainable through normal channels. But as I moved deeper into the suite, past an archway draped in heavy velvet curtains leading towards what I assumed were bedrooms, a different feeling began to creep back in. The silence, which had initially felt reverent, now felt watchful. Heavy. I kept getting the distinct, prickling sensation of being observed. I'd pause, listen intently. Nothing but the faint hum of electricity, perhaps from the spotlights, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I dismissed it. Old buildings, paranoia, the nature of the exhibits, it was expected. I paused before a display case containing incredibly realistic anatomical models, cross-sections of human heads, detailed replicas of eyes, hands crafted from wax with visible musculature. One hand, posed as if reaching, caught my eye. The detail was phenomenal. The skin texture, the fingernails, it looked disturbingly real. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the glass slightly. Did a knuckle just twitch? No. Impossible. A trick of the light, a vibration from my own movement. I shook my head, moving on. Then I heard it. A faint sound, almost too low to register. A soft, wet sigh. It seemed to come from the direction of the Victorian operating theater diorama. I froze, straining my ears. Silence. Just the hum. Must have been the building settling, pipes groaning. Old places make noises. Still, I couldn't shake the image of the wax patient on the table, its chest gaping open. I found myself drawn back to the taxidermy section, specifically to a large glass enclosure housing what the label described as Noxua strigiformes artificia, essentially a massive owl. but with additional, smaller wings grafted onto its back and legs made from articulated surgical steel. Its glass eyes seemed unnervingly focused. As I raised my camera, I could have absolutely sworn that its head tilted just a fraction of an inch, tracking my movement. My hand jerked, the photo blurring. "Okay, Marcus, get a grip," I muttered under my breath, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet room. It's theatrical. It's meant to be unsettling. Maybe some exhibits were automated. Animatronics to enhance the living museum theme. That would explain movement, maybe even sounds. It was plausible. The curator seemed capable of anything. Trying to rationalize, I moved towards a corner dominated by a tall, slender figure draped in decaying black robes standing perfectly still. It looked like a morbid mannequin, perhaps meant to represent the curator themselves or death incarnate. Its head was bowed, face hidden in shadow. Intrigued, I reached out, my fingers hovering just inches from the coarse fabric of the robe. It looked like old sackcloth, but felt strangely coarse, yes, but also subtly yielding. Almost like hair. Then, beneath the sound of my own breathing, I heard another noise. Faint, rather soft, wet thump, thump. Slow but steady. It wasn't mechanical. It wasn't the building. It sounded organic. It sounded like a heartbeat, and it was coming from inside the robe figure. My blood ran cold. I snatched my hand back as if burned. Staring at the unmoving figure, the dim light suddenly felt menacing, the silence suffocating. The meticulous order of the room, the gleaming cases, the polished floors, it all seemed like a carefully constructed trap. My collector's fascination evaporated, replaced by a primal, sickening dread. I slowly backed away, eyes locked on the robed figure. The rhythmic thump continued, undeniable now that I'd focused on it. My gaze darted around the room, re-evaluating everything I'd seen. The wax figures in the diorama were their chests rising and falling ever so slightly. The reaching hand in the display case was the skin faintly flushed, warm-looking. The owl were those glass eyes blinking. The description from the listing echoed in my mind, Living Museum of the Macabre. I had assumed it was metaphorical, creative license, hyperbole. Standing there, heart pounding, the faint, sickeningly organic sounds seeming to emanate not just from the figure but from the very walls around me, a horrifying realization began to dawn. Some of the exhibits were inanimate, and I was locked inside with them. The thump echoed in the suddenly cavernous silence of the suite, a grotesque counterpoint to the frantic hammering in my own chest. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the building. It was the sound of life, slow and labored, emanating from the core of that black-robed effigy. My mind scrambled, trying to impose logic on the impossible animatronic, some incredibly sophisticated bio-mechanical simulation. But the sound was too wet, too organic, too real. Panic seized me, cold and absolute, the collector's thrill, the academic curiosity, all vaporized, leaving only raw, primal fear. I needed to leave. Now I stumbled backward, tripping over an antique rug, catching myself before I fell, my eyes never leaving the robed figure. Did its head lift slightly as I moved? Did the shadows beneath its cowl deepen? My gaze darted wildly around the room, and now, viewed through the lens of terror, everything looked different, malevolent. The wax figures in the operating theater diorama, their eyes seemed to gleam with a wetness wax shouldn't have. The patient's chest, was it rising and falling in time with that awful, slow heartbeat I now heard echoing faintly from other parts of the room as well? The articulated hand in the display case seemed to curl its fingers almost imperceptibly. The multi-winged owl shifted its weight on its perch, its steel talons scraping faintly against the wood. A low clicking sound started up from the cabinet of wet specimens, like Chetan tapping against glass from the inside Living Museum. Oh God. It wasn't a metaphor. The curator hadn't just collected objects related to death and the macabre. They had collected life, or some horrifying facsimile of it, preserved, reanimated. Trapped. Were these failed experiments, unwilling participants? The ambiguity was perhaps the most terrifying part. These weren't just exhibits, they were prisoners displayed in a perpetual state of unnatural existence, and I was locked in here with them. No way. The whisper escaped my lips, hoarse and thin. I turned, abandoning all pretense of composure, and bolted for the intricately carved door. My camera, forgotten, slipped from my numb fingers and clattered onto the polished floor. I didn't care. All that mattered was the heavy brass key clutched tight in my sweaty palm. Reaching the door, I fumbled with the lock, jamming the key in. It wouldn't turn. Panic flared hotter. No, come on! I jiggled it frantically. Had it locked automatically behind me? Was it malfunctioning? Or was something preventing it from opening? A shuffling sound came from behind me. Slow, deliberate, the sound of heavy fabric dragging across the floor. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The robed figure was moving. It hadn't moved far, perhaps only a few feet from its original position, but it was undeniably closer. Its head was slightly raised now, though the face remained hidden in impenetrable shadow. It didn't move quickly, just a slow, inexorable glide, like a nightmare figure testing the boundaries of reality. The slow thump of its heart seemed louder now, more insistent. Terror gave me a surge of adrenaline. I slammed my shoulder against the door, rattling the frame, while simultaneously twisting the key with all my might. With a horrible screech of protesting metal, the lock finally gave way. I yanked the door open, stumbling backward into the dim, dusty hallway of the main building. I didn't pause. I slammed the carved door shut. Did I hear a faint, breathy sigh from within as it closed, and sprinted for the stairs. The descent was treacherous, taken 2 or 3 steps at a time, my feet slipping on the worn wood, my breath tearing in ragged gasps. The oppressive silence of the building seemed to press in on me, but now it felt different, not empty but charged, as if the entire structure was holding its breath, watching me flee. The strange chemical and decay smell seemed to cling to my clothes, my skin. I half fell down the last few steps and scrambled towards the heavy front door. My hands slick with sweat, fumbled with the sleek modern latch of the smart lock. Thank God it only locked from the outside. It clicked open. I threw my weight against the ancient wood, bursting out into the cool, gray air of the street outside. I didn't stop running. I ran blindly down the block, past the pawn shop and the boarded-up laundromat, gasping for air. The horrifying sounds and images from the suit seared into my brain. The thump-thump, the clicking glass, the tilt of the owl's head, the shuffling robe. Only when I was several blocks away, leaning against a cold brick wall in an unfamiliar alley, my lungs burning, did I dare to stop. The city sounds, distant sirens, traffic, muffled voices were the most beautiful things I had ever heard. They were normal. I looked back in the direction I'd come. The building wasn't visible from here. Had it been real? The adrenaline was fading, leaving me shaking, nauseous. My camera was gone, proof left behind on that gleaming, horrible floor. No one would ever believe me, an Airbnb from an encrypted site, a living museum of horrors. They'd call me crazy. Maybe I was. I checked my pockets reflexively. Burner phone, wallet, and the key, the heavy ornate brass key to apartment 3B, was still clutched in my hand, its metal cool against my skin now. I should have thrown it away, dropped it in my panic. But some part of me, the collector part, perhaps hadn't let go. I eventually found my way back to civilization, caught a cab, went straight to the airport and booked the first flight home, throwing the burner phone into a trash can along the way. I didn't sleep for days. Every creak of my own apartment building, every shadow in the corner of my eye sent jolts of fear through me. My own collection, once a source of thrilling fascination, now felt inert, lifeless. Almost disappointing, but also safer. So much safer. I tried to forget. I threw myself into my legitimate business, avoided the dark corners of the web, declined invitations from fellow collectors. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The memory of that slow, wet heartbeat, the sensation of being watched by things that shouldn't be watching. Sometimes, late at night, I take out the brass key. It feels cold, heavy, a tangible link to that impossible place. A morbid part of me, the part that led me there in the first place, wonders what's happening in the collector's suite right now. Is the robed figure still shuffling across the floor? Are the wax figures still breathing their shallow breaths? Is the owl watching the door? A few weeks ago, curiosity or perhaps madness drove me to access the encrypted site again, just to see if the listing was still there. It wasn't. But there was a new one, under experiences, titled simply, Persistent Curator Position Available. The description was brief, seeking dedicated individual for permanent, immersive role within a unique private collection. Hands-on duties required. Discretion essential. Apply within. I closed the browser immediately, my hand shaking. I still have the key. I don't know why I keep it. Maybe as a warning. Maybe as an invitation. Maybe because deep down, the collector in me knows the most unique pieces are the ones that cost you everything. And sometimes the collection isn't just something you own. Sometimes it owns you. My name is Sofia Alvarez, or at least it was. Names like addresses and bank accounts become liabilities when you need to truly vanish. And I needed to vanish like smoke in a hurricane, leaving not even a lingering scent behind. You don't end up scrolling through the shadowed corners of the dark web looking for short-term, untraceable housing unless your reasons are painted in shades of desperation and fear. Mine were drenched in them. It wasn't something simple, like skipping bail or dodging debt collectors. This was heavier, the kind of weight that crushes you slowly if you stay still. I'd seen something I shouldn't have, overheard whispers that were meant to remain unheard, connecting dots that formed a picture so ugly, so dangerous, that knowing it existed put a target on my back visible from miles away. These weren't people who sent polite cease and desist letters. They were the kind who specialized in making problems and the people attached to them disappear permanently and without a trace. My only advantage was that they didn't know exactly what I knew or that I was the one who knew it. Yet. But paranoia was a cold, constant companion whispering that discovery was inevitable. Every unfamiliar car felt like surveillance, every wrong number a potential probe. Staying in my life, my routine was suicide by slow increments. My escape plan was crude, born of panic more than precision. Ditch the phone, drain the accounts in small, untraceable increments, cut ties silently, and melt away. The hardest part was finding somewhere to go. Hotels required ID, credit cards, security cameras, friends or family. Out of the question, that would just paint a bigger target on them, drag them into the undertow with me. I needed anonymity. Complete, utter, soul-crushing anonymity. That's when Alex came through. Alex wasn't a friend, not really. More like a contact. A ghost in the digital machine I'd interacted with years ago on some fringe forum discussing things best left undiscussed. A favor owed, a marker called in. I reached out through encrypted channels, vague about my needs, heavy on the urgency. Alex, true to their spectral nature, responded with nothing more than a string of characters and onion link. No questions, no warnings, just the digital key to a door I probably shouldn't open. Accessing the site was like wading through digital sludge. Tor browser churning relays bouncing my signal across the globe. The landing page was stark black background, minimalist white text. No branding, no welcoming graphics. It called itself Haven Knoll, and its tagline, if you could call it that, was simply temporary oblivion. Absolute discretion. The listings weren't like Airbnb with cheerful photos and host bios. They were clinical. ID numbers instead of names, basic specs, square footage, city quadrant, never a specific address until booking confirmation. Duration limits and a price in Monero that made my stomach clench. Photos, when available, were grainy, low light, showcasing Spartan rooms devoid of personality. It felt less like browse vacation rentals and more like selecting a sterile holding cell. I filtered by immediate availability and maximum privacy. Third call. One listing caught my eye. Vacation location, major U.S. city, West Quadrant. Duration 1 week minimum to 4 weeks maximum. Specs 1 bed, 1 bath, basic kitchenette. Photos showed a small, impeccably clean apartment. White walls, gray synthetic flooring, functional but uncomfortable looking furniture, a small sofa, a metal frame bed, a tiny Formica dining table with 2 chairs. It looked like a model unit that had been stripped of anything remotely humanizing. Sterile, forgettable. Perfect. The description was brief. Unit H734. Secure access. No host interaction required. Guaranteed off network. Payment confirms entry protocol. The price for 1 week was steep, payable only in XMR, but it felt like the only viable option. Using a Tumblr service I barely understood, I sent the crypto, my heart pounding with each confirmation block. Within minutes, a new encrypted message arrived. It contained a city, Los Angeles, a rough district known for its anonymity and transient population, and precise instructions. Proceed to E intersection name at 23 to PST on Stady. A black sit-in license plate ending 7XQ will idle near the northeast corner. Enter the rear passenger side. Do not speak to the driver. You will be taken to the vicinity. Final access code and unit number will be provided digitally upon proximity. It felt like something out of a spy thriller, ridiculously cloak and dagger, but the fear gnawing at me overshadowed the absurdity. That night, clutching a single duffel bag containing essentials and burner tech, I followed the instructions. The black sedan was there, engine humming quietly, windows tinted darker than a starless night. The back door clicked open as I approached. The driver was a silhouette, face hidden by shadow and a low-brimmed cap. True to the instructions, I said nothing, sliding onto the cold leather seat. The door clicked shut, and we pulled away smoothly. The drive was maybe 20 minutes, winding through anonymous streets, each turn further disorienting me. My burner phone, clutched in my sweaty palm, remained dark. Then it buzzed. A new message. Unit 4B access code. 8 or 86 if simultaneously. The car slowed, pulling over on a nondescript street lined with identical, soulless apartment blocks built sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. Exit here, the driver said, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. It was the first and only time he spoke. I scrambled out, bag in hand. The sedan pulled away instantly, disappearing around the corner before I could even fully register my surroundings. Streetlights cast pools of sickly orange light on empty sidewalks. No pedestrians, no other cars. Just rows of silent windows. I located Building C, slipped through the unsecured main entrance, and found the elevator. The air inside was stale, smelling faintly of disinfectant and desperation. Apartment 4B looked exactly like every other door in the long, featureless hallway. I punched in 8.86, found the keypad next to the door. A green light flashed, and I heard a distinct thump as the lock disengaged. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, quickly shutting and locking it behind me. The apartment mirrored the photos precisely. Clean to the point of being unnerving, the air was still, cool, and filtered. No dust motes danced in the beam of light from the single window, which looked out onto a brick wall of the adjacent building, maybe 10 feet away. Minimalist furniture, check. Gray flooring, white walls, check. Kitchenette with a small fridge, a microwave, and an induction hot plate, check. The bathroom was equally sterile, white tiles, basic fixtures, a small stack of thin white towels. There were no decorations. No pictures, no books, no stray objects suggesting prior occupancy. It felt less like a home and more like a stage set, waiting for an actor who never arrived. or perhaps one who had just left in a hurry. On the wall opposite the kitchenette hung a simple, large print digital calendar. Black numbers on a white background. It displayed the current date, my arrival date. Below it, the time. Dropped my bag and did a quick, thorough sweep. No obvious cameras, no microphones I could spot. The Wi-Fi signal was strong, paradoxically named Gust Network Secure, requiring no password. My burner laptop connected instantly. Basic browse worked, but any attempt to access location services, social media, or even most mainstream news sites resulted in a connection timed out error. It was internet access, but curated, controlled. Enough to feel connected, not enough to reach out or be traced. Relief warred with a persistent low hum of anxiety. This was it, my hiding place. Sterile, anonymous, untraceable. I unpacked my few clothes into the small closet, plugged in my burner phone, still no signal bars, and sat on the edge of the uncomfortable sofa. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no neighbors, no city sounds penetrated these walls. It was the silence of a void. My booking was for 1 week. 7 days to breathe, to think, to figure out my next move, if there even was one. 7 days off the grid. I looked at digital calendar on the wall, confirming the date. 7 days felt like an eternity, and yet terrifyingly short. I ate a protein bar from my bag, drank lukewarm water from the tap, and tried to push down the feeling that the sterile cleanliness of the apartment wasn't welcoming but watchful. That night, sleep was fitful, punctuated by dreams of empty hallways and doors that wouldn't open. But I woke up, the apartment was the same. The calendar showed the next day. It was working, I was hidden for now. The first few days passed in a blur of monotony and tension. Wake up, check the locks, check the internet, still restricted, pace, eat, try to plan, fail to plan, stare out the window at the brick wall, check the calendar, sleep. The sterility began to feel oppressive, the silence deafening. But it was safe, or so I thought. Day 6 arrived. Tomorrow I was scheduled to leave. Where I would go I still had no idea, but the thought of being back out, even in the dangerous uncertainty, felt like a release. I packed my meager belongings back into the duffel bag, ready for an early departure. Just one more night in this silent, sterile box. I checked the calendar one last time before attempting sleep. Day 6, departure tomorrow. A sliver of hope. I woke before the non-existent dawn, jolted from a restless sleep by the sheer force of my own anxiety. Today was day 7, departure day. The thought was a jumbled mess of relief and trepidation. Relief at the prospect of leaving this sterile, silent box. Trepidation about stepping back into a world where unseen threats lingered. But anything felt better than the oppressive quiet of Unit 4B. I swung my legs off the uncomfortably firm mattress, the gray synthetic floor cool beneath my bare feet. My single duffel bag sat packed and ready by the door, a small tangible symbol of imminent freedom. I didn't bother with the kitchenette. My stomach was a knot of nerves, and the remaining protein bars in my bag felt like emergency rations for the unknown journey ahead. I splashed cold water on my face in the equally sterile bathroom, avoiding my own reflection in the mirror. The person staring back looked haunted, eyes wide, shadows deepening beneath them. I just needed to get out. Grabbing the duffel bag, the strap digging into my shoulder, I walked the few steps to the front door. It looked exactly as it had every other day, plain, solid, with a small digital keypad beside it. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached out, my hand slightly trembling, and punched in the access code 8086. The code that had let me in. Logically, it should let me out. The keypad beeped with each number pressed, emitting its usual electronic tone. The small green light flashed once, acknowledging the input, but the satisfying thump of the lock disengaging didn't follow. There was only silence. Confused, I tried again. 8086 fake. Beep, 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 green, flash silence.
No, I whispered.
The sound loud in the stillness. I grabbed the handle, a simple cold metal lever, and pushed down. It moved, but the door itself didn't budge. It felt like trying to open a solid wall. I rattled the handle frantically, putting my shoulder into the door, pushing with all my might. Nothing. It was completely, utterly immovable. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my mind. Okay, calm down, Sophia, I muttered, forcing myself to take a shaky breath. Maybe the code changed for exit, but the instructions hadn't mentioned that. Maybe the battery in the keypad died, but it was still lighting up. I examined the door frame, running my fingers along the edges. It was seamless, metal fused to metal, or set so precisely into the wall there was no discernible gap. No hinges were visible on the inside. It was built like a vault door, designed for entry, but perhaps not for exit. I pressed my ear against the cool metal, straining to hear anything from the hallway footsteps, elevator dings, muffled voices. Nothing. Absolute silence. It was as if the apartment wasn't just soundproofed, but existed in a pocket dimension devoid of external reality. My breathing grew ragged. Okay, the door's jammed. There's always another way. The window. I rushed over to the single window, the one that offered the inspiring view of a grime-streaked brick wall. I'd noted before that there was no latch, no visible mechanism to open it. Now I looked closer. The glass was thick, unnaturally clear despite the dim light filtering through. It was sealed directly into the frame, again with no visible seam or gasket. I pressed my palms against it, cool, unyielding. I pushed harder. Nothing. It didn't rattle, didn't vibrate. It felt less like glass and more like a slab of polished obsidian. Desperation clawed at my throat. I balled my fist and struck the center of the pane. Pain shot up my arm, but the window remained immaculate, unmarred. Not even a vibration. No, I screamed, the sound swallowed by the room's dead air. I looked around wildly. The chair by the formica table, metal legs, flimsy plastic seat. Useless. My duffel bag. Too soft. I grabbed the chair anyway, hefting its surprising weight, and swung it clumsily at the window. The plastic back connected with a dull thud, leaving no mark. The metal legs scraped harmlessly against the surface. It was like hitting solid rock, unbreakable. The prompt's description echoed in my mind, now sounding less like a feature and more like a sentence. Frantic now, I started searching the apartment again, not with the methodical sweep of my arrival, but with the desperate energy of a trapped animal. I ran my hands along the walls, pushing, tapping, looking for hidden panels, secret doors. Nothing but smooth, cold plaster. I checked the vents near the ceiling, small metal grates, screwed tightly into place with non-standard screw heads I couldn't possibly turn. Even if I could, they were barely large enough for a rat to squeeze through. The kitchenette, I pulled out the small fridge, checked behind the microwave. Just wall. The bathroom, checked behind the mirror, tapped the tiles. Solid. Every potential exit was a dead end. Every surface mocked me with its smooth, seamless impenetrability. My burner phone. I snatched it from my bears. Not one flicker. It was a useless brick. The laptop, I flipped it open. The Gusta network, secure, was still active. I opened the browser, desperately typing in URLs for emergency services, news outlets, anything that might have slipped through the filter. Connection timed out. Unable to establish secure connection. Access denied. The internet was a curated illusion, a window that only looked inward. I was digitally gagged, electronically isolated. Pacing back and forth across the small living area, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the synthetic flooring. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any clue, any anomaly I might have missed. And then they landed on the digital calendar hanging on the wall. The black numbers were large, clear, unavoidable. I froze mid-stride. My blood ran cold. It wasn't day 7. It wasn't my departure date. Displayed in stark, emotionless digits was my arrival date. The date from 7 days ago. Day 1, the air left my lungs in a whoosh, as if I'd been punched. Disbelief warred with a dawning, sickening horror. The jammed door. The unbreakable window. The sterile, unchanging environment. And now this. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. This apartment wasn't just a physical prison, it was something else. Something unnatural. Something that didn't adhere to the normal flow of time. No, this isn't happening. I stammered, backing away from the calendar as if it were radioactive. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, praying it was a hallucination, a trick of the light, a symptom of stress. But the date remained stubbornly fixed, day 1. My carefully constructed composure shattered. A raw scream tore from my throat, bouncing off the hard surfaces, achieving nothing. I lunged at the calendar, trying to rip it from the wall. It was secured flush, no edges to grab, no visible power cord. It felt like part of the wall itself. I beat against its surface with my fists until my knuckles were raw, but the display didn't flicker, the numbers didn't change. Defeated, I slid down the wall, landing hard on the floor, hot tears blurring my vision. Trapped. Not just locked in, but locked in time. The booking wasn't just for a week, it seemed the week itself was the trap, destined to repeat endlessly. How long had I truly been here? Was this the first time the week had reset? Or had I already lived through this departure day, this panic, this dawning horror, countless times before, my memory wiped clean with each cycle? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. After the initial wave of terror subsided, a desperate, fragile rationality tried to assert itself. I needed proof. I needed to track it. I stood up on shaky legs, went into the bathroom, and rummaged through my meager toiletries. I found a dark eyebrow pencil. Returning to the main room, I went to the wall near the calendar and drew a distinct line, pressing hard. Day 1, mark 1. If this day repeated, if the calendar reset again tomorrow morning, would the mark still be there? The rest of the day passed in a haze of dread. I didn't unpack. I barely moved from the sofa, just stared at the door, the window, the calendar. I noticed small things I hadn't before. The single towel I'd used that morning was gone from the bathroom floor, replaced by a fresh, neatly folded stack. The protein bar wrapper I'd left on the kitchenette counter had vanished. The apartment wasn't just resetting the date, it was resetting itself, erasing any sign of my passage, meticulously maintaining its sterile perfection. As the light outside the window, judging by the slight change in luminance on the brick wall, began to fade, signaling the approach of night, a new terror took hold. Would I fall asleep? Would sleep trigger the reset? Or would I be forced to stay awake, watching the clock tick over, watching the date remain stubbornly fixed, or worse, witnessing the impossible moment it flipped back yet again? The silence pressed in heavier than ever, no longer just quiet, but watchful, patient, eternal. I huddled on the sofa, eyes fixed on the damning numbers of the calendar, waiting for a tomorrow that would only bring yesterday. The line I'd drawn on the wall felt like a pathetic act of defiance against an incomprehensible force. Would it even be there when I opened my eyes again? I don't know if I slept. Maybe I passed out from sheer exhaustion and terror, huddled on that sterile sofa. Or maybe time simply skipped, jumping its track like a scratched record. All I know is one moment I was staring at the hateful black numbers of the calendar, the faint line I'd drawn on the wall a pathetic beacon of hope beside it, and the next awareness returned like a slow tide. The first thing I did, before even fully processing the stale air or the unchanging gray light filtering past the brick wall, was look at the wall. The mark was gone. Not faded, not smudged. As if the eyebrow pencil had never touched the plaster. The wall was pristine, smooth, mocking my futile attempt to leave a trace. My stomach plummeted. I scrambled over to the calendar, already knowing what I would see. Day 1. Arrival day. It hadn't been a dream. It hadn't been a stress-induced hallucination. It was real. The loop was real. The next few cycles are a blur in my memory, a horrifying montage of repeated actions and inevitable failures. I tried everything my panic-stricken mind could conceive. I stayed awake for what felt like the entire 24-hour period, forcing my eyes open with sheer willpower, watching the digital clock beneath the date tick toward night 23:58:23:59. And then I'd blink, find myself slumped against the wall or back on the sofa, the clock reading 0700, the date stubbornly mocking me. Day 1. There was no witnessing the transition. It simply happened, seamlessly erasing the passage of time, resetting my consciousness along with the environment. I tried preemptive strikes. I gathered the flimsy chair, ready to smash it into the calendar precisely at midnight. I woke up with the chair back neatly tucked under the Formica table. I tried barricading the door from the inside, wedging the sofa against it, pointlessly hoping to jam it against whatever mechanism reset it. I woke up with the sofa back in its designated spot, not a scuff mark on the floor. The apartment didn't just reset, it tidied up. Then there were the resources. I realized quickly I wasn't going to starve or die of thirst. The small fridge, which I'd initially ignored after finishing my own meager supplies, began to replenish. One cycle, I opened it to find 3 identical, vacuum-sealed packs of a bland beige nutrient paste. No brand name, no ingredients list, just sustenance. When I finished them, 3 more would appear after the next reset. The tap in the bathroom sink always produced clear, odorless, tasteless water. The electricity never flickered. The thin white towels reappeared, folded. The single roll of toilet paper never seemed to deplete. This wasn't a prison where I'd waste away. It was worse. It was a cage designed for indefinite occupancy. The apartment itself was keeping me alive, sustaining the loop, feeding its captive. The sheer tantalus, like cruelty of it providing life but denying living, was a layer of psychological torture I hadn't anticipated. Where did it come from? Who refilled the fridge? Was someone entering while I was unconscious during the reset? Or was it something even more impossible, the apartment itself generating sustenance from nothing? I preferred not to dwell on it. The endless repetition, the absolute isolation, began to erode me from the inside out. My memories of the before times started to fray at the edges. Why was I running? The faces of the men I'd overheard, the specifics of the danger, they became hazy, like trying to recall a dream moments after waking. Sometimes I'd clutch my head, trying to force the memories back into focus, terrified of losing the reason I was here. If I forgot why I needed to hide, what was left of Sofia Alvarez? My perception warped. In the oppressive silence, my own mind began to fill the void. I'd catch fleeting movements in the corner of my eye, shadows that danced and vanished when I turned to look. Was it just exhaustion, or was something else here, flickering at the edge of visibility? Whispers seemed to echo just beyond the range of hearing, faint, sibilant sounds like dry leaves skittering, or perhaps fragmented voices too low to decipher. Sometimes a low, mechanical hum vibrated through the floor, lasting only a few seconds before fading. Was it the building's machinery, or the sound of the cage adjusting itself? My behavior became erratic. Some cycles I'd fall into a rigid routine: wake up, consume the paste, perform frantic exercises until exhausted, pace endlessly, check the door, check the window, stare at the calendar, wait for the reset. Other cycles I'd succumb to apathy, lying on the bed or sofa for hours, barely moving, letting the sterile silence wash over me, almost welcoming the blankness. I started talking to myself, first narrating my actions, then holding full conversations, arguing points, trying to convince myself there was a way out, knowing I was lying. Were there others? Sometimes thought so. One cycle I found a small mother-of-pearl button near the sofa. Definitely not mine. I clutched it like a holy relic, proof of another presence. After the next reset, it was gone. Another time, faint scratches appeared near the bottom of the main door, low down, like a small animal or a child had tried to claw their way out. They vanished with the next dawn. Were these echoes of past prisoners? fellow occupants trapped in their own loops, or just more tricks conjured by the apartment or my own fracturing mind. The theories churned endlessly. Was this place a glitch in reality? A pocket dimension created by Have and Null? Was the dark web entity not just a broker, but the jailer? Or was it older, something ancient that had latched onto this anonymous building? Was I part of some cruel experiment testing the limits of human endurance? The not knowing was an acid bath for the soul. In one cycle, fueled by a surge of rage and despair, I decided on a final, desperate act. I went into the bathroom, blocked the drain in the small shower stall with a wadded towel, and turned the water on full blast. I turned on the sink too. My plan was vague: flood the place, cause damage, short something out, change something. The water pooled quickly, rising over my ankles. It reached the lip of the shower basin and then stopped rising. The drains, despite being visibly blocked, were somehow keeping pace. The water level held steady, refusing to spill over. I left it running, walked back into the main room, and tried to start a fire. I shredded toilet paper, tried to create sparks by striking the metal chair leg against the concrete floor revealed under a peeled back corner of the synthetic flooring I'd managed to rip up. Nothing. Not even a spark. It was as if the laws of physics themselves were selectively enforced within these walls. I don't know how many cycles have passed, weeks, months, years. Time has lost all meaning. The concept of day 7 is a distant, almost mythical concept. There is only arrival day over and over. The fight has mostly gone out of me now. The rage has cooled to a dull, aching dread. The panic is a low, constant hum beneath the surface. Sometimes I try to remember my name, Sofia Alvarez. It sounds foreign, like a character in a book I once read. The reasons for my flight are now shadows, intangible and distant. What matters is the sterile white walls, the gray floor, the brick wall outside the unbreakable window, the humming silence, and the calendar. Always the calendar. Day 1, I found my burner laptop in the bag during one of the morning resets. Its battery is inexplicably full. The curated internet connection is still active. I'm typing this now. Why? I don't know. A message in a bottle thrown into a digital ocean that probably leads nowhere. A final act of defining myself before I dissolve completely into the beige routine of this place. Maybe some echo of this will persist. Maybe the loop isn't perfect. Maybe somewhere, somehow this warning will slip through the cracks of Heaven Null's sterile prison. Or maybe it's just another part of the cycle. Maybe I do this every few hundred resets. Maybe the jailer enjoys reading my despair. The light filtering past the brick wall is beginning to fade again. Another arrival day draws to a close. Soon the reset will come. I should feel terror. I should feel rage. But mostly I just feel tired. So incredibly tired. The calendar glows softly in the dimming room. Day 1, tomorrow will be arrival day. My name is Chloe Jensen, and if you're reading this, maybe it'll serve as a warning. Or maybe you're just looking for a cheap thrill, a spooky story to tell your friends. I wish it was just a story for me. But this is real. It happened. And it started, like so many desperate decisions, with money. Or rather, the distinct lack of it. I was halfway through my literature degree, staring down the barrel of a summer semester I desperately needed to take to stay on track. Usually, summer meant heading home, working a mind-numbing retail job, and saving every penny. But a required course only offered this summer threw a wrench in those plans. My financial aid package had hit a snag, some bureaucratic nonsense about a missing form, and suddenly, the already expensive campus housing became an impossibility. The dorms were full anyway, snapped up by students quicker and richer than me. So began the frantic scramble for affordable off-campus housing near the university. Affordable in this college town was a relative term, usually meaning slightly less than extortionate. Craigslist was my first stop, a digital swamp of blurry photos, suspiciously enthusiastic descriptions, and potential roommates who ranged from mildly eccentric to definitely wearing an ankle monitor creepy. I answered ads, went to depressing viewings in cramped apartments that smelled vaguely of stale beer and regret, and dodged questions that felt far too personal. Nothing panned out. Everything remotely decent was snapped up within hours, or required 3 months' rent up front plus a deposit that equaled the GDP of a small nation. My meager savings wouldn't cover it. Panic started to set in, cold and sharp. It was during a late-night doom-scrolling session fueled by cheap coffee and anxiety that I remembered something a guy in my Comp C class had mentioned offhand. A rumor, really, about hidden corners of the internet, the so-called dark web, where you could find things. Not just the illegal stuff everyone whispers about, but other listings, forums for niche communities, and apparently, sometimes, incredibly cheap housing arrangements offered by people who preferred anonymity. The idea initially repulsed me. The dark web, wasn't that where criminals hung out? But desperation is a powerful motivator. The clock was ticking. Classes started in less than 2 weeks. Where else was I going to look? With a deep breath and a muttered apology to my laptop's firewall, I downloaded the necessary browser, followed some obscure instructions found on a surface web forum, and took the plunge. Navigating that space felt like wading through digital sludge. Links died, pages timed out, and everything had a vaguely unsettling, anonymous feel. I almost gave up multiple times, convinced I was either going to get hacked or inadvertently order something highly illegal. Then, buried deep within a forum titled something innocuous, like Alternative Living Solutions, I found it.
A subsection called Hidden Hearths.
And within that, a listing. Room available for quiet student. Historic property near university campus, furnished. Utilities included, extremely competitive rent. No pictures of the exterior, just 3 reasonably clear shots of a bedroom. It looked old-fashioned, but large and clean. A 4-poster bed, a solid-looking wooden desk and armchair, a patterned rug. The description was brief, almost terse. The host listed was simply, Mr. Abernathy. But the price.
Oh God, the price.
It wasn't just competitive, it was practically free. Less than a quarter of what even the dingy studio apartment was asking. Every rational alarm bell in my head was screaming, Scam! Dangier! Go tour! But the desperation, the vision of sleeping in my car or dropping out of the semester drowned them out. I pictured myself in that room at that desk studying, close to campus, saving money. Maybe Mr. Abernathy was just an eccentric old man, wanting some company or help around the house, though the ad didn't mention any duties. Maybe he didn't understand current market rates. Maybe it was legitimate. I sent a cautious inquiry using the encrypted email provided. The reply came within an hour. Perfect grammar, polite but distant tone. Abernathy confirmed the room was still available and stated his preference for quiet, studious tenants. He asked for no references, no background check, just confirmation I was a student and would respect the house rules. We exchanged a few more brief messages. He gave me the address and told me the key would be hidden under a loose brick by the front gate on my arrival day. No meeting beforehand, no phone call. Just digital text. Another crimson flag flapping violently in the breeze of my willful ignorance. I confirmed I'd take it. The day I moved in, the Uber driver gave the house a wide-eyed look as he pulled up. I couldn't blame him. Historic property was an understatement. It was a looming Victorian behemoth, all gray stone, sharp gables, and darkened windows that looked like vacant eyes. Ivy crawled possessively up one side, and a couple of stone gargoyles perched on the roofline, seemingly sneering down at the street. The wrought iron fence was ornate but rusting, and the garden was a tangle of overgrown bushes and shadowy trees. It looked like something out of a Gothic novel, the kind where the heroine definitely doesn't make it to the end credits. My stomach churned. Are you sure this is it? The driver asked, probably hoping I'd say no. Yeah, I mumbled, grabbing my duffel bag and backpack, my only luggage for now. This is it. He didn't linger. I found the loose brick easily enough, and beneath it an old, heavy brass key. The gate creaked open like a moan. Walking up the cracked flagstone path, I felt an oppressive silence descend. No birds sang, no traffic noise reached here. It felt preserved, waiting. The heavy oak front door opened on a grand but gloomy foyer. Dark wood paneling, a sweeping staircase disappearing into the upper shadows, and the pervasive scent of dust, old paper, and something cloyingly sweet like decaying flowers. No lights were on, save for the weak afternoon sun filtering through a grimy stained glass window high above. My footsteps echoed unnervingly on the marble floor.
Hello,
I called out, my voice sounding small and thin. Mr. Abernathy. Silence answered. Thick, heavy, absolute silence. Following the emailed instructions, I climbed the creaking stairs, my hand trailing on the dusty carved banister. The second-floor hallway was long, carpeted in a faded runner that muffled my steps. Doors lined both sides, all closed. My room was at the very end, as promised. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying click. Pushing the door open, I was surprised. The room matched the pictures exactly. It was large, clean, and meticulously tidy, a stark contrast to the gloom of the foyer. The furniture was antique but well maintained. The bed was made with a crisp white duvet. Someone had even placed a small, sealed plastic container on the desk. It felt strangely impersonal, like a museum exhibit, but infinitely better than the hallway outside. I quickly stepped inside, locked the door behind me, and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Okay. I was here, it was weird, yes, but the room was fine. Maybe it would all be fine. I spent the next few hours unpacking my meager belongings, trying to make the space feel a little more mine. I texted my mom a vague message about finding a room in a big, shared house near campus, and assured her I was safe. I tried to study, but the silence of the house pressed in. I never heard anyone else, no footsteps, no voices, no TV. Was Mr. Abernathy even here? Were there other roommates? It felt like I was completely alone in the giant, creaking structure. As evening bled into night, the house seemed to grow darker, the shadows deeper. Around 10 p.m., just as I was contemplating trying to sleep despite my unease, I saw it. A slip of paper being pushed slowly under my door from the hallway side. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, listening. Silence. After a minute, I crept over and picked it up. It wasn't notebook paper. It was thick, expensive-feeling parchment, like an old document. Typed single-spaced were the words house and roommate agreement addendum B below the title. A list began. I started reading, my blood running cold. It started normally enough. 1. Common areas, kitchen, sitting room to be kept tidy. Please clean up after yourself immediately. 2. Quiet hours are strictly enforced between 10:00 p.m. and 7:00 a.m. Then, it shifted. 3. All personal food items must be stored within the sealed container provided in your room. Consumption of personal food outside your room is discouraged. Under no circumstances should the main kitchen, refrigerator, or pantry be accessed between sunset and sunrise. 4. Ensure your bedroom door is securely locked from the inside between the hours of 11:59 p.m. and 5:00 a.m. Do not open your door during this time for any reason regardless of sounds perceived. 5. If you must use the hallway lavatory after midnight, do so quickly and quietly. Do not linger. 6. Never acknowledge the man in the hallway after midnight. This is imperative. Do not make eye contact. Do not speak to him or respond if spoken to. Do not react to his presence, appearance, or actions in any way. Pretend he is not there. He is not a resident. 7. Should you hear sustained weeping emanating from the attic access panels located in the upstairs hall ceiling, please increase the volume of any personal audio device or create ambient noise within your room. Do not attempt to investigate the source. 8. Report any unusual or rapid mold fungal growth on walls or ceilings immediately via email. Do not touch or attempt to clean it yourself. 9. Candles or open flames are strictly prohibited. 10. Adherence to these rules is not optional. Failure to comply will result in the immediate termination of this agreement. I read number 6 again. Never acknowledge the man in the hallway after midnight. He is not a resident. A chill, entirely unrelated to the room's temperature, snaked it down my spine. This wasn't an eccentric landlord. This wasn't a prank. The formality of the typed rules, the specificity, the sheer strangeness. The man in the hallway. What the hell did that mean? Who was he? And why couldn't I acknowledge him? My mind raced, trying to rationalize. Sleepwalker. Intruder. Hallucination. But the rule was explicit. Pretend he is not there. I looked at my phone. 10:53 p.m. Midnight was just over an hour away. Suddenly, the silence outside my door didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like it was holding its breath. I checked the lock on my door, a simple bolt, flimsy looking against the heavy wood. My cheap room suddenly felt like a trap. Leaving felt impossible now. Where would I go this late? But staying meant potentially finding out who the man in the hallway was. And the agreement made it terrifyingly clear that finding out was the last thing I should do. The typed words on the parchment seemed to pulse in time with the frantic hammering in my chest. Never acknowledge the man in the hallway after midnight. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command, stark and terrifyingly absolute. My eyes flicked to my phone screen again at 10:58 p.m. 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the witching hour in this house of whispering rules. My first instinct was pure flight. Pack my bag, unlock the door, run down the hall, out the front door, and never look back. But the rational part of my brain, weakened but not entirely silenced, kicked in. Run where? It was pitch black outside. I was in an unfamiliar neighborhood, and I had maybe $50 in my wallet. Where would I sleep? What about my classes? And what if breaking the lease, even this bizarre, unwritten contract lease, had consequences beyond just losing a non-existent deposit? Rule Fay 10 was chillingly vague. Immediate termination of this agreement. Termination by whom? Or what? I scanned the room, eyes darting. The heavy antique wardrobe, too bulky to move easily. The desk, I gave it a shove. It scraped loudly against the wooden floor, protesting, but budged only an inch. No barricading the door felt futile, maybe even provocative. Rule Pine 40 Eve. Ensure your bedroom door is securely locked. Do not open regardless of sounds perceived. It implied listening, waiting, enduring. 11:59 p.m. My breath hitched. I backed away from the door, retreating to the relative safety of the armchair near the window, pulling my knees up to my chest. I turned off the main overhead light, leaving only the small desk lamp on, casting long dancing shadows across the room. Silence, the profound absolute silence of the house pressed in on my ears, amplifying my own heartbeat until it felt like a drum against my ribs. Midnight. Nothing happened. No demonic fanfare, no sudden spectral appearance, just the continued unnerving quiet. A minute passed. 2, 5. Relief began to trickle into my veins, cold and weak. Maybe it was a joke, a ridiculously elaborate, cruel prank aimed at the naive college student renting a suspiciously cheap room off the dark web. Of course it was. Who else would fall for Kriek? My head snapped up. The sound was faint, distant, coming from somewhere down the long hallway. A floorboard settling, the old house breathing, or footsteps. I strained my ears, holding my breath again. Another faint creak, perhaps a fraction closer this time. Then silence again. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My bladder screamed in protest, a sharp, urgent ache. Rule 85 swam in my vision. If you must use the hallway lavatory after midnight, do so quickly and quietly. Do not linger. I wouldn't even make it to the damn lavatory. What if he was out there? The man, waiting. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on breathing slowly, trying to ignore the physical discomfort. No, I wasn't leaving this room until sunrise. Exhaustion warred with terror. Adrenaline is potent, but it doesn't last forever. My eyelids grew heavy. I must have dozed off in the armchair because I woke with a violent jerk, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard something right outside the door. I scanned the room, eyes wide, ears straining. Nothing. Just the low hum of the old wiring, the whisper of wind against the window pane. The desk lamp cast the same long shadows. I checked my phone, 3:17 a.m. Hours had passed. Had I missed something? Had he come and gone? Or had nothing happened at all? I drifted off again into a restless sleep filled with images of endless, dark hallways, closed doors, and the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Sunrise was a revelation. Pale golden light streamed through the lace curtains, banishing the deepest shadows. 7:05 a.m. Quiet hours were over. The oppressive weight on my chest lifted slightly. I had survived the first night. With trembling hands, I slid the bolt back and cautiously opened the door a crack. The hallway was empty. Sunlight streamed weakly from the window at the far end, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. It looked normal. Just an old, slightly dilapidated hallway. No lingering presence, no sign of the nocturnal man. The sheer normalcy was almost disorienting after the night's terror. Maybe my exhaustion and the power of suggestion had created the creaks, the fear. My bladder gave a particularly vicious twinge. Okay, first priority. I forced myself out of the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Walking down the hallway felt like stepping onto thin ice. Every floorboard seemed to groan under my weight. I passed the other closed doors, wondering who or what might be behind them. Were there other tenants cowering like me? Or was I truly alone with Mr. Abernathy and the man? The bathroom, thankfully, was unoccupied. Old fixtures, cracked tile, but surprisingly clean, much like my room. As I washed my hands, I glanced up. Directly outside the bathroom door, embedded in the ceiling, was a square outlined the attic access panel mentioned in Rule Phase 7. It looked innocuous enough now. No sounds emanated from it. I finished quickly, eagerness to get back behind my locked door overriding any curiosity. Back in my room, the relief was immense. I locked the bolt, leaning against the solid wood. Okay. Deep breaths. Rational thought, it was daytime. The rules, while terrifyingly specific, might have mundane explanations. The man in the hallway. Maybe an elderly relative of Abernathy's with dementia who wandered at night, and acknowledging him caused distress. The food rule. Maybe pest control issues, exacerbated at night. The weeping from the attic. Faulty pipes, wind whistling through eaves, the mold. This was an old house. It almost sounded plausible in the bright morning light. Almost. But the cold knot of fear remained in my stomach. The feeling of the house, the sheer intensity of the rules, it didn't feel mundane. I needed supplies. And I had to sort out some registration paperwork on campus. The thought of leaving the relative safety of my locked room was unappealing, but staying cooped up felt like surrendering. Besides, I needed food. Remembering Rule 83, I eyed the strange, sealed plastic container on the desk. It was about the size of a shoebox, opaque white plastic, with heavy-duty clasps and a thick rubber gasket around the lid, like something from a laboratory. Why couldn't food go in the main fridge after sunset? I decided then and there I'd buy mostly non-perishables I could keep safely sealed in this weird box just in case. Better safe than sorry. Before leaving, I decided to take a quick peek downstairs during safe, daylight hours. The foyer was just as gloomy, the air still and heavy. I glanced into the sitting room mentioned in Rule 81. It was like stepping back in time. Heavy velvet curtains blocked most of the light. Dust covers draped over unseen furniture. Portraits hung on the walls, stern-faced men and women from a bygone era, their painted eyes seeming to follow me. An immense cold fireplace dominated one wall. The room felt utterly lifeless, unused for decades. I didn't linger. I didn't dare peek into the kitchen, I just wanted out. Locking the heavy front door behind me felt like escaping a tomb. The bright sunshine and the cheerful noise of students heading towards campus felt jarringly normal. For a few hours, walking under the blue sky, dealing with bureaucratic queues and grabbing a coffee, I almost convinced myself. It was just a creepy old house and a landlord with a penchant for dramatic rules. A prank. I could handle a prank, especially for this rent. I had to handle it. But the feeling evaporated the moment the house came back into view late that afternoon. As dusk began to creep in, the windows seemed to darken, the gargoyles looked more menacing. The dread washed over me again, cold and unwelcome. Inside, the silence felt deeper, more watchful. I hurried upstairs, locking my door immediately. I unpacked my groceries, cereal, protein bars, apples, a small carton of milk. Remembering the sunset rule, I carefully placed the milk and apples inside the strange white container, snapping the heavy clasp shut. It sealed with a faint hiss. As I did, my gaze caught on a spot on the wall near the window, low down near the baseboard. A dark, fuzzy patch, roughly the size of my palm. Had that been there this morning? I leaned closer. It looked like ordinary dark mildew, common in old damp buildings, but it seemed darker than I remembered. And Rule 8 flashed in my mind. Report any unusual or rapid mold fungal growth, do not touch. Rapid. It certainly hadn't been that noticeable 12 hours ago. Unease prickled my skin. I snapped a quick photo with my phone, zoomed in, it just looked like fuzzy black mold. Still, better follow the rules. I composed a brief, formal email to Mr. Abernathy's encrypted address. Noticed possible mold growth near window approx 4 inches diameter. Image attached. Please advise. C. Jensen, room 7. I hit send. No reply came. Night fell again. Thicker and faster this time, it seemed. 9:00 p.m. I tried to focus on my textbook, highlighting passages with a shaky hand. Every creak of the house outside my door made me jump. 10:00 p.m. Quiet hours began. 11:00 p.m. The silence deepened. Then I heard it. Not a creak this time. A soft, rhythmic shuffling, like someone dragging their feet, slowly, deliberately along the carpet runner in the hall. My heart leaped into my throat. It was closer than the sounds last night, coming from the direction of the stairs heading towards my end of the hall. Shuffle, pause, shuffle closer. My breath caught. The shuffling stopped, right outside my door. Absolute silence for a beat. Then tap, soft, hesitant tap. Right on the wood, inches from my head as I sat frozen at the desk. Rule 54 screamed in my mind, do not open your door, regardless of sounds perceived. My hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. Who was it? Was it him? It wasn't midnight yet, but the rules didn't explicitly say he only appeared after midnight, just that he shouldn't be acknowledged then. The shuffling, it sounded old. Or unwell. Before I could process the tapping further, another sound began. Faint, barely audible at first, filtering down from above, a high-pitched rip. Hic sob, hex sob. It was coming from the ceiling, near where I knew the attic access panel was. Rule Phase 7A. If you hear sustained weeping emanating from the attic, increase the volume of any personal audio device. The weeping grew slightly louder, more desperate. The shuffling sound outside my door started again, moving slowly away back down the hall. 2 rules, seemingly activating at once. My hands shook violently as I grabbed my phone, fumbling to open my music app. I hit shuffle on a random playlist, turning the volume up just enough to obscure the heartbreaking sobs from the attic, but not so loud as to violate quiet hours. The generic pop music felt absurdly incongruous with the chilling sounds it was masking. The weeping continued, a muffled counterpoint to the tinny music. The shuffling faded into the distance. I sat there, rigid, phone clutched in my hand, eyes fixed on the door. The mold, the weeping, the shuffling, the tapping, these weren't pranks. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong with this house. And midnight was still approaching. The cheap pop music filtering from my phone speakers felt like tissue paper against a hurricane. It did little to calm the frantic storm inside me, only serving to muffle the desperate weeping from the attic. I sat there, huddled in the armchair, watching the clock on my phone tick towards midnight with a morbid fascination. The shuffling outside my door had faded, but the memory of the soft tap lingered, an unanswered question hanging heavy in the air. Who was out there? What did they want? And what was Rule 87 protecting me from by having me drown out those heart-wrenching sobs? Midnight arrived not with a bang, but with a cessation. The weeping from above stopped abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. The house fell back into its deep, watchful silence, broken only by the tinny music still playing from my phone. I didn't dare turn it off. I stayed awake, eyes gritty, every nerve ending raw, jumping at every creak and groan of the ancient structure settling around me. I scanned the sliver of hallway visible under the door, watching for shadows, for movement. Nothing. Either the music and the locked door were enough, or tonight, the man in the hallway was elsewhere. I prayed it was the former, but feared it was the latter, a temporary reprieve, not a solution. Sleep, when it finally claimed me sometime before dawn, was shallow and dreamless, offering no escape. The third morning dawned gray and oppressive. Rain lashed against the window pane, blurring the view of the tangled garden below. The silence in the house felt different today, not empty, but charged, expectant. The weeping hadn't resumed with the sunrise, but the memory of it seemed to cling to the air. I finally turned off the music, the sudden quiet almost deafening. My first glance was towards the wall near the window. The mold patch, it was undeniably larger, spreading outwards in dark, feathery tendrils. It looked thicker, somehow more three-dimensional, like dark velvet clinging to the plaster. Rule Height aids report any unusual or rapid mold fungal growth. I took another picture, the image stark and unsettling on my phone screen. I sent another email to Mr. Abernathy, terser this time, mold growth worsening rapidly. Room 7, still no reply. The isolation felt crushing. No host, no other tenants visible, just me, the creeping mold, and the oppressive rules. A wave of despair washed over me. What was I doing here? This wasn't just eccentric, it was dangerous. The sounds, the rules, the tangible change in the mold, it was all too real. But the thought of leaving, of facing the financial ruin and the failure, warred with the primal instinct to survive. Maybe just one more day, I told myself, unconvincingly. Maybe Abernathy would reply, explain things. Then the lights flickered. Once, twice. They steadied, but the small digital clock by the bed reset to flashing zeros. And my laptop, which had been plugged into the wall outlet, was dark. Dead. I checked the cord, the outlet, nothing. The flicker must have tripped a breaker. My stomach plummeted. My textbooks were mostly digital, assignments were online, and my phone battery, I now noticed with horror, was hovering at a precarious 15%. My charger cable was plugged into the same surge protector as the laptop. Without power to that outlet, I was cut off. Panic seized me. I need my laptop. I needed my phone. The breaker box, where would it be in a house this old? Basement, probably. Or a utility closet. Outside my room, it was late afternoon, maybe 4 p.m. Technically not quiet hours, technically not after sunset. Rule 3 only forbade using the kitchen, fridge, and pantry after sunset, not being in the common areas. Rule 4 was about locking the door between midnight and 5 a.m. Rule 6 was about acknowledging the man after midnight. It should be safe. Should be. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the door and peered out. The hallway was empty, shadows already lengthening in the gray afternoon light. Silence. I moved quickly down the creaking stairs, my sneakers loud on the steps. The foyer felt colder, damper than before. I checked a tall, narrow door tucked under the main staircase, locked tight. I hurried into the sitting room, scanned the walls, nothing. Into the kitchen, it was large, surprisingly modern appliances mixed with ancient cabinetry, but no obvious breaker panel. Then I saw at another door, tucked away in a corner past the dusty countertops, looking older than the rest. Basement access. A pantry. I hesitated, then turned the tarnished brass knob. It swung open onto darkness and a rush of cool, damp air that smelled strongly of earth and decay. Steep wooden stairs descended into blackness. I couldn't see a thing. My phone's flashlight, battery too low, couldn't risk it. Nope, I muttered, backing away quickly and shutting the door. No way was I venturing down there. Defeated, I trudged back upstairs, the feeling of being watched prickling the back of my neck. The dead laptop and dying phone felt like the walls closing in. Night fell like a shroud. I ate a protein bar in the near darkness, saving my phone's dying battery. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a dripping silence. 10:00 p.m. quiet hours. 11:00 p.m. the house groaned around me. 11:45 p.m. my nerves were stretched taut as piano wire shuffle, pause, a shuffle. It was back. The sound from last night, but slower, heavier. Like something immensely weary or heavy was being dragged along the hallway carpet. Closer. It stopped directly outside my door. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. I stared at the door, barely breathing. Scry 8. Not tapping this time. A dry, deliberate scratching like long fingernails dragging slowly down the wood. Scry 8. It went on for agonizing seconds. My skin crawled. Then, a voice, guttural and possibly old and dry like rustling leaves. It seeped through the thick wood of the door, right into my ear. Little mouse, so quiet in there, locked in tight. Rule 6. Never acknowledge cares. Do not make eye contact. Do not speak to him or respond if spoken to. Do not react. Pretend he is not there. My throat closed up. I couldn't have spoken if I'd wanted to. The voice was fundamentally wrong, ancient and predatory. Scry I ape, near the bottom of the door this time. It's cold out here. In the hall, let me in just for a moment. Warm myself by your lamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, clamping my hands over my ears. I started humming a tuneless, frantic sound, rocking back and forth in the armchair. Don't acknowledge. Don't react. The scratching continued, rasping against the wood, punctuated by the horrifyingly intimate, dry voice. It felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, the scratching stopped. A sound like a long, slow exhalation of dusty air whispered against the bottom of the door. The shuffling resumed, dragging itself slowly away back down the hall until it faded into the oppressive silence once more. I stayed frozen, hands over my ears, humming brokenly, long after the sound stopped. Tears streamed down my face, tears of sheer terror. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was real. And it was right outside my door. Midnight chimed softly on my phone, its last act before the battery indicator finally went black. The room plunged into complete darkness, save for the faint gray light filtering from the window. Panic flared anew. Alone in the dark, with that potentially still nearby. Suddenly, a tremendous sriracha echoed from the hallway ceiling, much louder than a simple creak. It sounded like structural damage. Dust sifted down visibly in the faint light under my door. It was followed by a sickening, wet tearing sound, and then a heavy, dull etchumpi on the hallway floor. Silence. Utter, profound silence. What the hell was that? Had the attic creature fallen? Had he done something? My mind refused to supply a rational explanation. I didn't move a muscle. I sat there in the dark, rigid with fear, listening until the first hint of gray dawn lightened the window. That was it. No more rationalizing, no more enduring. Forget the money, forget the classes. I had to get out, now. As soon as the sun was properly up, casting weak light into the room, I moved. With trembling hands, I threw my few belongings into my duffel bag, clothes, toiletries, my dead laptop and phone. Everything else could stay. Zipping the bag felt like sealing a coffin lid. Heart pounding, I unlocked the door and pulled it open, ready to bolt. The hallway was empty, but my eyes immediately went to the ceiling. A large section of plaster, easily 3 feet wide, had indeed fallen from around the attic access panel. Directly below it on the faded runner was a dark, wet-looking stain already soaking into the old carpet. It glistened slightly in the morning light, and lying half on the stain, half off it, was a single, worn brown leather slipper. Old-fashioned, like something my grandfather might have worn. I didn't look closer. I didn't want to know what made the stain or who the slipper belonged to. I slung my bag over my shoulder and I ran. Down the hall, my footsteps echoing frantically past the closed doors down the wide, creaking staircase. I didn't glance into the sitting room or the kitchen. At the front door, the heavy brass lock stuck for a heart-stopping moment. Panic surged, bile rising in my throat. I thought I heard a floorboard creak on the landing above. Don't look back. With a final, desperate wrench, the lock turned. I burst out of the heavy oak door and into the cool, damp morning air, gasping like I'd surfaced from underwater. I didn't slow down. I ran down the crack path, shoved the creaking gate open, and sprinted down the quiet street, not stopping until I reached the busy main road near campus, until the sounds of traffic and normal human voices washed over me, until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I never went back. I abandoned the rest of my stuff, the deposit I never paid, the ridiculously cheap rent. I called my parents, made up a story about a terrible roommate situation, and begged for enough money to get a bus ticket home. I dropped the summer semester, explaining the truth. Impossible. Who would believe a story about a dark web rental, a house governed by terrifying rules, weeping in the attic, and a shuffling, scratching man in the hallway you must never, ever acknowledge? Months later, safely back in my hometown, morbid curiosity got the better of me. I searched the address online. Local news archives mentioned the house sporadically over the years. An elderly man, the owner prior to Abernathy, his father, had vanished without a trace from the property decades ago. More recent articles, just short blurbs, mentioned tenants breaking leases abruptly, citing vague reasons like persistent plumbing issues or structural instability. Nothing about the rules. Nothing about him. The house, according to the latest Street View images, still stood gray and imposing. Maybe Mr. Abernathy found another tenant. Maybe the listing is still buried somewhere in the hidden corners of the web, waiting patiently for the next student desperate enough to ignore the red flags, desperate enough to sign the unwritten lease, desperate enough to learn the rules. I finished my degree online. I sleep with the lights on now, and the sound of shuffling feet or scratching fingernails sends me into a cold sweat. I learned a valuable lesson that some things aren't worth the price. And some doors, especially those found in the dark, should remain unopened. My name is Liam O'Connell. Most people who know me or think they do label me a tech geek. It's not inaccurate, just incomplete. Sure, I build my own rigs, spend hours debugging code, and probably know more about network protocols than is strictly healthy. But it's not just about the clean, logical world of mainstream technology. It's the murky depths, the digital back alleys, the places the average user fears to tread. That's where my real fascination lies. The dark web specifically. Not for the illicit marketplaces, though I've certainly browsed them out of morbid curiosity, but for the sheer, untamed anonymity of it all. It's the last bastion of the truly unknown in our hyper-connected world, a digital Wild West. And like any explorer drawn to uncharted territory, I felt the pull. It started, as these things often do, as a challenge, a dare to myself. Could I navigate the labyrinthine layers of Tor, sift through the scams and the truly disturbing content, and find something mundane, something legitimate, hiding in plain sight amidst the chaos? That's when I stumbled upon the listing. It wasn't on any known marketplace. It was tucked away on a standalone Onion site, linked from some obscure forum discussing experimental uses of decentralized networks. Luxury urban retreat, complete privacy assured. The photos showcased a condo that looked ripped from an architectural magazine. Sleek lines, minimalist furniture, floor-to-ceiling windows offering what looked like a stunning city view, though the exact location was deliberately obscured. It was aggressively modern, almost sterile, but undeniably high-end. The price, suspiciously low. Like, too good to be true low, especially for the kind of place depicted. There were no reviews, naturally, no host profile picture, just a default gray silhouette. The host went by a simple alphanumeric handle X734. This should have screamed scam or trap. Every rational fiber in my being recognized the absurdity of it. Renting accommodation through an encrypted, anonymous network known for hosting far more sinister enterprises. It was monumentally stupid. And yet the tech geek in me, the part that thrived on pushing boundaries and testing systems, was intrigued. Was it possible? Could someone actually run a legitimate, or semi-legitimate rental business this way? catering to those who valued absolute privacy above all else? Or was it just an elaborate phishing scheme designed to harvest crypto or worse? My curiosity, that persistent, nagging itch, outweighed my common sense. I had to know. It was, I told myself, just an experiment, a digital field trip. The booking process was as clandestine as expected. Communication was strictly through PGP encrypted messages via a temporary, secure email service linked only through the Onion site. X734's replies were prompt, concise, and devoid of any personality. Just instructions. Payment was demanded up front in Monero, a privacy-focused cryptocurrency notoriously difficult to trace. Again, alarm bells. But I had some Monero lying around from previous digital dabblings, not a huge amount, but enough. I rationalized it as the cost of the experiment. If I lost it, so be it. I sent the payment, my heart thudding slightly as I hit confirm on the transaction. For a few hours, silence. I started to think I'd just thrown crypto into the digital void. Then, a new encrypted message arrived. It simply contained the dates I'd requested, marked as confirmed, and a terse, further instructions 24 hours prior to arrival. No thank you, no looking forward to hosting you. Nothing. The next few weeks were a strange mix of anticipation and low-grade anxiety. I told no one, of course. How could I explain? Yeah, I'm renting a place I found on the dark web from a host I've never seen. Communicated with only via encrypted code, and paid using untraceable crypto.
Wish me luck.
They'd think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. 24 hours before my scheduled arrival, the final instructions landed in my secure inbox. They were specific, unsettlingly so. The message contained the full address to high-rise apartment building in a decent, though not quite top-tier, part of the city. Then came the access details. Go to the rear service alleyway. Third drain pipe from the left corner. Count 5 bricks up from the ground. The 5th brick is loose. Behind it, you will find the keycard. Replace the brick carefully. Do not approach the front desk. Do not speak to building staff. Proceed directly to apartment 1408. Use the keycard. Once inside, communicate OLY via this encrypted channel. Under no circumstances attempt to meet the host. Your privacy is paramount, as is ours. Enjoy your stay. Reading it felt like stepping into a spy novel, only without the safety net of fiction. The loose brick, the avoidance of staff, the absolute insistence on anonymity and encrypted communication only. It was bizarre. A part of me was thrilled by the cloak and dagger absurdity of it all. The other part felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. This wasn't just about privacy, it felt like hiding. But from what? Or whom? The taxi dropped me a block away from the address, as requested by another brief addendum message from X734, void direct drop-offs. I walked the rest of the way pulling my roller bag, trying to look casual, like any other resident or visitor. The building itself was modern, glass and steel, fitting the photos, clean, respectable. Nothing overtly sinister about it. I found the service alleyway. It smelled faintly of refuse and damp concrete. Following the instructions felt illicit, my senses hyper-alert. Third drain pipe. Count 5 bricks up. My fingers probed the mortar line. Sure enough, one brick shifted slightly under pressure. It wasn't obviously loose. You'd never notice it unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart hammered against my ribs. Pulling the brick out revealed a small cavity. Inside, nestled on a piece of cloth, was a standard electronic keycard. No notes, no other objects, just the card. I grabbed it, slotted the brick back into place. It clicked satisfyingly snug and walked back towards the main street, trying to quell the adrenaline surge. I bypassed the concierge desk, keeping my head down, focusing on the elevator bank like I knew exactly where I was going. Thankfully, no one paid me any mind. Riding up to the 14th floor, the elevator hummed quietly. The hallway was carpeted, silent. Apartment 1408 was halfway down. My hand trembled slightly as I tapped the keycard. The light flashed green, a soft click echoed in the silence, and the door swung open. I stepped inside and was immediately struck by two things: the overpowering smell of lemon, scented cleaning products, and the profound, unnerving silence. The apartment was exactly as pictured. Polished concrete floors, white walls, minimalist black furniture. Spotless. Clinically so. It didn't feel lived in, it felt staged, like a showroom nobody had ever touched. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a gray, overcast cityscape. I did a quick sweep. Living area with a large flat-screen TV, a sleek, untouched kitchen with high, and appliances. The fridge contained only a single bottle of unopened mineral water, a bedroom with a neatly made bed, crisp white linens, and an en-suite bathroom stocked with generic hotel-sized toiletries. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. There were no personal items anywhere. No books, no photos, no mail, no stray objects. Not even a decorative cushion out of place. It felt less like a home and more like an elaborate empty set. The air was still and cool. I unpacked a few things, placing my laptop on the small desk in the living area, my toiletries in the bathroom. The silence pressed in. I connected to the Deepweb. The network name was just a random string of characters. The password provided in the initial instructions. It worked flawlessly. I sent a quick encrypted message to X734, arrived Alec. The reply came back almost instantly. Acknowledged. I tried to settle my nerves. Maybe the host was just extremely fastidious, managing the property remotely through cleaners. Maybe they catered to people who genuinely needed off. The grid accommodation for reasons I didn't need to know. Corporate espionage. Witness protection. It was weird, sure, but maybe explainable. I spent an hour browse online, trying to distract myself, but the sterile quiet of the apartment kept pulling my attention. Every creak of the building settling, every distant siren, seemed amplified. I felt exposed, watched, even though I knew I was alone. Or I thought I was. Later that evening, after a quick shower, I went to brush my teeth. The bathroom mirror was still fogged from the steam. As I wiped a clear patch with my hand, my reflection stared back, wide-eyed. Because stuck to the glass right at eye level, revealed by my clearing hand, was a small, square piece of paper. A note, in neat, precise block letters. It read, Was OTR press UV and Giro Simfior Fira Oisho Sawars Ramim Bombito USTBH Matey. My blood ran cold. I hadn't seen it before the shower. It wasn't there. Someone had put it there while I was showering. The precise detail, the hot water. It wasn't a guess. They knew. They were here. Or they could see me. Right now. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the sudden, suffocating silence of the immaculate, empty apartment. The host wasn't just absent. They were watching. Panic slammed into me like a physical force. My breath hitched, lodging somewhere high in my chest. I ripped the note from the mirror, crumpling the small square of paper in my fist. My eyes darted around the steamy bathroom, the shower curtain, the vanity drawers, the ventilation grate in the ceiling. Nothing. No flicker of movement. No sound beyond my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping in my ears. I burst out of the bathroom, dripping water onto the cold concrete floor. The crumpled note still clutched tight. My apartment keycard, where was it? On the kitchen counter. I snatched it, heart pounding, and fumbled with the deadbolt on the front door, twisting it locked. Then the chain. As if those flimsy pieces of metal could stop whatever presence shared the space with me. My mind raced, a chaotic jumble of fear and disbelief, while I was showering. Not before. Not after waiting for me to leave the room. During. That implied an impossible level of stealth, or something else. Something I didn't want to consider. Hidden cameras seemed the obvious, logical explanation. The tech geek in me grasped at that straw. It was invasive, illegal, terrifying, but at least it was explainable within the bounds of technology. I spent the next hour tearing the apartment apart. Not literally, not yet, but my search was frantic, bordering on manic. I checked behind the wall-mounted TV, ran my hands along picture frames. There were none, only blank walls, peered inside light fixtures, opened every kitchen cupboard and drawer, felt under the lip of countertops. I knelt on the floor, examining electrical outlets and smoke detectors. I scanned the seemingly seamless white walls for any pinprick-sized lens. Nothing. The place remained obstinately, perfectly, immaculately empty of anything suspicious, except for the suffocating feeling of being watched. It was as if the apartment itself was the observer, the walls absorbing my movements, the very air transmitting my presence to X734. The search yielded nothing but heightened paranoia. The apartment's minimalist design suddenly seemed less chic, more sinister. Fewer places to hide things. Yes, but also fewer places for me to hide. I felt utterly exposed under the recessed ceiling lights. Defeated, I slumped onto the designer's sofa that felt neither comfortable nor welcoming. The crumpled note was still in my hand. I smoothed it out. Plain cheap paper, like from a notepad. The handwriting was meticulous, almost printed block capitals. No slant, no flourishes. Impossible to gauge gender or personality. Clinical, just like the apartment, just like X734's encrypted messages. I needed answers, needed to confront whatever this was. Booting up my laptop felt like exposing myself further, but the encrypted channel was my only lifeline, my only way to poke the silent watcher. I navigated back to the secure email service, hands shaking slightly as I typed. Found a note in the bathroom. Who put it there? Are you watching me inside the apartment? I demand an explanation. I hit send, the PGP encryption process swirling on screen before confirming transmission. Then I waited. The silence in the apartment pressed down thick and heavy. Every few seconds, my eyes would dart towards the bathroom, the bedroom door, the reflective surface of the dark TV screen. Was someone laughing silently, watching my mounting fear with cold amusement? The reply came within 10 minutes, chillingly fast. We strive to ensure all amenities meet guest standards throughout their stay. Your comfort and safety are priorities. Please report any specific deficiencies in the facilities, e.g., water pressure, temperature, via this channel for prompt attention. Enjoy the privacy of your urban retreat. My blood ran cold all over again. It was a masterclass in evasion. No denial, no confirmation. Just corporate speak twisted into something deeply unsettling. Ensuring amenities meet guest standards throughout their stay. Your comfort and safety are priorities. It was gaslighting, pure and simple, wrapped in the language of hospitality. They were acknowledging the note's content, the water pressure mention, without acknowledging its terrifying implication. They were telling me they knew, and they weren't going to explain how. The final sentence, enjoy the privacy, felt like a cruel joke, a deliberate jab. Privacy, I had none. I was a specimen in a meticulously curated terrarium. Sleep was impossible that night. I wedged a chair under the bedroom doorknob, a pathetic gesture that offered zero real security, but provided a sliver of psychological defense. I lay in the crisp, impersonal bed, staring into the darkness, listening for the faintest creak, the softest footfall, the whisper of clothing. The building groaned occasionally. Distant traffic hummed, nothing concrete. But the feeling of being observed never left. It was a palpable presence in the room, prickling the back of my neck. The next day, the notes began to appear more frequently. Each one chipped away at my sanity, reinforcing the invisible cage I was in. I'd spend an hour on my laptop, using a VPN and being careful, researching local laws regarding surveillance, trying to find news articles about missing persons connected to this, suppress anything. When I got up to get a drink, I returned to find a new note placed squarely on my closed laptop lid.
No.
O kigafar smarsonem so Rabbi telhar bista left to you next explored and I owe you when otefidios SEHRD or more discurity. They used my name. X734 had never used my name in the encrypted messages. Seeing it written in those cold, block letters felt like a violation. And the content a direct comment on my actions, combined with a veiled threat. Discreet. What did that imply? I barely ate. I'd ordered groceries online the day before, a foolish move, broadcasting my needs. When I opened the fridge to grab the milk, or Janet stuck to the carton. Elch, kunched you shoe ice. Hop, I boss until XNSIV, Rambiar Exbrau das Archmaral, Asogis Gioli. The casual, almost chatty tone combined with the slightly sinister final word was deeply unnerving. It was like the watcher was trying to mimic friendly advice while reminding me of their constant, intimate scrutiny. They knew what I bought, commented on my choices. Later, I tried calling my sister Sarah. I kept my voice low, pacing the living room, trying to sound normal, giving vague updates. I didn't dare mention the truth. As soon as I hung up, I felt a vibration from my pocket. Not my phone. It was impossible. I reached in and pulled out another folded note. It hadn't been there before the call. Suscosarias do while wall you sol kel er mori oftin. Family say important. Do metiene your antisiamadias tichojich. It baldo and war. Warama serwa. My stomach churned. They'd heard my call. Heard her name. This wasn't just cameras, it was audio too. And the note appearing in my pocket, how? Had someone brushed past me silently? Was it placed while I was distracted on the phone? The sheer impossibility of it made my head spin. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate high-tech prank? Or was it something far worse? The city view outside the huge windows no longer felt expansive. It felt like staring out from a cage. I considered leaving. Just packing my bag, walking out, forgetting the Monero, forgetting the experiment. But the notes held me captive as effectively as any lock. We are more discreet than that. Don't mention your accommodations. These weren't just observations, they were instructions, warnings. What happened if I disobeyed? What did X734, this unknown entity, do to guests who broke the rules? The fear of the unknown, of potential consequences outside these walls, was paralyzing. I felt trapped, not just in the apartment, but in the situation. Going to the police seemed impossible. What would I say? I rented a place on the dark web and the anonymous host is leaving creepy notes. They'd think I was crazy or involved in something illegal myself. And what if X734 had connections, ways of knowing, ways of retaliating? The paranoia fed itself, creating a loop of fear and inaction. On the third day, desperate for some semblance of control, I started tapping walls, searching for hollow sounds, anything out of the ordinary. The apartment remained stubbornly solid, silent. I examined the baseboards, the ceiling panels, the fixtures in the bathroom again. In the bedroom closet, behind a row of empty hangers, I ran my hand along the back wall. It felt smooth, seamless, painted the same stark white as everything else. But near the bottom corner, my fingers brushed against something, a tiny, almost invisible seam. A hairline crack in the paint. My heart rate kicked up. Kneeling down, I pressed gently. There was a faint click, and a small section of the wall, no bigger than a shoebox lid, popped inward slightly. It was a hidden panel, flush-mounted and expertly concealed. My breath caught. What was inside? Evidence. Surveillance equipment. Something worse. With trembling fingers, I pulled the panel open. Inside was a small, dark cavity, and nestled within it, on a bed of dark velvet lining, was not equipment, but a collection of small, disparate objects. A single silver earring, shaped like a feather. A worn, laminated library card issued by a university library in a different state, the photo faded. The name Lianakian, barely legible. A child's plastic dinosaur, a cheap, brightly colored stegosaurus scuffed from play. And a tarnished St. Christopher medal on a broken chain. These weren't random items, they felt personal, trophies, mementos, left behind or perhaps taken from previous occupants of this sterile, watchful prison. People who, like me, had been drawn into X734's web. Anna Chen, the child who loved dinosaurs, the person who sought protection from a saint. Where were they now? Did they enjoy the privacy of their urban retreat and then simply leave? Or did they stay in differently? The curated perfection of the apartment suddenly felt infinitely more menacing. It wasn't just staged, it was scrubbed clean, reset after each gust. The notes weren't just creepy, they were part of a process, a way of monitoring, perhaps controlling. And this hidden box, this was the only trace left of those who came before. The implication hung heavy in the silent air. I was just the latest subject, and my own small memento might one day join the collection in the dark. The fear shifted, becoming something deeper, colder. This wasn't just about being watched. It was about what happened when the watching stopped. Staring into the small, dark cavity at the back of the closet, at the pathetic, intimate relics of lives interrupted, the world tilted. The low-grade hum of paranoia that had become my constant companion crescendoed into a shrieking siren of pure terror. Anna Chen's library card. The child's dinosaur. The feather earring. These weren't just trophies, they were headstones, markers of people who had checked in but, I suspected, never truly checked out. My breath hitched, with hands that felt disconnected from my body. I gently pushed the hidden panel back into place. The faint click echoed in the silence like a finalizing verdict. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the seamless white walls, the impassive furniture, the floor, to-ceiling windows showcasing a city utterly indifferent to my plight. The apartment wasn't just watching me, it was digesting me. The paralysis of the past few days shattered, replaced by the frantic energy of a cornered animal. I had to get out. Not later, not after weighing the risks, but now. Forget the Monero. Forget the experiment. This was about survival. Every instinct screamed at me to run. But how X734, whatever it was, seemed omniscient within these walls. Packing a bag would be noticed, a sudden dash for the door. Too obvious. The keycard could be deactivated in an instant. My phone felt compromised, the laptop a direct line to the watcher. I couldn't trust anything electronic. I couldn't trust the silence. I needed chaos. A distraction. Something that would overwhelm the observation, even for a few crucial minutes. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the sleek, minimalist smoke detector high on the ceiling. Fire. It was drastic, potentially dangerous, but the thought ignited a spark of desperate hope. A building-wide alarm might override X-734's localized control. It would bring people, real people, firefighters, maybe even police. An audience, safety in numbers. My plan formed crude and reckless. I went to the kitchen, moving with forced calmness, pretending to make coffee. My hands trembled as I filled the kettle. And while the water heated, I grabbed a small stack of paper napkins and stuffed them into the toaster. Then I returned to the kettle, pouring the steaming water into a mug, acting casual. I took a sip, letting the heat scald my tongue, trying to project normalcy into the surveilled space. With the mug still in hand, I walked back towards the toaster, took a deep breath, and pushed the lever down. Sparks flew almost instantly. The napkins ignited, flames licking up towards the underside of the kitchen cabinets. Smoke, acrid and black, began to billow upwards. It was happening faster than I anticipated. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed away, watching the smoke curl towards the ceiling. Any second now. Silence, no alarm. The smoke detector remained stubbornly silent, its little green light mocking me. Panic surged anew. Had they anticipated this, disabled it remotely? Was the surveillance so complete they could even control the safety systems? The smoke thickened, stinging my eyes, the smell of burning paper filling the sterile air. This was wrong. It wasn't creating chaos, it was just trapping me in a fire of my own making. Cuffin, I abandoned the fire plan. I needed to leave, alarm or no alarm. I grabbed my wallet and phone, compromised or not. They were all I had, in my keycard. Stuffing them into my pockets, I moved towards the front door, trying to project an air of someone annoyed by the smoke, just stepping out for fresh air. Every step felt heavy, watched. I reached the door, hand hovering over the handle. Would the keycard work? Would the door even open? I took another breath, listening. Only the crackle of the small fire in the toaster and my own ragged breathing. I tapped the keycard against the reader beside the door. The light flashed red. Access denied. A cold dread washed over me. Colder than any fear I'd felt before. They knew I was trying to leave. I tapped again. Frantically. Red. Trapped. Then, my laptop's screen across the room lit up. A new encrypted message displayed in large font, visible even through the haze of smoke. A TMTM TLEV Liam, Premtir Doppelter Ice Nata Divits, and Arseneses Asurios O Fancy. PLA6THFAR, Mugral DHFAR Wow Ta Har Bfartia and Offer Ars Tai. The casual threat, the chillingly bureaucratic tone, it broke something in me. The calculated control, the sheer audacity of it. Rage, hot and sharp, momentarily eclipsing the fear. I wasn't going to be another memento in a hidden box. No, I whispered, then louder, shouting at the empty room. At the invisible watcher. No! I turned away from the locked door and ran towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights glittered beyond the glass, a world away. There was no balcony, just a sheer drop. But next to the window, integrated into the frame, was the emergency release lever for cleaning crews. A heavy, red metal handle. If I could break the window, it wouldn't be an escape. Not from the 14th floor, but it would shatter the silence, the control. It would draw attention no amount of encrypted messages could hide. I grabbed the heavy lever. It was stiff. Clearly not meant for easy operation. I threw all my weight into it, grunting with effort. Metal screeched against metal. With a sickening lurch, the mechanism gave way. But the window didn't just crack. An entire pane, a huge sheet of thick glass, disengaged from its frame with a deafening bang, and a rush of wind that sucked the smoke out of the room. The roar of the city filled the apartment, overwhelming the oppressive silence. Alarms immediately started blaring from outside the building, likely triggered by the falling debris or the sudden change in pressure. For a split second, I just stood there, wind whipping my hair, the city noise a glorious chaos. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. Not a call, not a text. I pulled it out. Another encrypted message from X734. A9 press V. F ko tertibrada sitar par Ives Istoraue, like you hars sheet. THC cars briusum to Ice altered experiment. My blood ran cold. What experiment? Suddenly the lights in the apartment flickered violently. Then died, plunging the room into near darkness, lit only by the ambient city glow through the gaping hole where the window had been and the dying flames in the toaster. The building's emergency lights flickered on in the hallway outside. I could see them under the door, but not in here. Then I heard it. A low, electronic hum emanating from the walls themselves. A section of the wall near the kitchen shimmered, distorting like heat haze, before becoming translucent. It wasn't paint, it was some kind of display surface, seamlessly integrated. And behind it, I saw not wires or cameras in the conventional sense, but a complex, shifting lattice of light, nodes pulsing softly within the structure of the building itself. It was the walls. The entire apartment was the observation device. And from the hallway I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate, approaching my door. Not the police, not firefighters. Too soon. This was something else. Terror gave me one last burst of adrenaline. I scrambled towards the gaping hole in the window frame. Below, sirens wailed, growing closer. People were pointing up. Maybe, just maybe, the footsteps stopped outside my door. I heard the distinct sound of a keycard, a different kind, a master override, beep green. The deadbolt clicked open. I didn't wait. I climbed onto the window ledge, heart pounding against my ribs, the wind threatening to tear me away. I looked down at the street, distant and terrifying, then back at the door as it began to swing inward. I couldn't see who or what was entering. I didn't want to know. I jumped, not down, outward. Towards the adjacent window washing platform, retracted against the building a few feet away. It was a suicidal leap, fueled by sheer panic. My fingers scrabbled, catching the metal grating of the platform floor. Pain shot up my arms as my body slammed against the side. For a terrifying moment, I dangled, wind roaring around me, the sounds from the apartment, the humming, the opening door echoing in my ears. With a surge of desperate strength, I hauled myself onto the platform, collapsing onto the cold metal, gasping for air, shards of glass raining down from above. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the approaching sirens. No one came out onto the platform. No messages appeared. Eventually, firefighters rappelled down from the roof, their faces masks of confusion and concern as they secured me and lowered me to the ground. I told the police a garbled story, a faulty wire, a sudden fire, panic, breaking the window, climbing out. I didn't mention the dark web, the encrypted messages, the notes, the hidden box, 6734. They wouldn't believe me. They'd think I was high delusional, or responsible for something far worse. They tested the apartment's smoke detector. It was functional. They found no trace of advanced surveillance, only my laptop and phone, wiped clean remotely. The hidden panel was flush, invisible once more. The apartment was just an apartment again, albeit one with fire damage and a missing window. I left the city the next day, changed my number, scrubbed my online presence as best I could. But I know it's not over. I know X734, whatever it is still out there. The experiment might be concluded for me, but the program continues. Sometimes late at night I receive emails, not encrypted anymore, just plain text from anonymous, untraceable addresses. They look like spam feedback requests from services I've never used. How would you rate your recent stay? Did our facilities meet your expectations? Your privacy is important to us. Click here to manage your preferences. I delete them immediately. But the message is clear. They're still watching. They know where I am. They remember Liam O'Connell. And they want me to know that checking out of their system isn't as simple as jumping out of a window. You never truly leave. You just become another data point, another potential memento, waiting for the next experiment to begin. Beware the places that promise perfect privacy. Sometimes the walls really do have eyes, and they never blink. My name is Isabel Rossi, though these days, I barely recognize the woman staring back at me from dusty mirrors or darkened phone screens. It's been 6 weeks since the implosion. Not a quiet fizzle. Not a gentle drifting apart, but a full-scale, messy, public detonation of what I thought was my life. Liam, my fiancé, ex-fiancé now. A title that still tastes like ash in my mouth, hadn't just cheated. He'd orchestrated a campaign of gaslighting and manipulation that culminated in a spectacular scene at, of all places, my own sister's engagement party. The fallout was radioactive. Whispers followed me, pitying glances felt like physical blows, and the digital tendrils of social media ensured there was no corner of my world left untouched by the humiliation. I felt flayed open, exposed, and utterly, desperately raw. Sleep offered no respite. just replays of arguments and the sickening smirk on his face. My apartment, once a sanctuary, felt like a glass cage. I needed to disappear. Not just take a vacation, but vanish off the face of the known earth, at least for a while. That's when the idea, seeded by a hushed, almost conspiratorial comment from a friend's vaguely shady cousin, took root. "If you really want off the grid, like really off," he'd muttered over cheap beer, eyes darting around the noisy bar, "there are other options. Not your usual booking sites." He mentioned the dark web. The phrase itself sent a shiver down my spine, conjuring images of illicit marketplaces and shadowy figures. It felt dangerous, excessive. But the thought of absolute privacy, the core promise he hinted at, lodged itself in my brain like a burr. Normal channels felt compromised. Liam had an uncanny knack for finding me, for inserting himself back into my orbit just when I thought I was safe. Maybe excessive was exactly what I needed. It took me 3 days of wrestling with my paranoia and desperation, fueled by caffeine and sleepless nights, before I downloaded the specialized browser and followed the cryptic instructions the cousin had reluctantly provided. The site itself was unsettlingly minimalist, stark white text on a black background. No images. Just lists of properties under headings like total seclusion, untraceable stays, and digital detox zones. The descriptions were brief, clinical, focusing on features like Faraday cage construction, scrambler-equipped landline seer if any, and a creche ensuring no neighbors within miles. Payment was strictly cryptocurrency, untraceable and final. It felt less like booking a vacation rental and more like arranging a safe house. After scrolling through listings that range from bleak concrete bunkers to isolated mountain cabins that looked suspiciously like survivalist compounds, I found it. The Meadowbrook Cottage. The description was marginally warmer than the others. Charming, restored 19th century workers' cottage nestled in 50 private acres of woodland. Absolute peace guaranteed. No cellular service. Satellite internet available, restricted use. Nearest neighbor 7 miles. Basement access strictly prohibited. Even the prohibition felt quaint compared to warnings about reinforced steel doors on other listings. There was a single, slightly blurry photo, a small stone cottage with a steeply pitched roof, ivy climbing one wall, surrounded by dense, almost suffocatingly green trees. It looked impossibly idyllic, like something from a forgotten fairy tale. Compared to the sterile paranoia of the other options, it felt almost normal. The price was steep, payable in Monero, but my desperation had overridden my financial caution weeks ago. I clicked reserve, transferred the funds into the digital void, and received an encrypted message almost instantly. The message contained coordinates, a complex sequence for a lockbox hidden near the property gate, and a single, stark reminder: the basement remains sealed for owner's storage. Do not attempt entry. Your privacy is contingent on respecting property boundaries. The host signed off only as caretaker. No name, no number, just a digital ghost. The journey itself was part of the disappearing act. I drove for 8 hours, pushing my old sedan further and further away from civilization. Paved roads turned to gravel, gravel turned to dirt tracks barely wider than my car. My phone signal died 3 hours in, plunging me into an unnerving digital silence. Following the coordinates loaded onto an offline map app felt like navigating by treasure map. Finally, deep in a forest that seemed to swallow sound, I found the rusted gate mentioned in the instructions. The lockbox was there, hidden beneath a specific moss-covered rock. Inside, a single heavy, old-fashioned iron key. The cottage, when I finally reached it at the end of a winding, overgrown lane, was both exactly like the photo and subtly wrong. The charm was there, the weathered stone, the ivy, the quaint wooden shutters. But the silence was heavier than I expected, pressing in on my ears. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something faintly metallic and sweet, like old rust and decaying leaves. The surrounding woods felt less like a tranquil backdrop and more like a watchful entity, the trees crowding close, their branches like skeletal fingers. Inside, it was clean, meticulously so. Polished wooden floors, simple, sturdy furniture that looked like it had been there for decades, a small functional kitchen, and a cozy living area with a stone fireplace. It was clear someone maintained the place, but there was an impersonal, almost sterile feel beneath the rustic charm. No photos, no knickknacks, no sign that anyone truly lived here. It felt staged, like a museum exhibit of a cozy life. Upstairs, a single bedroom with a comfortable-looking bed and a small bathroom completed the picture. Everything I needed, nothing I didn't. Except for one thing. In the short hallway connecting the kitchen to the living room, set into the floor, was the basement door. It wasn't just locked, it looked sealed. Heavy, dark wood. Banded with what looked like tarnished brass or copper. An old, oversized padlock, the kind you see on ancient chests, secured a thick hasp. Scratches marred the wood near the bottom. Deep gouges that looked strangely deliberate. Seeing it, feeling the palpable "don't you dare" vibe radiating from it, solidified the host's warning in my mind. It wasn't just owner's storage. It felt like a containment measure. I made a conscious effort to ignore it, telling myself it was just an old house with quirks. The first night was deeply, profoundly quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your own heartbeat sound like a drum. I slept fitfully, the silence somehow louder than the city noise I was used to, my dreams filled with indistinct shadows and the lingering image of Liam's face. I woke feeling unrested but strangely determined. This was my sanctuary, my escape. I would make it work. I spent the day unpacking the few things I'd brought, tidying the already tidy space, trying to imprint some sense of myself onto the anonymous cottage. I tried the satellite internet. It was slow. Barely usable for basic email, just as advertised. No chance of accidentally stumbling onto social media or news sites. True isolation. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, painting the small living room in shades of gray and deep purple, I settled onto the sofa with a book I'd been meaning to read for months. The silence was still immense, but I was starting to adjust. Then I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scrape. It was faint at first, easily dismissed. An animal outside, a branch brushing against the stone. I held my breath, listening. Scritch, scrape, scritch, scritch, scarp. It was louder this time, clearer. And it wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from inside the cottage. From below, my blood ran cold. The sound was rhythmic. Insistent, like fingernails dragging slowly, deliberately across rough wood. It seemed to be emanating directly from the floor, from the direction of the heavy, locked basement door. I froze. Book forgotten in my lap, every nerve ending alight. The scratching continued, a dry, rasping sound that scraped not just against wood, but against the fragile peace I had so desperately sought. It went on for perhaps a minute, then stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving the oppressive silence crashing back in, now laced with a chilling, undeniable dread. The basement wasn't just for storage. Something was down there, and it sounded like it wanted to get out. The silence that rushed back in after the scratching stopped was worse than the noise itself. It felt heavy, thick with implication. I remained frozen on the sofa, muscles locked, ears straining against the sudden quiet. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Was it gone? Was it waiting? My mind scrambled for explanations. A raccoon trapped under the house, maybe. Tree roots shifting. An old house settling. But the sound had been too specific, too located, too deliberate. Fingernails on wood. That image wouldn't leave my mind. It came from under the basement door. Sleep was out of the question. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the sofa. A heavy fireplace poker clutched in my white, knuckled grip, jumping at every creak and groan of the ancient cottage. The wind picked up outside, rattling the window panes, making the shadows thrown by the sparse moonlight dance like specters. Every mundane sound became magnified, sinister. Was that a footstep on the porch? Was the scratching starting again, softer this time? I couldn't be sure. My imagination, fueled by fear and isolation, was running wild. Or perhaps it wasn't my imagination at all. The utter lack of contact with the outside world pressed in on me. No signal bars, no weak light blinking reassuringly. Just me, the woods, and the locked door. The absolute privacy I'd craved now felt like a cage. When the first, weak gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, it brought only a marginal sense of relief. Fear, I realized, doesn't always vanish with the dark. Sometimes, it just changes shape. The sharp terror of the night solidified into a cold, gnawing anxiety. I had to know more. Ignoring it wasn't an option. The sound had burrowed under my skin. After forcing down some coffee that tasted like cardboard, I approached the basement door. In the flat morning light, it looked even more forbidding. The dark wood was thick, solid oak perhaps, scarred and weathered. The brassy metal bands across it were dull, tarnished with age and neglect. The padlock was enormous, its iron surface pitted with rust, yet it looked utterly secure. I knelt, examining the scratches near the bottom. Some were clearly old, faded and smooth-edged, but others looked newer, sharper. Splinters of wood pale against the darker stain. I clung to the edges of some gouges. It looked exactly like someone or something had been clawing at it. Recently, I pressed my ear against the cool wood. Silence. Not even the hum of insects or the distant wind seemed to penetrate it. I tapped lightly. The wood felt incredibly dense, solid. I tried the handle, confirming it was securely locked, rattling against the heavy hasp. Then, I noticed the smell again, the faint, sickly sweet metallic tang, mixed with damp earth and mildew. It was definitely stronger here, seeping up from the almost invisible gap between the bottom of the door and the floorboards. It smelled like decay. My next step was a circuit around the cottage's exterior. I scanned the stone foundation line, pushing aside overgrown bushes and weeds. Nothing. No vents, no windows, not even a disused coal chute. The foundation was solid, impenetrable stone, meeting the earth seamlessly. If there was a way into the basement other than that door, it wasn't visible from the outside. The cottage sat squat and heavy on the earth, guarding its secrets. Frustration and fear warred within me. I went back inside, pacing the small rooms. My eyes scanned every surface, every corner, searching for, I didn't even know what, a hidden message. A previous tenant's warning. A tool that might offer a clue or worse, a way in. There was nothing. The cottage remained impersonally tidy, offering no hints, no history beyond its aged timbers. It felt like a deliberate blank slate. Remembering the satellite internet, I powered up my laptop, the slow boot-up sequence grating on my already frayed nerves. The connection was, as before, painfully slow, but I had to try. I composed a message through the encrypted portal I'd used to receive the key instructions. It took me 20 minutes to phrase it carefully, trying to sound calm and rational, not like a woman unraveling miles from anywhere. To caretaker, I typed, fingers trembling slightly. Reporting unusual noises last night, consistent with animal activity. Seemingly localized near basement entryway. Request confirmation that basement structure is secure and access restriction remains absolute. Please advise if any pest control measures are warranted or previously undertaken. Isabel Rossi. I hit send. The message vanished into the ether. No confirmation received. No indication it had been received, let alone read. Just a blank screen and the thrumming silence of the cottage. Had the caretaker even received it? Would they respond? Or was the silence the answer? The dark web rental suddenly felt infinitely more sinister. This wasn't like complaining to Airbnb support. There was no support. There was just the anonymous caretaker, the untraceable transaction, and the locked door. The rules felt absolute, and the consequences for breaking them terrifyingly vague. Violation voids agreement and guarantees forfeiture of deposit and privacy. What did losing privacy mean out here, arranged through such clandestine means? Did it mean they simply abandoned me? Or did it mean something worse? Did it mean exposure? As the day wore on, the tension mounted. I tried reading, but the words swam before my eyes. I tried tidying, but there was nothing out of place. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I found myself staring at the basement door, drawn to it and repulsed by it in equal measure. The silence from below was almost worse than the scratching. It felt like something was holding its breath, listening, waiting. Late afternoon brought a change. A subtle drop in temperature. Noticeable only because the rest of the cottage was warmed by the pale sunlight. But near the basement door, the air grew cold. Not just cool, but unnaturally chilly. A pocket of near-freezing air that raised goosebumps on my arms. I backed away, rubbing my skin, disturbed. Then, as dusk began to settle again, the sounds returned. Thump, soft but definite. A dull impact against the underside of the door. I froze mid-step in the kitchen. Thump, thump. It was heavier this time. Less like scratching, more like something solid bumping against the wood. My breath hitched. I strained to listen. Screech-ump. The familiar rasp of scratching, frantic now, followed immediately by a heavy thud that seemed to make the floorboards under my feet vibrate almost imperceptibly. It wasn't an animal. Animals didn't methodically thump. My carefully constructed rationalizations crumbled into dust. And then something new, a low sound, barely audible beneath the thumping and scratching. A guttural moan. A drawn-out sigh. It was indistinct, distorted by the thick wood, but undeniably vocal. It sounded like pain, or perhaps like effort. The effort of trying to get through. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I backed away from the door, stumbling over a rug, heart pounding erratically. The poker felt useless, absurd against whatever was down there. My gaze was locked on the door, on the heavy padlock, on the scratches illuminated by the deepening twilight. The urge to flee, to run out of the cottage and into the woods, was overwhelming. But where would I go? Miles from anywhere, no signal. Darkness falling. The thumping intensified, becoming a desperate rhythmic banging. Against the wood, hard and heavy. Whatever was down there was no longer just scratching. It was trying to break the door down. And mingling with the heavy impacts, clearer now, was that sound, a low, ragged, inhuman groan that seemed to claw its way up from unimaginable depths. The idyllic cottage had become a trap, and the silence I'd sought was filled with the echoes of something waking up in the darkness beneath my feet. The caretaker's warning wasn't just about storage. It was about containment, and I was locked inside with it.
Bing. Bacon.
The rhythmic assault on the basement door had become deafening in the small cottage. Each impact vibrated through the floorboards, jarring my teeth. The wood around the heavy hasp was splintering, pale wounds stark against the dark stain. The padlock, thick as it was, shrieked with the strain, pulled taut against buckling metal. Mixed with the relentless pounding was that awful, ragged groaning, rising in pitch and volume, twisting into something that sounded horribly like rage. Panic clawed its way up my throat, hot and acidic. This wasn't just noise anymore, it was imminent violence. The barrier wouldn't hold. My frantic eyes darted around the living room. Barricade. I needed to barricade it. Adrenaline surged, overriding the paralysis of fear. I lunged at the heaviest piece of furniture, a stout wooden armchair upholstered in faded floral fabric. Grunting with effort, I shoved it across the floor, wedging its back against the shuddering basement door. It wasn't much, but it was something. I added a small, sturdy side table, piling it against the chair. It was useless. The next bang slammed into the door with renewed force, sending the armchair skittering back several inches with a screech of wood on wood. Splinters flew into the air. A visible crack snaked its way down the center panel of the door. The groaning intensified, morphing into a high-pitched, ragged shriek that pierced through the noise of the impacts, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and fury that scraped against my sanity. That scream broke something inside me. The last vestiges of hope that this was somehow explainable, survivable within these four walls, evaporated. This cottage wasn't a sanctuary, it was a holding cell, and the prisoner was breaking free. I wasn't safe in here, I was trapped with it. My only chance was outside. The dark woods. The miles of isolation, the uncertainty, they were terrifying, but they were better than waiting for that door to give way completely. My movements became frantic, driven by raw survival instinct. Keys. Wallet. Phone useless, but a talisman of the world I desperately needed to reach. I snatched them from the kitchen counter. The fireplace poker lay discarded on the floor. I didn't even glance at it. What good would it be? My hands trembled violently as I fumbled with the bolts on the cottage's front door. Each second felt stretched thin, distorted by the cacophony behind me, the splintering wood, the shrieking metal, the horrific, inhuman cries. With a final, wrenching sarasque that echoed like a gunshot, the basement door burst inwards. I risked a glance back as I yanked the front door open. The barricade lay scattered, the armchair overturned. The basement door hung partially off its hinges, revealing not darkness, but a deeper, more profound blackness within the opening. A wave of freezing air billowed out, carrying an overwhelming stench, the metallic sweetness now thick and cloying, mingled with the gag-inducing odors of ammonia, rot, and something indescribably foul, like long stagnant water and butcher shop waste. And in that blast of frigid, faded air I saw it, or rather a horrifying impression of it. A flash of something bone, white, skeletal, thin, unfolding itself from the oppressive blackness below. It moved with an unnatural, jerky speed, limbs bending at too many joints. I caught a glimpse of a long, pale hand or claw, scrabbling for purchase on the doorframe, fingers impossibly long and tipped with darkness. There was a wet, clicking sound, like insects chittering or bones scraping together. No face, no eyes in the brief, terrifying glimpse, just a shape of pure wrongness scrambling into the hallway. I didn't wait to see more. I threw myself out the front door and into the oppressive darkness of the night. I ran. I ran blindly, stumbling down the overgrown lane, branches whipping at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes. The only light was the sliver of moon occasionally visible through the dense canopy, casting confusing, dancing shadows that looked like grasping limbs. Behind me, I thought I heard it, a drawn-out, gurgling shriek echoing from the cottage, followed by a heavy thud on the porch. Was it following? Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded like pursuit. My lungs burned. My legs screamed in protest, but the terror propelled me forward. The image of that pale jointed thing, the stench, the sounds, they were burned into my mind, fueling a panic so profound it bordered on madness. I sobbed without realizing it, tears streaming down my face, mixing with sweat and dirt. The woods felt alive, hostile, the trees closing in, the darkness absolute between patches of moonlight. I tripped over roots, scrambled back to my feet, pushed onwards with no sense of direction other than away. How long I ran, I don't know. It felt like hours. My legs were rubber, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as I felt I couldn't take another step, that I would collapse here in the suffocating darkness, I saw at the faint reflective gleam of my car, parked near the rusted gate where this nightmare had begun. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I fumbled with the keys, my shaking hands making the simple act of unlocking the door an agonizing struggle. Finally, I was inside, slamming the door shut, locking it, heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might break. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, died. Panic flared again. No, 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 please, I whispered, tears blurring my vision. I tried again. It caught, roared to life, the headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the empty track before me. I slammed the car into reverse, spun around with squealing tires, and floored the accelerator, bumping violently over the rutted track, not daring to look in the rearview mirror, until I hit the slightly smoother gravel road. Then finally, miraculously, pavement. I drove for hours, pushing far beyond the speed limit, needing the lights, the signs of civilization, the sheer distance. I finally pulled over at a brightly lit 24-hour gas station, the fluorescent glare feeling alien and abrasive after the profound darkness. I sat there for a long time, shaken uncontrollably, staring at my reflection in the rearview mirror. The woman looking back was wild-eyed, streaked with dirt and tears, her hair matted with leaves. Isabel Rossi. I didn't know her anymore. I never reported it. Who would I tell? The police. Yes, officer. I rented a cottage on the dark web, and there was something monstrous locked in the basement. They'd lock me up for psychiatric evaluation, or worse, suspect me of something. I drove straight back to my old apartment, the one that had felt like a glass cage. Now its familiar locks and solid walls felt like the strongest fortress imaginable. I deleted the specialized browser, wiped any trace of the transaction, burned the piece of paper with the caretaker's cryptic instructions. I tried to scrub the memory clean, but it was impossible. The scratching sounds echoed in my quiet moments. The cloying stench sometimes seemed to linger faintly in the air for no reason. Sleep brought nightmares filled with splintering wood, impossible angles, and bone-white limbs unfolding from darkness. Weeks later, something arrived, not in the mail but digitally. An anonymous transfer of cryptocurrency appeared in the temporary wallet I'd used for the rental payment, a significant amount, far exceeding the original deposit. There was no message, just a transaction note, cold and clinical, for services rendered in discretion. Services rendered. Discretion. Did the caretaker know I'd fled? Had they expected it? Was my terror, my flight, part of some incomprehensible purpose? Did they know the thing had gotten out? Or was it simply payment for my silence, for respecting the property boundaries until I couldn't anymore? The question swirled, unanswered, adding another layer of chilling ambiguity to the horror. The absolute privacy I paid for wasn't mine, it belonged to the secret in the basement. And now, that secret was out. Or perhaps, it had merely been relocated. The money felt dirty, tainted, a stain I couldn't wash away. Just like the memory of the cottage, the locked door, and the unimaginable thing that waited in the basement beneath. My escape wasn't an ending. It felt like a loose thread in a much larger, darker tapestry I could never hope to comprehend. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I still wonder if something followed me out of those woods.